Chapter 1, The Scar of the Sky That Runs Through the Heaven and Earth. Star Luo City, on the outskirts of the White Tiger Duke's mansion, in a secluded and desolate courtyard. The night was thick, yet it couldn't dispel the faint scent of blood in the air and the despair that permeated the young man's heart. Cough, cough, cough. The young man, Dai Yuang, lay on the bed and violently coughed up several mouthfuls of clotted blood. His face, though demonically handsome, was terrifyingly pale in the moonlight. He staggered, pushing open the courtyard door, and could no longer stand. He slid to the ground, leaning his back against the cold gate. His luxurious robes were covered in dust, and a delicate yet powerful palm print was clearly visible on his chest. Each breath pulled at his lungs, bringing waves of tearing pain. The scene from the small training ground outside the Star Luo Imperial Palace a few hours ago was like the sharpest ice pick, repeatedly stabbing at his heart. Before his eyes, the noble and peerless figure of Shu Juju seemed to still flicker, and her cold and impatient words echoed in his ears. Dai Yuang, this princess's patience is limited. Shu Juju stood tall and graceful. Although her star-crowned spirit had not been released, a unique imperial majesty and aloofness naturally flowed around her. I sent you to Shrek so you could earn a future with your own abilities, not to grovel and curry favor with this one and that one. It's been a year, have you made any progress? Dai Yuang, at the time, suppressed the humiliation of being belittled, forcing what he believed was his most affectionate smile. Princess Juju, please give me another chance. I have a younger brother, he is exceptionally talented and will surely achieve great things in the future. And there's the Tang sect, I will definitely be able to join the Tang sect, as long as I... Silence. Shu Juju's beautiful eyes flashed with severity, interrupting him unceremoniously. Always talking about your brother, always talking about the Tang sect, where are you in all of this? Your spirit is the top-tier evil shadow demonic tiger, not a dog wagging its tail for scraps. What this princess wants to see is your own strength, not whose leg you can cling to. Dai Yuang was speechless, his face burning. Shu Juju looked at his timid and spiritless demeanor, and the last shred of patience she held due to the Dai family completely vanished. She said coldly, enough. Since you are so stubborn, this princess will personally test what you've learned this past year. 10 moves. If you can withstand 10 moves, I will allow you another year. If not. Her gaze was icy. From now on, get out of my sight, and never appear before me again. Upon hearing this, Dai Yuang not only felt no shame but a glimmer of hope arose. Is Princess Juju serious? Good. I will definitely. His words were interrupted again, because Shu Juju had already moved. Without releasing her spirit, her slender figure merely flickered, and brilliant starlight gathered on her fair hand. The first palm strike, seemingly light, precisely shattered his hastily formed, merely superficial spirit power defense. The second palm strike, like a shadow, pierced through his flawed stance and landed directly on his blocking arm, bones cracking, the pain piercing his heart. The third palm strike was too fast for him to react. The blow, infused with the power of the stars, had already imprinted itself on his chest. PFF'd. Dai Yuang felt an irresistible force, as if his internal organs instantly shifted. Blood uncontrollably gushed out, and his body flew backward like a broken sack, crashing heavily onto the hard training ground. His vision blurred. You couldn't even take 3 moves. Shu Juju stood with her palm retracted, her eyes full of disappointment, her tone flat without a ripple. Her gaze upon him was like looking down at dust. Remember your promise. Go. With that, she turned. Decisively, her magnificent skirt sweeping a cold arc. She never looked at him again, disappearing at the end of the training ground. It was like venomous insects gnawing at his nerves. Dai Yuang in the courtyard suddenly slammed his fist onto the cold ground. The rough stone slab scraped his knuckles, drawing blood, but it was far less than 1,000th of the pain in his heart. Why'd I try so hard? I abandoned all my dignity to curry favor, yet this is the result. Huo Yuhao, I took such good care of him, shouldn't he help me when he becomes a divinity in the future? Tang sect, mysterious heaven skill, that's Tang San's legacy. Shu Juju, I only admired you, do you trample on my feelings like this? Incompetent rage, piercing pain, and extreme unwillingness intertwined, accompanied by the weakness brought on by his severe injuries, submerging his remaining consciousness like a tide. Finally, his head lolled to the side, and he completely fainted in the cold, desolate courtyard, unnoticed and unheeded. In his dream, he relived his past. He was not originally from this world, but a transmigrator from another world, becoming the illegitimate son of the contemporary white tiger Duke Dai Hao, who should not have existed. He was Dai Luoli's biological elder brother, and also Huo Yuhao's half-brother in the original work, and Dai Yuang's half-brother, 2 years older than Huo Yuhao. At the age of 6, his spirit awakened and mutated. It was not the Dai family's direct lineage white tiger. Due to a great increase in its malevolent nature, it transformed into an evil shadow demonic tiger, with innate spirit power of rank 9. This was a beast spirit filled with coldness, brutality, and evil, possessing extremely powerful devouring abilities. Its entire body was pitch black, with only its eyes flashing with bloodthirsty crimson, and terrifying shadow power binding its claws and teeth. At that time, his heart pounded. As an experienced reader, he knew exactly what this meant. A top-tier mutated beast spirit, exceptionally talented, but this spirit's malevolent nature was too strong. In the world of Douluo Continent, especially in this era, evil spirits were almost synonymous with evil spirit masters. They were existences to be hunted down and eradicated by the Shrek monitoring team. A chill ran up his spine, but it was immediately drowned out by an immense sense of excitement. Transmigration. I really transmigrated to the world of Douluo Continent. And I possess a top-tier spirit and extremely high talent. After the ecstasy came deep worry. The plot of the original work was as clear as an engraving. Huo Yuhao's rise, Tang San's schemes, the Empire's conflicts. I must survive, I must become strong. He clenched his fists, his eyes flickering. But this world is too dangerous, especially for someone like me with an evil spirit. A thought, like a poisonous vine, coiled around his heart. That's right, Huo Yuhao. He is the child of fortune of this world, the future god of emotion, and even the son-in-law of the god King Tang San. As long as I cling to his leg, even if he leaks a little benefit from his fingertips after he becomes a divinity, it will be enough for me to live a carefree life forever. Yes, that's it. I cannot be his enemy, only befriend him. Even, curry favor with him. This soul from modern society, under the immense sense of crisis and fear of the original plot, subconsciously chose the safest and most humiliating path, abandoning the pride of his own top-tier spirit to attach himself to a future divinity. From that day on, Dai Yuang, the illegitimate son of the White Tiger Duke's mansion, seemed to develop a somewhat peculiar personality. He no longer diligently studied the characteristics and cultivation methods of his own spirit, but instead spent a great deal of his thoughts on how to invest in the future. He knew that Huo Yuhao had a miserable childhood in the Duke's mansion, so he often secretly helped him, sending him food and necessities. Although he dared not openly defy the Duchess, he would always go and say some innocuous words of comfort after Huo Yuhao was bullied, his eyes carrying a kind of fawning expectation that the young Huo Yuhao couldn't understand. Little brother Yuhao, you are exceptionally gifted and will surely achieve great things in the future. He often said this, patting Huo Yuhao's thin shoulders vigorously. Huo Yuhao at that time was only grateful to this older brother, the only one who showed him kindness, but he didn't know that the other party was thinking, be nice to you now, so when you become a divinity in the future, don't forget to take me with you. Years passed. Dai Yuang's cultivation progress, however, was far from matching the top-tier aptitude of his evil shadow demonic tiger spirit and the resources allocated by the Duke's mansion. Despite having innate spirit power of rank 9 and no shortage of cultivation resources, his illegitimate son's share, though not as good as the legitimate son's, was still far superior to that of common spirit masters. His spirit power growth was abnormally slow. The reason was simple. His heart was not calm, and his will simply could not resonate with the evil, domineering, and bloodthirsty evil shadow demonic tiger, which craved slaughter and conquest. His mind was filled with thoughts of how to curry favor with future bigwigs and how to avoid risks. The power of the spirit itself became dormant as a result, even developing a repulsion towards him. At a Star Luo Empire court banquet, he was allowed to attend as the duke's son. It was at that banquet that he saw the princess, Shujuju, as dazzling as a star. Her beauty, her nobility, her wisdom, and her cunning instantly struck the heart of this transmigrator's soul. In his previous life, he had no access to high society. How could he have ever seen such a woman who possessed both power and beauty? Thus, the second, simp, path in his life began. Although the Dai and Zhu families traditionally intermarried, in this generation, the Zhu family only had one daughter, Zhu Lu, and she was already betrothed to Dai Waban. Even Dai Yuang didn't have a girlfriend from the Zhu family, so he naturally wouldn't get one either. Thus, he unreservedly began a frantic pursuit of Shujuju, expressing his affection multiple times in public, showering her with various precious gifts, almost exhausting all his savings and allowances. However, what kind of person was Shujuju? She was the most renowned princess of the Star Luo Empire, her heart filled only with the empire's interests. Her love, and even her marriage, were destined to be one of the most important bargaining chips on the political chessboard. She admired strong individuals and needed allies who could assist the empire, not an illegitimate son of a duke who, despite having a top-tier spirit, cultivated slowly, had a weak character, and only knew how to grovel. Every attempt Dai Yuang made to curry favor seemed particularly ridiculous and cheap in her eyes. Finally, exasperated by his persistent binding, Shujuju, during another public display of his affections, gave him a cold-faced promise that seemed hopeful but was, in fact, a complete rejection. Dai Yuang, if you truly want to prove yourself, go to Shrek Academy. If you can become one of the contemporary Shrek 7 devils, this princess might give you a chance to pursue me. Upon hearing this, Dai Yuang was invigorated and enlightened. Shrek Academy, yes. Not only was it where Huo Yuhao rose to prominence, but it was also the best platform to get close to him. It could also avoid external scrutiny of his evil spirit, as once he entered Shrek, he would be a Shrek person. It was simply killing multiple birds with one stone. He completely failed to hear the perfunctory and impossible prerequisites in Shujuju's words. With his progress, becoming one of the Shrek 7 devils. A pipe dream. Originally, his age had already passed the 12-year-old admission age, but the White Tiger Dai family, like the Tang sect, had deep ties with Shrek, possessing one unrestricted admission slot to the outer court each year. Since Dai Waban entered by his own merit, this slot was useless to him. Dai Yuang immediately excitedly went to request this slot. Dai Hao thought, since the slot was empty anyway, he agreed to give it to Dai Yuang. However, once at Shrek Academy, he reverted to his old ways. He was not serious about cultivation, but instead engaged in various schemes. He revolved around Huo Yuhao, curried favor with Wang Dong. After all, this was the daughter of the god King Tang San. Even though she was destined to be Huo Yuhao's wife, he dared not covet her, but currying favor first couldn't be wrong, right? Additionally, he flattered Bei Bei, the Tang sect's senior disciple brother, and fawned over Zhang Nanan and Shu Sanqi, these future Shrek 7 devils. He even humbly begged Tang Ya, wanting to join the Tang sect and learn mysterious heaven skill. Except for Huo Yuhao, who was still gentle with him out of old affection, and the good-natured Xiao Xiao, who was polite to him, everyone else, such as Wang Dong, Bei Bei, and Shu Sanqi, were all shrewd individuals. They saw through his true nature at a glance and treated him with superficial politeness but inner distance. At the end of the first academic year, Huo Yuhao went to the extreme northland to obtain his second spirit. Dai Yuang returned to Star Luo City for the holidays. His first priority was not to visit his mother and younger brother Dai Luoli, who had high hopes for him but were increasingly disappointed, but to eagerly go and meet Shujuju, wanting to report his progress at Shrek. The result was the scene at the beginning. A miserable defeat in 3 moves, severe injuries and vomiting blood, met with a disappointed shake of the head and a merciless expulsion. Shortly after, his consciousness completely plunged into darkness. An anomaly suddenly occurred. The originally star-studded night sky was suddenly violently torn apart by an indescribable, colossal rift that spanned the heavens. The rift displayed a bizarre, ominous dark red, as if the firmament had been ripped open into a bleeding wound. A vast, oppressive, and heart-pounding aura permeated, instantly enveloping the entire Douluo continent. Countless powerhouses in the world were startled, awakening from their cultivation or sleep, looking up at the sky in horror, their hearts filled with doubt and unease. Immediately after, from the depths of that blood-colored rift, which seemed to connect to an unknown world, a point of extreme faint light ignited, then magnified at a terrifying speed. A gigantic meteorite, seemingly composed entirely of the purest dark crystal or eternal profound ice, carrying a soul-shaking chill and a dark blue-like tail, like a demon god bursting forth from the depths of the 9 netherworlds, crashed down. Moreover, there was a figure in the meteorite, eyes closed, seemingly in a coma, whose appearance was identical to Dai Yuang. The landing site of the meteorite was one of the largest spirit beast gathering places on the Douluo continent, the extreme north land. Chapter 2, The Far North begins with the sacrifice of the Snow Queen. The blood-red crack, the mark of the heavens, that stretched across the sky, its direction pointed directly towards the bitterly cold extreme north land of the Douluo continent. Such a phenomenon, shaking the entire plain, naturally couldn't just cause panic and speculation in the lower realm. The god realm, suspended above the mortal world, was equally startled by this sudden change. Within the God Realm Committee, vast mental forces had just intertwined, attempting to probe the ominous bloodstain. Tang San, who held both the sea god and Asura god positions, frowned deeply. The god of destruction was wreathed in purple lightning, and the goddess of life's eyes were filled with worry. All the divinities stood ready. However, before their mental forces could even reach the Douluo continent, a voice, carrying a hint of sinister charm and playfulness, echoed from within the mark of the heavens, "He, esteemed great gods of the god realm, now is not the time for you to watch a show. For now, all of you, go to sleep." Before the words finished, an indescribable, pitch-black aura, as if originating from the deepest nightmare, instantly engulfed the entire god realm like a tide. This power was not pure destruction, but rather ultimate, hypnosis, and stillness. Even powerful God-King level existences like Tang San, the god of destruction, and the goddess of life felt their divine souls grow hazy at this moment, their wills uncontrollably falling into stagnation, and they all fell into a deep slumber. The voice let out a soft, "Oh." Its mental force swept over the sleeping gods, locking onto several first-rank divinities among them. "That's right, the characteristics of your god position seem quite suitable for this kid. In that case, let me give you all a good dream." A more bizarre power, a power named Nightmare Charm, quietly injected itself into the dreams of those first-rank divinities. This power could not only forcibly hypnotize but also weave and manipulate dreams, silently influencing and even rewriting the perceptions of those affected. That simp from before wasn't worth saving at all. Rather than helping him, I might as well just get a new one. Kid, cultivate well. For at least 5 years, you don't have to worry about that old 6. He'll sleep for at least 5 God Realm days. I've left an interesting cultivation technique in your mind, one I just created. Try practicing it. After completing all this, the being behind the mark of the heavens seemed satisfied. The black mist shrouding the God Realm slowly settled, dragging the entire God Realm into an eerie silence. At the same time, in the core region of the extreme Northland. Here, a monumental change was already unfolding, one that could affect the continent's entire structure. The extreme Northland had 3 great heavenly kings. They were the Ice Sky Snow Maiden, Shui Di, with nearly 700,000 years of cultivation, the Ice Jade Empress Scorpion, with nearly 400,000 years of cultivation, and the Tai-Tan Snow Demon King, with over 200,000 years. They were all fierce spirit beasts renowned throughout the world, with the former 2 ranking 3rd and 7th respectively among the 10 strongest fierce spirit beasts of their time. The Ice Jade Empress Scorpion had recently become Huo Yuhao's second spirit. After the Ice Jade Empress Scorpion disappeared, the Ice Sky Snow Maiden, Shui Di, searched for her for a period without success. Because she failed to form the yin-yang complementary dual spirit cores when attempting to reach 700,000 years of cultivation, she believed she had no chance of overcoming the future 700,000-year tribulation. So, she found a 100,000-year snow lotus and used its power to seal most of her cultivation, thereby transforming into human form. Unexpectedly, just as she transformed and entered the transitional state from spirit beast to human, in the form of a spirit. Beast embryo, she encountered a 9th-rank spirit tool master from the Sun Moon Empire. A spirit beast embryo was an invaluable treasure for a spirit master. Not only could one easily obtain a spirit bone and a spirit ring of 100,000 years or more. Directly absorbing a spirit beast embryo even offered a certain possibility of directly absorbing the spirit beast within as a second spirit. Since that 9th-rank spirit tool master had already reached the titled Douluo realm and had no empty spirit ring slots, he couldn't absorb the embryo. He could only use the Sun Moon Empire's 9th-rank spirit tool, the deification platform, to try and seal this spirit beast embryo. In fact, this person intended to betray the Sun Moon Empire and join the Douluo Empire. There were too many 9th-rank spirit tool masters in the Sun Moon Empire, and the competition was fierce. Although he had status in the Sun Moon Empire, it wasn't necessarily that high. But if he went to Douluo, he would be a preeminent existence. Better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. With this thought, the 9th-rank spirit tool master decided to use this spirit beast embryo as a meeting gift, and as a pledge of allegiance for joining the Douluo Empire. Despicable human, how dare you ambush me during my transformation? An angry mental force fluctuation emanated from Snow Empress's embryo. Her remaining power struggled against the deification platform's suction. HMPH, Snow Empress, if you were at your peak, I would naturally flee in terror. But now, how much strength do you have left? Meekly become my stepping stone. The 9th-rank spirit tool master laughed maniacally, fully activating his spirit tool. The deification platform's light grew brighter and brighter, and Snow Empress's resistance was gradually suppressed. Just as Snow Empress was about to be completely sealed, the sky was suddenly torn apart by a blood-red rift. A giant transparent meteor, carrying a soul-freezing chill, crashed down like a divine punishment. Its target was unerringly precise, that 9th-rank spirit tool master. What? The spirit tool master only had time to let out a shriek of utter horror. The next moment, he was precisely struck by the meteor. The titled Douluo's protective spirit power was like paper before the meteor, instantly crushed into dust. From within the mark of the heavens, the sinister charming voice seemed to mutter, "Oops, I didn't control the force well. It seems I threw it a bit off and accidentally crushed a little ant. I'll have to keep this from little Qian, otherwise he'll nag me again." As he whispered, the blood-red rift in the sky rapidly healed, as if it had never appeared, leaving only the eternal wind and snow of the extreme north land. The meteor landed, and its outer transparent crystal layer silently melted away, revealing a youth curled within, his face identical to Dai Yuang from Douluo City. His eyes were tightly closed, seemingly still asleep. Snow Empress's embryo floated in the air, her remaining mental force filled with shock and bewilderment. She could clearly sense that the youth within the meteor had no particularly powerful energy fluctuations, but how did he fall from the sky? And how could he instantly annihilate a titled Douluo? However, Snow Empress had no time for deep thought. Her transformation process was forcibly interrupted, and she was impacted by the deification platform's power. Her embryo form, originally maintained by the 100,000-year snow lotus, began to become extremely unstable. Vast amounts of her primordial power were rapidly dissipating, and her divine soul was on the verge of collapse. After all, is there no escaping this calamity? A wave of desolation surged in Snow Empress's heart. But no matter what, it's better than being enslaved by humans. Her gaze fell upon the youth who had emerged from the meteor. Perhaps, this is the only chance for survival. In desperation, Snow Empress made a decision similar to that of the Tianmeng iceworm, sacrifice. A brilliant red sacrifice array instantly lit up beneath her embryo. Vast primordial power of extreme ice, as if finding an outlet, surged towards the sleeping youth. The power of the 100,000-year snow lotus protected her soul core, allowing her to retain her sentience during the sacrifice. However, as soon as the sacrifice began, Snow Empress realized something was wrong. The youth's body was empty. He hadn't even awakened his spirit. She carefully probed his bone age and discovered that this youth was already 14 years old. 14 years old and still hasn't awakened his spirit. Could this youth not be from this world? Snow Empress was stunned, a wave of powerlessness washing over her. Her luck today was simply too bad. Being ambushed during her transformation was one thing, but the host she intended to sacrifice to didn't even have a spirit. Chapter 3 New Dai Yuang. The arrow was on the string and had to be fired. With her soul on the verge of scattering, she had no other choice. Fine, I'll help you. Snow Empress gritted her teeth, separating a portion of her already dwindling original power and forcefully channeling it into the boy's body, activating the dormant potential within him. Originally, awakening a spirit required a special awakening stone to set up a formation, but with her nearly 700,000 years of cultivation and understanding of the essence of energy, she could forcefully induce spirit awakening without an awakening stone. Light gathered in the boy's palm, and eventually, the object that condensed made Snow Empress pause again. It was not the powerful beast spirit or tool spirit she had expected, but a black, longan-sized pill emitting a faint glow. Food system spirit. A hint of bitterness arose in Snow Empress's remnant thoughts. She, the dignified ruler of the extreme Northland, was ultimately going to sacrifice herself to a food system spirit master. This was simply. It wasn't that food system was bad, but she still preferred to sacrifice herself to a spirit master skilled in combat. But then, from that seemingly inconspicuous black pill, she sensed an extremely subtle aura that made her soul tremble. It was a bottomless evil and ominous presence, yet it contained an indescribable dark power. It was clearly a pill, but the aura it contained made her feel more suppressed than even Emperor Qian, and its spirit power fluctuations were far from weak. Innate spirit power level 10, this is innate full spirit power among humans. This is definitely not an ordinary food system spirit. Snow Empress's heart was filled with awe. Without further hesitation, the red light of sacrifice completely enveloped the boy. Just as the Tianmeng iceworm sacrificed itself to Huo Yuhao, Snow Empress sealed most of her cultivation and original power layer by layer. However, Heavenly Dream relied on its million years of mental force, while Snow Empress relied on the miraculous effects of the 100,000-year Snow Lotus. It was also this Snow Lotus that protected her soul during the sacrifice. Her power merged deep into the boy's body, waiting for his future strength to increase, to be unsealed step by step. The wind and snow of the extreme Northland continued, yet they witnessed the passing of a ruler and the quiet arrival of another unknown existence. The sacrifice quickly entered its most intense phase. Snow Empress's spirit ring had completely attached itself to that pill, but her power loss was too great. Just like Heavenly Dream, she couldn't produce a spirit bone, nor did she truly become a spirit. What she gave the boy was just a 700,000-year spirit ring. About 2 days later, the unconscious boy finally woke up. In the icy world of the extreme Northland, he should have been frozen stiff, but because of Snow Empress's spirit ring protecting him, he was fine. Moreover, Snow Empress discovered a very strange thing. In these past few days, when the boy was asleep, spirit beasts would occasionally pass by. But these spirit beasts seemed unable to see him, even ferocious carnivorous spirit beasts would instinctively bypass him. Snow Empress couldn't help but wonder, was this child's flesh very smelly? The corpse next door had been gnawed beyond recognition, yet no spirit beast wanted him. "Where is this?" the boy murmured. "This is the extreme Northland of the Douluo Continent. Boy, what is your name?" Snow Empress's voice echoed in the boy's mind. The extreme Northland of the Douluo Continent. The boy was startled. He felt a power, raised his palm, and a black pill appeared, surrounded by a red spirit ring. The spirit ring had 7 golden patterns. A 700,000-year spirit ring, so you are. Snow Empress. You seem very calm, you can even guess my identity. Snow Empress said in shock. I've read a lot of novels with similar plots, so I can probably guess the routine. Dai Yuang's tone was flat, without a ripple, as if he was talking about a trivial matter unrelated to him. My name is Dai Yuang. As for my origin, you might not believe it, but I was grabbed from another world by a large hand whose full appearance I couldn't see, and then directly thrown here, smashing that guy to death. He pointed to the frozen meat, his tone even carrying a hint of, this delivery was really rough, mockery. He remembered he was walking on the road when he suddenly heard an explosion on one floor of an apartment building. The entire floor was blown through, and then a computer host fell from the sky, hitting him on the head and leaving him bleeding profusely. After that, he became a vegetable and lay in the hospital for a long time. In a daze, he was grabbed by that hand and brought here. His current body should have been healed by the guy who brought him over, right? Although he was unconscious just now, he vaguely heard a voice at the time, within 5 years, old 6, cultivation technique. Quote. Snow Empress was completely speechless. Another world. Grabbed by a large hand. This was beyond her comprehension. But the boy's absurd way of appearing, the meteor falling from the sky and smashing a titled Douluo to death, and his abnormal calmness at this moment, forced her to try and accept this incredible claim. After a long while, she slowly said, unflustered in danger, with a clear heart. Your temperament is quite good. It seems my choice in desperation might not be the worst. Dai Yuang stood up and moved his somewhat stiff but newly powerful limbs. He carefully felt the spirit power flowing within him, which was around level 15. Snow Empress's sacrifice had greatly increased his spirit power. If not for Snow Empress having little power left and sealing a large portion, her 700,000 years of cultivation shouldn't have only increased it by so little. Although this spirit power was weak, it was exceptionally pure and resonated perfectly with the black pill and the blood-red spirit ring. He walked towards the gruesome corpse, like an experienced hunter, beginning to meticulously search for spoils of war, completely ignoring the extremely uncomfortable scene. What are you doing? Snow Empress couldn't help but ask again. Looting. Dai Yuang succinctly uttered 2 words that Snow Empress completely didn't understand, but combined with his actions, the meaning was self-evident. This guy is a 9th level spirit tool master from the Sun Moon Empire, he must have good stuff on him. A titled Douluo level powerhouse might even have spirit bones. His movements were swift and efficient, without any hesitation or disgust, and he was not affected in the slightest by the smell of decaying flesh, as if what was before him was not the remains of his own kind, but a treasure chest waiting to be opened. Soon, from a finger that was frozen stiff and black, he laboriously pulled off a silver ring of ancient design, shimmering with faint spatial fluctuations. And from a hidden compartment in the lining of the tattered clothes, he retrieved 3 palm-sized metal blocks, inscribed with extremely complex core formations and cold to the touch. Judging from the energy fluctuations they contained, they were at least 7th level or higher disposable defensive or offensive spirit tools. A storage spirit tool ring, and high-level trigger-type spirit tools. Dai Yuang tried to inject a wisp of spirit power into the ring. As his consciousness probed inside the ring, the space within was far more vast than he had imagined, about 30 cubic meters, piled with many things, a large number of high-purity rare metals shimmering with different lusters, 7 or 8 intricate spirit tools already completed, at least 7th level, and even some suspected 8th level ones, a thick stack of design blueprints and experimental notes, as well as some compressed food, water, and a gold coin card. There was indeed one spirit bone, of unknown age, a left arm spirit bone. The reason this person hadn't absorbed it was either because its age wasn't high, or it didn't suit his attributes. A fruitful harvest. Dai Yuang's face showed a subtle expression of satisfaction. He placed this precious storage ring on the middle finger of his left hand, its size adjusted automatically, fitting perfectly. These resources, technology, and knowledge are exactly the starting capital I most urgently need right now. Chapter 4, Soul Destiny Defying Heavenly Demon Pill. His gaze then fell upon the deification platform, half buried in the ice and emitting unstable energy fluctuations. He walked over and carefully dug it out of the ice. One side of the platform had obvious damage and dents, clearly caused by an impact, but the core magic array seemed relatively intact, with complex runes faintly visible beneath the cold material. A Class 9 spirit tool, the deification platform. Dai Yuang brushed away the ice shards and bloodstains from its surface, his eyes gleaming with analytical light. Although damaged, its core magic array structure holds immense research value. If I take it back, it might be useful in the future. If sold to high-level spirit masters, it could even allow us to reverse engineer many of the Sun Moon Empire's top-tier spirit tool technologies, especially concerning energy seals and spatial confinement. He carefully placed the damaged deification platform into his storage ring. After completing all this, he stood in place, once again sensing the dormant black pill spirit and the mountain-heavy blood-red golden patterned spirit ring upon it. The wind and snow of the extreme north land battered his body, but they were kept out by an invisible warm current. Snow Empress, he suddenly spoke in his mind, his voice returning to its previous calm. What is your current state? How much power can you exert? What is the range of your perception? Are there any particularly powerful spirit beasts nearby? The Snow Empress's voice carried deep fatigue, but still maintained the cold aloofness of a ruler. My soul's origin was preserved thanks to the power of the 100,000-year snow lotus, preventing its dissipation. However, the sacrifice process caused immense loss, and now my power is less than 1% of what it was. I need to slowly recover and nourish myself within your body, using your spirit power. Currently, my perception range can only cover about 800 meters, and it's very blurry. Covering 800 meters, that's enough. Dai Yuang nodded calmly, beginning to plan his route. My spirit power is low right now, so I must leave the extreme north land as quickly as possible. Snow Empress, we are now one body with two souls, sharing honor and disgrace. I ask for your assistance in guiding the way and helping me avoid the powerful spirit beasts we cannot contend with. I am naturally willing to help with that, the Snow Empress's voice echoed in his mind, but her tone carried a hint of strangeness. However, I feel that you might not actually need my help much. Dai Yuang was slightly taken aback by her words. Why is that? The extreme northland has many spirit beasts, including many 10,000-year and even 100,000-year level existences. With my current strength, encountering one would mean certain death. You'll know if you just walk for a bit. The Snow Empress seemed unsure how to accurately describe it. I will guide you in the direction to leave the extreme north land, just keep moving forward. Though Dai Yuang was puzzled, he chose to trust the Snow Empress. Following the direction she indicated in his mind, he took a step and headed south. The wind and snow continued, and the cold was bone-chilling, but with the protection of the Snow Empress's spirit ring, he didn't feel much discomfort. After walking only a few miles, just as the Snow Empress had said, he began to encounter spirit beasts. The first he encountered was a group of icefield yaks digging for food on the snowfield. Although these spirit beasts were relatively docile, there were many of them. The leading bull was massive, with a single horn on its forehead, and its age appeared to be at least 10,000 years. Dai Yuang's heart tightened, and he subconsciously wanted to find cover to hide. However, something strange happened. The group of icefield yaks seemed to not even notice him, a human who had suddenly appeared on the icefield. They continued to graze on the moss beneath the snow, and even a few young yaks bounced past him, less than a meter away, without even lifting an eyelid. The Yak King raised its head, its massive eyes scanning in his direction, but it was as if it was looking at an ordinary rock, showing no reaction, then lowered its head again. Dai Yuang was stunned. He continued to move forward. Along the way, he encountered a solitary snow-soul demonic bear, its eyes fierce, its size and aura indicating at least 5,000 years of cultivation. This spirit beast had a keen sense of smell and a brutal temperament, making it a famous predator of the extreme northland. Dai Yuang held his breath, his body tensed. But the snow-soul demonic bear merely twitched its nose, as if it smelled something, and a very human-like expression of confusion appeared on its face. It shook its massive head, snorted, and then actually bypassed Dai Yuang's direction, slowly walking away. Once was a coincidence, twice was absolutely no accident. During the rest of his journey, he encountered several more groups of spirit beasts, from 10-year and 100-year small spirit beasts to thousands-year and 10,000-year predators. Once, he even saw from a distance a giant scorpion, appearing to be cast from ice crystals and exuding terrifying pressure, moving through the ice mountains. That was definitely a powerful existence of over 50,000 years. But all these spirit beasts, without exception, completely ignored him. It wasn't that they couldn't see his physical body, it was as if his existence simply couldn't form the concept of a target that needs attention in their perception. Strange, Dai Yuang finally couldn't help but ask in his mind. Snow Empress, are all the spirit beasts in your extreme north land having collective vision and perception problems? Or are they all blind? I think the problem lies with you, the Snow Empress's voice carried intense curiosity and disbelief. I've lived for hundreds of thousands of years and have never seen such a bizarre situation. Spirit beasts' perception of aura, spirit power fluctuations, and life signs is far more acute than that of humans. But they seem to completely ignore you. It's as if your presence is below their perception threshold, or your aura instinctively repels them and they don't want to investigate further. This is good, though, it allows you to leave the extreme north land incredibly safely. After a pause, the Snow Empress seemed to remember a crucial question. There's one more thing I forgot to ask you. Your spirit is that strange pill, what exactly is it? What are its effects? Food system spirits usually lack self-preservation abilities in the early stages. Dai Yuang opened his palm, and with a thought, the dark, abyssal black pill reappeared. The blood-red 700,000-year spirit ring slowly rotated above it, emitting heart-palpitating power fluctuations. It's called the demonic pill, Dai Yuang murmured, sensing the information coming from his spirit. Its main effect is enhancement. Enhancement. The Snow Empress's tone revealed a hint of disappointment. This is not an excellent attribute for a food system spirit. The value of a food system spirit master lies in large-scale, sustainable battlefield support and assistance, such as recovery, amplification, detoxification, and so on. A single enhancement effect often has a narrow scope of application and cannot compare to true enhancement support spirits like the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda. My demonic pill seems to be a bit different. Dai Yuang carefully sensed the more detailed information coming from deep within his spirit, a strange glint flashing in his eyes. Its full name is the Fate Reversal Heavenly Demon Pill. Chapter 5, Extremely Low Sense of Presence. Fate, Reversal Heavenly Demon. The Snow Empress repeated the name, feeling a hint of ominousness and demoniringness within it. Yes, Dai Yuang continued to explain, the core effect of the pill is indeed enhancement, but it seems to produce extremely specific changes based on the attached spirit ring. Moreover, according to the information from my spirit, if the attached spirit ring reaches 100,000 years or more, each spirit ring will grant 2 spirit abilities. The first spirit ability will definitely be some kind of enhancement pill, while the second spirit ability will produce completely different effects based on the type and characteristics of the absorbed spirit beast. This is no longer limited to enhancement, it could be healing, attack, or other special effects. That is, 1 enhancement pill plus 1 special effect pill. He paused, focusing his consciousness on that 700,000-year spirit ring, sensing it carefully. For example, your 700,000-year spirit ring grants me 2 spirit abilities. Spirit ability 1, Enhancement Pill, Snow Soul Condensing Ice Pill. Above Dai Yuang's palm, beside the illusion of the black pill, an illusion of an ice blue, flawlessly transparent pill, within which seemed to swirl wind and snow, appeared to condense. Refining this pill grants the user a Snow Soul Ice Muscle state. The effect is extreme immunity to physical attacks and ice-type damage, while greatly enhancing control over ice elements, temporarily gaining the attribute of ultimate ice. The Snow Empress nodded slightly upon hearing this. This effect was already quite powerful, a top-tier single-target defense and amplification enhancement, especially with the addition of the ultimate ice attribute. For any spirit master, it was invaluable. This pill could temporarily enhance any spirit master into an ultimate attribute spirit master. Dai Yuang then continued, his tone carrying a hint of disbelief. Spirit ability 2, special effect pill, Ice Sky Snow Maiden Sacred Heart Pill. As he spoke, the illusion of another pill emerged. This pill was not perfectly round, but rather like a flawless, exquisite snowflake, emanating a soft yet pure cold light of life, as if it gathered the essence of extreme cold and extreme life from heaven and earth into one. This pill contains the energy source of the core life you, Ice Sky Snow Maiden, absorbed from the extreme north land. Its effect is, Dai Yuang took a deep breath and slowly enunciated, to be given to any severely wounded, critically ill, or even recently deceased target. The pill melts instantly upon entering the mouth, immediately releasing the purest life-sustaining cold energy, perfectly freezing the user's entire life state, including soul fluctuations, physical damage, and energy dissipation, at the exact moment the pill is taken. This is an absolute protective freeze, forcibly locking the last shred of life, preventing its complete dissipation between heaven and earth. Subsequently, the essence of the ice and snow spirit's life contained within the pill, as well as the 100,000-year snow lotus heart you absorbed, begin to take effect. It acts like the world's most precise carving knife, using ultimate ice as its material and the laws of life as its mold, rapidly reconstructing the damaged body from the most microscopic cellular level, repairing all injuries, reattaching severed limbs, and purifying all toxins and foreign energies. Theoretically, as long as the soul has not completely dissipated, it can pull them back from the brink of death and reshape their body. How is this possible? Even the Snow Empress, who had lived for nearly 700,000 years and witnessed countless storms, was now utterly astonished, her soul fluctuations rising and falling violently. In short, this is a divine pill with the power to revive the dead. No wonder this spirit is named Fate Reversal Heavenly Demon Pill. It truly is a demonic pill that defies heaven and changes fate, going against all common sense. This effect had completely exceeded the limits of her imagination. This was simply not something an ordinary food system spirit master could achieve. This was a miracle. Of course, this second spirit ability, the Ice Sky Snow Maiden Sacred Heart Pill, also has limitations. Dai Yuang recovered his composure from the shock and added, "Firstly, it can only revive beings at the same life level as me. In other words, I am currently a mortal life, so it has no effect whatsoever on beings that have reached the God level, unless I also reach the God level and allow this spirit ability to evolve into a divine ability. Secondly, it is extremely difficult to refine, and only one can be refined every 2 years. However, it can be stacked. Ineffective against God-level beings, that's fine. Where are there any God-level powerhouses on this continent? As for one every 2 years, stackable." The Snow Empress immediately understood the implications. This meant that this spirit ability would automatically refresh its usage count every 2 years, but if the pill refined that year was not used, it would not disappear and could accumulate. After 10 years, one could possess 5 heaven-defying divine pills with the effect of reviving the dead. Although there were limitations, this effect was enough to drive any force or any powerhouse mad. The Snow Empress seemed to see infinite hope. This young man named Dai Yuang, his potential and future were absolutely unfathomable. Her sacrifice might truly have turned a misfortune into a blessing, stumbling upon an immense opportunity. Since the spirit beasts completely ignored Dai Yuang, their journey became exceptionally smooth. Soon, they passed through the core and outer regions of the extreme Northland and arrived at the area of human activity. The outline of a seemingly sturdy town, built against a mountain range, appeared in the distance. Although it was said to be the town closest to the extreme Northland, it was actually hundreds of miles away. After all, apart from places like Shrek City where monsters gathered, ordinary towns would never dare to be built near spirit beast gathering places. A small beast tide would be enough to flatten them. However, just as Dai Yuang was preparing to enter this town named Northwind Town, with the sparse flow of people, something even stranger happened. The guards at the city gate leaned against the gate, yawning lazily, indifferent to the people entering and exiting, but occasionally scanning the crowd. But when Dai Yuang walked past them, the 2 guards' gazes seemed to pass directly through him, landing on an old farmer pushing a cart behind him, and they impatiently urged, "Hurry up, hurry up." People came and went on the town streets, peddlers hawked their wares, and pedestrians hurried along. Dai Yuang walked among the crowd, yet he felt as if he was watching a silent movie. No one looked at him, no one cast curious glances at his unfamiliar face, and even people walking towards him would very naturally walk around him, as if he were just a human-shaped mass of air. The entire process was incredibly smooth, and the other party didn't even have any subconscious evasive reaction. Am I invisible? A ridiculous thought arose in Dai Yuang's mind. He tried waving his hand in front of a vendor selling dried meat, but the vendor showed no reaction. He simply walked to the center of the street and stood there. As a result, a bizarre scene unfolded. All pedestrians, upon approaching him, altered their path with an almost instinctive, imperceptible curve, perfectly avoiding him, yet not a single person realized why they were doing so, nor did anyone look up at him. He was like an invisible reef, the flow of people automatically separated and then rejoined. He finally couldn't help himself. Seeing a well-dressed businessman-like person walking with his head down looking at a piece of parchment, Yuhao took a deep breath. As the man walked in front of him, he suddenly shouted, "Hey!" Whoa! The businessman jumped, startled, and the parchment in his hand fell to the ground. Still shaken, he looked up and finally saw Yuhao standing in front of him. Immediately, he became furious, pointing at Yuang's nose and cursing, "What are you doing?" Popping out and yelling like a ghost. "Are you crazy? You scared me to death." After cursing, he sullenly picked up the parchment, muttering, "How unlucky," and quickly walked away. Yuang stood rooted to the spot, stunned. The other party could see him, hear him, and touch him. He was not invisible. But why? As long as he didn't actively and strongly try to attract others' attention, everyone would subconsciously and completely ignore his existence. It was as if his sense of presence was incredibly low. So that's how it is. Yuang murmured to himself, his face showing not frustration, but a strange and enlightened smile. He recalled certain works he had seen in his previous life. Like my Sakurajima's adolescence syndrome, or Kuroko from Kuroko's basketball. The Snow Empress in his mind finally understood at this moment. Her voice was filled with unprecedented surprise and a hint of exasperation. "It seems you've noticed too. I finally understand, Yuang, you're not invisible, and the reason others don't notice you is because your sense of presence is almost non-existent. I've lived for hundreds of thousands of years and seen all kinds of beings, spirit beasts, humans, and even human-beast hybrids, but I have never seen anyone with such a low sense of presence as you. This is almost a rule-level oversight." Perhaps, even the Snow Empress wouldn't have noticed him originally. But the way he descended into this world was too grand, a meteor falling from the sky directly smashing a titled Douluo. It would have been difficult for the perceptive Snow Empress, who was so close, not to notice him. Chapter 6: The Reason for Low Presence, Alien Isotope. On the streets of Baifeng Town, Yuang stood still, the surrounding crowd still naturally flowing around him, ignoring him. The merchant's angry curses still seemed to echo in the air, further highlighting the strangeness of his overlooked state. The Snow Empress in his mind, after a moment of silence, asked with deep curiosity, "Yuang, in your original world, was your sense of presence also so faint?" She found it difficult to imagine that a young man with such a bizarre spirit and calm disposition would be a completely ignored shadow in another world. "No, of course not." Yuang immediately denied, his tone flat but firm. "In my original world, although I wasn't a dazzling, attention-grabbing figure, I was still an ordinary member of the masses. I would converse with people, be remembered by friends, and wouldn't be completely ignored when walking on the street. Not like this at all." He looked at the pedestrians around him who showed no reaction to him and said, "I'm like a transparent ghost." "That's strange." The Snow Empress's voice was full of thought. "A person's sense of presence is an inherent quality of their soul. Even crossing worlds, such a drastic, rule-level change shouldn't occur, unless, in this world, there is another, me." Yuang interjected, his eyes flashing with insight. "My sense of presence hasn't disappeared, rather, it has all concentrated on another person. He and I share the same root of existence, one waxing as the other wanes. So his sense of presence might be unusually strong, while mine is almost non-existent. This situation, in some theories of red, might be called an allomorphic isomer." Allomorphic isomer. The Snow Empress chewed on this unfamiliar but precise term. Although different in form, they are like one person, sharing the same position, existence, and destiny. It certainly sounds consistent with your current situation. But is the other you also a soul from another world? If this world already has an otherworldly visitor, then what was the purpose of the strange hand behind the scar of heaven that sent you here? Was it to make you two allomorphic isomers kill each other? The Snow Empress thought of a cruel possibility. According to her understanding, this state of sharing everything is extremely unstable and often cannot coexist for long. Ultimately, it's highly likely that only one of them will survive, devouring the other, and thus becoming a complete existence. Kill each other. Yuang's lips curled into a cold, playful smile. Heh, maybe it really is like that. Perhaps the guy who sent me here thought that the me who arrived first was too useless, wasting the talent and spirit of a transmigrator, so he threw me over instead, to replace him. His tone carried a kind of almost ruthless indifference, as if discussing a tool unrelated to himself. So what do you plan to do next? The Snow Empress asked curiously. She found that this new Dai Yuang's way of thinking and behavior were completely different from any living being she knew. Dai Yuang didn't answer immediately. He closed his eyes, seemingly sensing something silently. A faint but incredibly clear pull came from the distant south, like a resonance from deep within his bloodline. He's in that direction. Dai Yuang opened his eyes, looking towards the Star Luo Empire, his gaze profound. But, no rush. It's rare to have such a low sense of presence, wouldn't it be a waste of this heaven-sent convenience not to make good use of it? Thus, in the following days in Baifeng town, a series of bizarre but unnoticed thefts occurred. A wealthy merchant in town had just withdrawn a thick wad of gold coin notes from the bank, tucked them into his bosom, and was humming a tune on his way home. He only bent down to tie his shoelace, and when he felt for his bosom again, the money notes had vanished, as if they had never existed. The proprietress of a jewelry shop was showing off the jade bracelet her husband had just bought her during the day. When she prepared to take it off and put it away at night, she found her wrist empty and couldn't remember when or where she had lost the bracelet. A few local ruffians had just finished collecting protection fees, and were gathered together, proudly counting the bronze coin and silver coin in their money bags. Just as a gust of wind blew by, their money bags simultaneously disappeared, scaring them into thinking they had encountered a ghost, and they scrambled away. In contrast to the losses of these wealthy people, the poor families struggling on the brink of subsistence in the shantytown on the west side of town repeatedly encountered windfalls. An old man, bedridden, woke up one morning to find a small bag of silver coin by his pillow, just enough for him to hire a doctor and get medicine. A little girl who had lost both parents and was raising her younger siblings alone, when her rice jar was empty, found a few shiny gold coin placed at the bottom of the jar by someone unknown. Even the cheap porridge shop at the town entrance, which was about to close down, found an anonymous large bag at its door one day when it opened, filled with enough grain for half a month. The entire Baifeng town was shrouded in rumors of hauntings, or phantom thieves, but no matter how furiously the rich investigated, or how secretly grateful the poor were, no one could find the mysterious, shadowless thief. Because no one noticed that a young man with an almost zero sense of presence had calmly walked past them, accomplishing all of this. In fact, Dai Yuang was not some benevolent saint who pitied the world. His motives for these, robbing the rich to help the poor, actions were quite complex. Part of it was to satisfy a certain childish longing and vanity for the image of a phantom thief he had seen in novels in his previous life. Another part was more like a condescending, casual act of charity. He seemed to enjoy the thrill of secretly manipulating others' destinies without anyone knowing, which aligned with the heavenly demon-like evil in his spirit. This might be the two sides of Dai Yuang's character. One side is cold and self-serving, evil, to the point of using any means to achieve his goals. The other side is this hypocrisy, mixed with vanity and manipulation. A few days later, Dai Yuang left Baifeng town, following the direction of his senses, heading towards the interior of the Star Luo Empire. Along the way, he continued to use the convenience of his low sense of presence, traveling through provinces and prefectures as if entering an unmanned territory, and casually raising a lot of funds. By the time they had traveled 1,000 miles and entered a bustling metropolis, Dai Yuang tallied his gains. Cash and various gold coin cards alone amounted to nearly 1,000,000 gold coin. And this didn't even include the original wealth in the storage ring obtained from the 9th level spirit tool master. He found a large bank and verified the special gold coin card from the Sun Moon Empire. When he sensed the astonishing balance in the card, even he was slightly moved. 9 million, this guy is really rolling in money. Dai Yuang muttered to himself. The savings of a 9th level spirit tool master were indeed extraordinary. The Snow Empress in his mind couldn't help but ask again, Yuang, your funds are already so vast, more than an ordinary spirit master could earn in several lifetimes. Why do you continue to do those things? She was referring to Dai Yuang still casually, robbing the rich to help the poor, along the way. No one will complain about having too much money. Dai Yuang's answer was simple and direct. In this world, money can be exchanged for many resources, spirit bones, spirit tools. And the reason money is valuable is because, as long as there's enough money, money can be converted into strength. He recalled the sky-high treasures that appeared in the original work, the golden earth dragon spirit bone, the soul-devouring blade, various 8th and 9th level spirit tools, and even the snow empress embryo that was originally supposed to be auctioned. These things were all clearly priced, and the prices were astonishingly high. To become strong quickly, simply burying oneself in hard cultivation is far from enough. He needs resources, massive amounts of resources. And money is the most direct key to acquiring resources. During this time, under the guidance of the Snow Empress, he had already begun to recultivate the spirit power of this body. The demon pill spirit perfectly matched his soul, coupled with the feedback from the 700,000-year spirit ring. His cultivation speed was indeed far beyond ordinary people, 1,000 miles a day. But even so, according to normal channels, wanting to cultivate to the titled Douluo realm would be a pipe dream without 20 or 30 years of painstaking effort. And looking at Tang San, Huo Yuhao, and others in the original work, which one didn't achieve the titled Douluo realm in their 20s. Their talent was certainly important, but more important were the continuous, enviable, opportunities, especially Huo Yuhao. To put it plainly, he was various forms of cheating. Dai Yuang's eyes sharpened. Therefore, he also needed those opportunities to cheat for himself. Moreover, he would use every means to obtain them. His gaze once again turned south, in the direction of the allomorphic isomer. Devouring the other party and completing himself might itself be one of the greatest and most unmissable opportunities. His journey was destined not to be peaceful. His low sense of presence was his best disguise, and the fate reversal heavenly demon pill and that cold heart that would stop at nothing to achieve its goals would be his sharpest weapons. Chapter 7 New and Old Dai Yuang. In Star Luo City, within a somewhat secluded courtyard of the White Tiger Duke's mansion, compared to the residences of Dai Yuang and Dai Waban. The original simp Yuang's face was still somewhat pale as he leaned against the window, looking at the withered branches in the courtyard outside, his eyes hollow and lost. Although the palm print on his chest had faded under the precious internal and external medicines, the humiliation of his crushing defeat in 3 moves and Shu Juju's cold, disdainful gaze echoed repeatedly in his mind like a nightmare. Juju, Princess Juju, she's clearly around my age, so why is her spirit power cultivation so much higher than mine? He murmured to himself, his voice filled with unwillingness and self-doubt. He was 14 this year, his spirit power just over 30, while the 15-year-old Shu Juju was already a spirit king-level powerhouse. The gap between them was like an insurmountable chasm. If not for someone like Huo Yuhao, who was blessed with great luck and possessed multiple top-tier spirits and spirit soul attachments, an ordinary spirit elder would indeed not last 3 moves against a spirit king. However, the immense sense of defeat did not make him suddenly realize his folly and refocus his energy on his own cultivation. Instead, it only strengthened his resolve to cling to Huo Yuhao's coattails. It's okay, I still have Yuhao. Hope rekindled in Simp Yuang's eyes, a twisted expectation of completely entrusting his fate to another. Once we return to Shrek, and Yuhao comes back from the extreme north land, acquiring his second spirit, he will surely soar to the heavens and shock the entire academy. He even acknowledges me as his brother. In a few more years, when Yuhao becomes a titled Douluo, or even a stronger existence, I'll ask him to propose to the Star Luo imperial family on my behalf. At that time, to win over Yuhao, this future top-tier powerhouse, the imperial family, even if unwilling, will most likely agree to marry Princess Juju to me. He was immersed in the beautiful dream he had woven, as if he could already see the day he would marry Shu Juju, relying on Huo Yuhao's prestige. But then, a hint of distress appeared on his face. But that would still be a political marriage. I truly love Juju, and I hope she can truly love me. And so, as soon as his injuries had healed enough for him to walk, Simp Yuang resumed his daily bootlicking. He meticulously prepared some gentle medicinal herbs and accessories said to be beneficial for female spirit masters' cultivation, and once again tried to seek an audience with Shu Juju. The result, of course, was without suspense. The gifts were returned untouched, and he didn't even see the princess. He only received a cold, "Her Royal Highness is busy cultivating and has no time for guests. Please, young Master Dai, have some self-respect," from a servant. Simp Yuang stood in the cold wind outside the imperial palace, clutching the returned gifts, yet his face showed a resolute expression of, "Princess Juju is indeed diligent and hard-working, I must not give up even more." He firmly believed that sincerity can move even metal and stone, and that his profound devotion would one day melt Princess Juju, this iceberg. His deluded and unmanly behavior was even too much for his elder brothers to bear. On this day, Dai Yuang, the eldest son, who had also returned home for the academy holiday, encountered him in the garden. Looking at his illegitimate younger brother's dispirited appearance, yet with unrealistic fantasies hidden in his eyes, Dai Yuang frowned. Although he only cared about Dai Waban, who was born of the same mother, and didn't care about Dai Yuang at all, Dai Yuang was still a Dai family bloodline and possessed a top-tier mutated spirit. Such degeneration was truly a disgrace to the family name. "Yuang," Dai Yuang spoke, his voice carrying the authority of an elder brother. "A man born into this world should take his own strength as his foundation. You possess a top-tier spirit like the evil shadow demonic tiger, with innate spirit power of rank 9, so why is your cultivation progressing so slowly? Waban is younger than you, yet his spirit power has already surpassed yours. You put all your efforts into useless flattery and fawning, it's completely putting the cart before the horse." Dai Waban happened to be passing by and, upon hearing this, let out an undisguised sneer. "Big brother, what's the point of saying all this to this good-for-nothing? You can't carve rotten wood. The pride of our Dai family's white tiger spirit is almost completely ruined by his bootlicking ways. I think his spirit mutation probably made his brain stupid too. As an illegitimate son, it was inevitable to be suppressed by the legitimate sons." Dai Yuang was still tolerable, he merely looked down on him but at least had some semblance of an elder brother. Dai Waban, however, had not spared Simp Yuang from bullying. Simp Yuang's face turned red from what the two said, but he dared not refute the authority of his legitimate elder brother, nor did he dare provoke Dai Waban, who was more talented and favored by their father. He could only lower his head and respond timidly, "Big brother's lesson is right, this younger brother understands." However, deep within his lowered eyes, a hint of resentment and a hidden sense of superiority lurked. "What do you two know? You have no idea who is standing behind me, a future divinity. When Yuhao grows up, you so-called legitimate sons will have to curry favor with me. You look down on me now, but you'll regret it in the future." He never considered that a position gained by relying on others would ultimately be a castle in the air, nor did he consider whether Yuhao would truly be willing to forcibly interfere with an imperial princess's marriage for his sake. At the same time, in a high-end restaurant in the most bustling area of Douluo City, in a private room by the window, another Dai Yuang sat leisurely by the window, having ordered a pot of clear tea and a few exquisite pastries. His gaze seemingly casually swept over the bustling crowd downstairs, but his focus always subtly locked onto the majestic white tiger duke's mansion in the distance. He had been observing here for several days. With an almost unbelievably low sense of presence, he could even swagger close to the duke's mansion's perimeter and listen to the servants' gossip, thereby obtaining information about that self. The Snow Empress in his mind seemed unable to hold back. "Yuang, you've been observing him for several days now. When do you plan to make your move? I see he seems to have gone out again today, in the direction of the imperial palace, probably to hit a wall again. This is a good opportunity." Dai Yuang picked up his teacup, gently blew on it, a playful smile on his lips. "Sister Snow Empress, why do you seem even more anxious than I am?" "HMPH. The Snow Empress snorted, her voice filled with undisguised disgust. "I just can't stand it. He has a face exactly like yours, yet his actions and conduct are so vastly different, humble, cowardly, placing all hope in others. It's simply a complete disgrace. Bootlickers don't deserve a good end." Since the Snow Empress had entrusted herself to Dai Yuang, she naturally placed herself in the same position as Yuang. She paused, her tone turning serious and practical. Moreover, you are originally homomeric, heteromorphic, and homologous. If you kill him, you might be able to directly devour everything he possesses, including his 30+ ranks of spirit power cultivation and that part of his sense of presence. This way, you can live a normal life and instantly make up for the wasted time, with your spirit power level skyrocketing, directly catching up with the progress of those so-called geniuses. You are 14 now, but your spirit has only just awakened, having missed the optimal foundational period from 6 to 12 years old. Your start is truly too late. Chapter 8. Observing secretly and waiting for the opportunity. Yuang knew this principle well. Devouring another self was the quickest path to rapid strength. A chilling killing intent flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly suppressed by reason. I also want to resolve this hidden danger as soon as possible. However, Sister Snow Empress, he is, after all, a battle spirit elder of over 30 ranks, possessing the top-tier evil shadow demonic tiger spirit. As for me, outwardly, I am merely a food system spirit master of just over 10 ranks. A direct confrontation offers little chance of victory. A sneak attack, on his territory, the risk is also extremely high. A food system spirit master isn't necessarily weaker than a battle spirit elder. Snow Empress's voice carried a hint of pride. Don't forget your first spirit ability, Snow Soul Condensing Ice Pill. After consuming it, you will gain Theosnow Soul Ice Muscle, state, greatly immunizing you to physical attacks, imbuing your attacks with extreme ice, and significantly enhancing your control over ice elements. This already gives you extremely strong self-preservation and counterattack capabilities. More importantly, Snow Empress's tone became solemn and alluring. I can begin teaching you right now, my Snow Empress's unique skill that dominated the extreme Northland for 700,000 years, Emperor's Palm, Great Cold Without Snow. Emperor's Palm, Great Cold Without Snow. Dai Yuang's gaze sharpened. He naturally knew the power of this ultimate skill in the original work. It was a terrifying killing move that abandoned flashy light and shadow effects, completely internalizing the extreme cold of ice into the palm, shattering anything it touched, leaving no hope for those struck. Exactly, Snow Empress affirmed. With my personal guidance, coupled with the amplification of the Snow Soul Condensing Ice Pill, as long as you practice diligently and master 3/10 of its essence, catching him off guard, killing a spirit elder with a single palm strike is not difficult. A glint flashed in Yuang's eyes as he quickly weighed the options. Snow Empress's plan was indeed highly feasible. He took a deep breath, nodded, and said, "All right. I'll listen to Sister Snow Empress. From today onwards, I will begin diligently cultivating this Emperor's Palm, Great Cold Without Snow." He once again cast his gaze towards the White Tiger Duke's mansion, his eyes cold and sharp. However, I feel that, given that guy's personality and way of doing things, even if we don't act, he will sooner or later bring about his own demise. We just need to wait patiently, or subtly push things along at the right time. Hunting requires patience, and a hunter's most abundant quality is patience. He picked up the teacup and drained the slightly cooled tea, as if he were drinking not tea, but the fate of his other self. Within Douluo City, in a not-so-conspicuous but sufficiently quiet inn's upper room. Dai Yuang slowly opened his eyes, the faint spirit power fluctuations around him receding into his body like a tide. He felt the increasingly full spirit power in his dantian and a subtle curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. 17th rank. Since awakening in the extreme Northland, a mere 3 months have passed, and through his own cultivation, his spirit power has increased by a full 2 ranks. This speed, perhaps not remarkable for a genius with innate full spirit power, was quite astonishing for someone who truly began cultivating at 14 years old, a late start. The cultivation method he practiced was quite peculiar, not the common meditation techniques of the Douluo continent, but an unnamed technique forcibly implanted into his soul by the strange hand that had brought him from another world. When this technique operated, the spirit power circulated wildly and efficiently within his body, subtly carrying a beastly dominance and greed, frantically absorbing the elemental energy of heaven and earth. yet it was entirely different from any spirit beast cultivation method known to Snow Empress, filled with the exotic aura of another world. After cultivating this method, he could easily enter a state of deep introspection. His consciousness would sink into his dantian, where he could clearly see not only the fate reversal heavenly demon pill, quietly suspended and emitting an ominous and powerful aura, along with the mountain-like heavy 700,000-year spirit ring above it. He could also see the clear and ethereal figure residing deep within the spirit ring. That was not the Snow Empress that Yuhao encountered in the original work, who appeared in a lowly form due to excessive loss of power. Because the sacrificial process was relatively complete, although her power was greatly diminished, her soul origin was perfectly preserved by the 100,000-year snow lotus. The Snow Empress he saw in his internal vision now was still in the form befitting the ice and snow sovereign who had ruled the extreme Northland for nearly 700,000 years. A tall, beautiful woman with a captivating face, hair like a waterfall of silver, and skin like ice and jade. She exuded the ultimate coldness and noble majesty of defying snow and frost. Merely floating there quietly, she seemed to be the center of the entire world. Progress is acceptable. Snow Empress's clear voice resounded directly in his consciousness, carrying a hint of imperceptible approval. Although your cultivation method is strange, its efficiency in absorbing energy is indeed far superior to ordinary meditation techniques. However, it is too overbearing. With long-term cultivation, you must guard your mind carefully and not be corrupted by its bestial nature. Don't worry, Sister Snow Empress, I know my limits, Dai Yuang replied. He got up and walked to the window, his gaze once again turning towards the White Tiger Duke's mansion. His brows furrowing almost imperceptibly. These past 3 months, he had not been idle. Besides cultivating, he spent most of his time using his low presence advantage to secretly observe that other self. However, the result left him somewhat helpless. The bootlicker's trajectory of actions was monotonously infuriating. He was either wallowing in self-pity or fantasizing in his secluded courtyard in the White Tiger Duke's mansion, or persistently wandering near the Douluo Imperial Palace, trying to find an opportunity to see Shujuju again, occasionally buying small gifts in the city to try and curry favor with Shujuju. The Duke's mansion was heavily guarded, with a large number of guards and powerful experts stationed within. The Douluo Imperial Palace was even more of a dragon's den and tiger's lair, teeming with masters and extremely tight security. To kill someone in these two places, it would be courting death. Although Dai Yuang was confident, he was by no means reckless. His low presence was effective against ordinary people and even general spirit masters, but it might not completely hide him from true powerhouses. He had already experimented, his low presence was not an absolute invisibility. If he actively and strongly tried to attract others' attention, such as by shouting suddenly or deliberately bumping into someone, people could still notice him. This state was more like a rule level, being overlooked, rather than a physical disappearance. In those remote small towns, he could use this ability to rob the rich to help the poor, or, rather, satisfy his personal desires, because at most there were a few spirit ancestor or spirit king level city lords or mercenary leaders there, who would find it difficult to see through his abnormality. But what kind of place was this? The capital of the Douluo Empire. The empire's enshrinement hall was located here, and who knew how many titled Douluo-level old freaks were hidden within? How keen was a titled Douluo's spiritual perception? Their research into energy fluctuations and soul anomalies far surpassed ordinary people. What if one of the enshriners detected the homologous yet distinct soul fluctuations between the two, Dai Yuang? That would be a huge problem. Chapter 9. The bad guys racked their brains, but the fools had a sudden inspiration. What if 2 Dai Yuhangs, illegitimate sons of the White Tiger Duke, appeared simultaneously? This would definitely be a major event significant enough to alarm the highest levels of the empire. At that point, let alone devouring the other, it would be a question of whether he could escape unscathed. He would likely be captured and studied as some kind of evil spirit, clone, or special evil spirit master. Actually, Yuang had considered using underhanded methods, such as using his low presence to ambush and assassinate, but that bootlicker was never alone. He was either at home, in the palace, or on his way to the palace. He couldn't possibly openly ambush and kill someone in the duke's mansion, the palace, or on the street, could he? Or there was poison. Dai Yuang had even taken action. He never cared if his methods were despicable, only if they were effective. He just didn't expect that bootlicker's spirit had a strong resistance to poison. Ordinary poisons were useless against him, and the poisons that would be effective were not something that could be bought at a regular pharmacy with money. Although I don't want to wait, I can't rush it either, Dai Yuang muttered to himself, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the window frame. That guy is like a shrinking turtle, either hiding in the duke's mansion or circling near the palace. I can't find an opportunity to act. The Snow Empress's voice also carried a hint of solemnity. It is indeed tricky. Douluo City is deep, and a titled Douluo's spiritual sense is extraordinary. Your low presence is not a flawless invisibility. Once a powerhouse of that level deliberately investigates, it's hard to guarantee that no abnormality will be discovered. Two Dai Yuhangs appearing simultaneously would be too shocking. It seems I can only continue to lie low and wait for the right moment, a cold light flashed in Dai Yuang's eyes. Or, wait for him to leave Douluo City and return to Shrek Academy. But if he goes back, he'll probably travel with Dai Yuang and Dai Waban, and there will definitely be high-level guards from the Duke's mansion. If I wait until he enters Shrek, there will be even more powerhouses there, including the level 99 limit Douluo Muen and the level 98 peak Douluo Zanzi. He was a bit troubled. What he needed was a perfect, unnoticeable opportunity to completely devour the other without leaving any future trouble, which was truly not easy. However, this opportunity actually arrived very soon. Douluo City, opposite the White Tiger Duke's mansion, on the roof eaves of a luxurious inn. Dai Yuang and the Snow Empress, who appeared as a soul phantom, sat side by side. Thanks to the former's outrageously low presence and the latter's invisible soul, the two sat openly on the roof in a bustling area, yet they seemed to blend into the background. No pedestrians or guards cast a glance their way. The Snow Empress rested her chin on one hand, her exquisite face filled with disbelief and a nearly disgusted speechlessness. She looked down at the Duke's mansion entrance, where the downcast simp Yuang had just been coldly turned away by a palace guard for the north time. This empress has lived for hundreds of thousands of years, the Snow Empress's voice carried a sense of a refreshed worldview. I've seen many infatuated individuals, obsessives, and even fools blinded by desire, but someone who embodies the word, bootlicker, to such an extent, so persistently, and with no self-worth, is truly unprecedented. She turned her head and looked at Yuang beside her. In these past 2 months, besides eating and sleeping, has he seriously cultivated for even an hour? He's either staring blankly in the direction of the palace, preparing some useless flattery, or writing those sickeningly cheesy love poems. His time, besides being in the Duke's mansion, is either in the palace or on his way to the palace. Can his mind not hold anything else besides that princess? Yuang sneered, his tone mocking. Who knows? Perhaps in his eyes, as long as he clings to Huo Yuhao's future golden thigh, all current efforts are futile. Waiting for the other party's casual charity in the future, wouldn't that be easier and more pleasant than cultivating diligently himself? He paused, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. According to his memories from his previous life, Huo Yuhao seemed to have gone directly to the god realm after becoming a god, without even providing any help to his original Shrek 7 Devils companions. Where did this bootlicker get the confidence to think that Huo Yuhao would forcefully interfere with an imperial princess's marriage for the sake of an adopted brother like him? Just based on those insignificant, perhaps even purposeful, acts of care from childhood. Leaning on a mountain, the mountain falls. Leaning on others, others run. Only being strong oneself is the eternal truth, Dai Yuang summarized in a low voice. This was an ironclad rule he had firmly believed in both before and after his transmigration. Oh, Yuang, look down there, the Snow Empress's gaze suddenly sharpened, pointing towards the Duke's mansion gate. The mansion gate was wide open, and a group of servants were busily loading several well-made, sizable suitcases onto 2 luxurious carriages. Dai Yuang and Dai Waban stood at the entrance, seemingly giving final instructions. Is this a long journey? And with so much luggage? The Snow Empress raised an eyebrow. Dai Yuang said, by my reckoning, Shrek Academy's holiday seems to be nearing its end. From here to Shrek City, the journey is long, so departing 10 days to half a month early is normal. But where is that bootlicker? Isn't he also a student of Shrek Academy? Why isn't he with them? Just as the two were wondering, Dai Yuang's voice faintly drifted up from below, carrying a hint of helplessness. Wabin, are we really not going to wait for Yuang anymore? Father told us brothers to travel together, so we could look out for each other. Upon hearing this, Dai Wabin's face immediately showed undisguised disdain and impatience. Big brother. I told him yesterday that we would depart promptly this morning. Dai Wabin curled his lips in disgust. But that good-for-nothing said he wanted to spend a few more days with Princess Juju, and told us not to worry about him, that he would return to the academy later. Who wants to travel with that embarrassing fellow? It's better if he doesn't come along, it's peaceful. Hearing this, Dai Yuang could only sigh helplessly, his face filled with an expression of disappointment. Alas, how can Yuang's infatuation ever win Princess Juju's favor? Truly, he still held a faint trace of brotherly affection for this illegitimate younger brother, and couldn't help but feel a little regretful at the sight. On the rooftop, the Snow Empress was utterly stunned, an incredibly vivid expression on her beautiful face. She slowly turned her head to look at Dai Yuang beside her, her tone a mix of absurd surprise. So, Yuang, our opportunity, it's here. Dai Yuang was also momentarily stunned, then a very complex and speechless smile appeared on his face. He shook his head, his tone filled with emotion. Truly, a villain racking his brains is no match for a fool's sudden inspiration. For the past few months, I've racked my brains trying to get him alone, even considering whether to create some accident to draw him out. As it turns out, he actually, for that woman, voluntarily gave up the safest opportunity to travel with the family entourage. Truly, heaven helps me. Chapter 10, Borrowing a Knife to Kill. Inside Douluo City, Dai Yuang stood by the window of his hotel room, his gaze seemingly piercing through layers of rooftops, settling on the formidable White Tiger Duke's mansion. The opportunity has finally arrived, Dai Yuang murmured to himself, his eyes gleaming with a cold, sharp light. Traveling alone meant the target was now outside the two strongest sanctuaries, the Duke's mansion and the Douluo Imperial Palace. But he wasn't blinded by the impending hunt. Instead, he analyzed the situation with exceptional calmness. I still can't be careless, he turned and said to the phantom of the Snow Empress in the air. No matter how useless that guy is, he's still the White Tiger Duke's illegitimate son. Even if he's not favored, it's impossible for him to travel alone without a single guard. Most likely, the Duke's mansion arranged for guards of Spirit King or even Spirit Emperor level, to ensure his basic safety without making too much of a fuss. Spirit King, Spirit Emperor. For him, who currently only had 17 levels of spirit power and was essentially a food system spirit master, this was a force he couldn't directly contend with. Even with the enhancement of the Snow Soul Condensing Ice Pill and Emperor's Palm, ambushing an unsuspecting spirit elder might be possible, but simultaneously dealing with an experienced, constantly vigilant Spirit King or Spirit Emperor guard carried extremely high risk and could easily backfire. I need a helper. Dai Yuang's fingers lightly tapped the window frame, his mind racing. A helper who can draw fire for me, or even eliminate the guards for me. A cruel radiance curved at the corner of his mouth. Killing with a borrowed knife was always the most efficient and effortless method. So, where should he find this knife? The target was quickly locked. With Shu Juju's beauty, status, and position, her admirers in Douluo Imperial City were enough to form an augmented regiment. That simp Yuang was merely the most extreme and obvious one among them. Among the other suitors, there must be many who felt extreme dissatisfaction and disgust with the bootlicker's behavior, like a toad wanting to eat a swan. Soon, a name entered his sight, Huang Heian. The vice captain of the Douluo National Academy's battle team, his spirit power level was similar to Shu Juju's, also at the Spirit King level, but he was several years older, approaching 20. His spirit was the dark demonic tiger, which countered the Dai family's white tiger spirit. Furthermore, his family had held a ducal title for generations, constantly vying with the white tiger Dai family, and their relationship was extremely poor. More importantly, this Huang Heian also harbored feelings of admiration for Shu Juju. And Shu Juju's attitude towards him was significantly gentler than the pure disgust she showed towards the former Yuang. Of course, Dai Yuang saw clearly that this was by no means because Shu Juju had any special affection for him, but purely because Huang Heian and his family had utilitarian value. The Star Luo Shu family's imperial throne was seized from the White Tiger Dai family back then. Over the years, although the imperial family relied on the Dai family to guard the frontier, deep down, they were constantly wary of the Dai family growing too powerful, and even feared they might one day reclaim the throne. And the Huang family, possessing the dark demonic tiger spirit and having the strength to contend with the Dai family, naturally became the best pawn for the imperial family to check the Dai family. As an imperial princess, Shu Juju had long regarded her marriage as a political bargaining chip. She was willing to offer herself as a chip to whoever was useful to her Shu family and to the Star Luo Empire. Therefore, she would naturally give Huang Heian some fleeting hope, binding him firmly to the imperial family's chariot. And this Huang Heian was much smarter than that bootlicker Dai Yuang. He knew deeply that a woman like Shu Juju could never be obtained by bootlicking. He trained even harder, increasing his own value, because he understood that only by proving his usefulness to Star Luo and the Shu family could he possibly obtain that bargaining chip called marriage. He's the one. Dai Yuang confirmed his target. A perfect thug who was already dissatisfied with simp Yuang, strong enough, and easy to provoke. Huang Heian practiced every night in the Star Luo National Academy's simulated training area, making it easier to strike. After patiently waiting a few more days, confirming that the bootlicker, after a final wave of ineffective fawning, finally had to pack his bags, preparing to return to Shrek Academy the next day. Otherwise, if he was late, he would be expelled. Expulsion wasn't the main issue, the important thing was, if he was expelled, how could he stay in the academy to continue pleasing Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong, and others? He had to cling to the protagonist group's thigh. The time had come. That night, the moon was dark and the wind was high. Dai Yuang quietly left the hotel, like a shadow merging into the night, sneaking towards the Star Luo National Academy. The academy during the holidays was exceptionally desolate, especially the dark forest of the simulated training area, specifically prepared for dark attribute spirit masters, which was even more deserted late at night. And Huang Heian, as Dai Yuang expected, was diligently cultivating there. For the dark demonic tiger spirit, night cultivation yielded the best results. Dai Yuang stealthily entered the training area like Gui Mei, his extremely low presence allowing him to pass by patrolling academy guards unnoticed. He quickly located the figure meditating cross-legged in the most concentrated area of dark energy. Without hesitation, he directly summoned the Fate Reversal Heavenly Demon Pill. First Spirit Ability, Snow. Soul Condensing Ice Pill. A phantom of an ice blue pill merged into his body, an extreme chill circulating, and an ice crystal-like luster flashed beneath his skin. Power, defense, and an absolute sense of control over ice elements instantly filled his entire body. He silently slid behind Huang Heian, the entire process completely soundless, not even disturbing the surrounding dark energy. He slowly raised his right palm, and within his palm, an extreme chill was highly contained, causing the air to subtly distort. Emperor's palm, great cold without snow, though not fully mastered, its essence of freezing everything had already taken initial form. His palm strike also had 3 parts of mastery. Achieving such progress in such a short time, even the Snow Empress had praised Yuang's talent. PFF'd. Yuang's palm strike lightly landed on Huang Heian's defenseless vital acupoint on his back. Aha! Huang Heian was abruptly and forcibly interrupted from his meditation. A terrifying chill he had never experienced before instantly invaded his body, raging wildly, freezing his spirit power and icing his meridians. The blood he spat out turned into ice crystals in the air, and his body stiffly fell forward, his face filled with horror and pain. Which rat dares to ambush me? He was furious and shocked, desperately urging his spirit power to resist the terrible cold, but to little avail, making it difficult for him to move for a moment. The spirit power contained in this palm strike was not strong, at most about level 17, not enough to seriously injure him, but it did render him immobile for a while. He felt his palms stiffen. At this moment, a cold hand grabbed his collar, roughly pulling him up and forcibly twisting his body to make him face the attacker. "Kid, take a good look, who am I?" A cold and mocking voice sounded. Huang Heian struggled to lift his head, and in the faint light, he saw that face. That face he utterly loathed, belonging to the Dai family's bootlicker illegitimate son. Chapter 11, Sowing discord between the humiliated Huang Heian and the scapegoat. At this moment, Huang Heian finally noticed Dai Yuang. Even if Yuang's presence was low, to not see him at this point would truly mean he was blind. "Dai Yuang, it's you, you damn bootlicker." Huang Heian's eyes instantly turned bloodshot, his rage completely overwhelming his reason and thoughts. "How dare you ambush me? You're courting death." Clearly, Huang Heian mistook Yuang for that bootlicker. After all, apart from their spirit and temperament, they looked identical. He had no time to ponder why the opponent's attack carried such an eerie, icy attribute, nor how he had approached so silently. Anger and humiliation had already robbed him of his judgment. A smile, perfectly befitting a bootlicker, smug, malicious, and arrogant, appeared on Dai Yuang's face. He violently slammed Huang Heian to the ground, then stepped forward, lifted his foot, and mercilessly stomped on the other's face. The sole of his shoe ground against the face, twisted with rage and humiliation, pressing it into the cold dirt. "HMPH. I'm returning to Shrek Academy tomorrow," he said, mimicking that nauseating, self-important tone. "I came to find you today to give you a final warning. Stay away from Princess Juju from now on, she belongs to me. You're not worthy of coveting her." He pressed down with his foot, feeling the muffled roars of anger and struggles from the other party. "If you don't heed my warning, and I find you harboring improper thoughts about Princess Juju again." He leaned down, his voice as cold as ice. "I will make you regret ever coming into this world." After delivering this carefully crafted, hate-filled speech, Dai Yuang snorted, withdrew his foot, and no longer spared a glance for the disheveled and enraged Huang Heian on the ground. He turned and slowly walked away, his figure quickly disappearing into the thick darkness, as if he had never appeared. Dai Yu Heng. A full 15 minutes passed before Huang Heian managed to dispel some of the chill from his body and struggled to get up. His face was covered in mud, shoe prints, and bloodstains, looking utterly miserable. He stared fixedly in the direction where Dai Yuang had disappeared, his chest heaving violently, his eyes filled with almost overflowing murderous intent. Utter humiliation. It was simply an utter humiliation. To be ambushed and have his face stomped on by a bootlicker he had always looked down upon. How could he swallow this indignity? Ah! He let out a beast-like growl, smashing a nearby boulder to pieces with a punch. "You dead bootlicker. You just wait. Once you leave Douluo City, I will make you pay. No one can protect you." He had completely cast aside the illogical attack power from earlier, all his rage and murderous intent now firmly locked onto the Dai Yuang, who was returning to Shrek tomorrow. Meanwhile, the true mastermind, Dai Yuang, had already returned to the inn. He dispelled his spirit ability, washed his hands, as if he had merely gone for a stroll. "The bait has been cast, and the knife sharpened," he chuckled to the Snow Empress in his mind. "Now, we just need to wait until tomorrow to see how that enraged dark demon tiger will tear at that unsuspecting bootlicker." He lay on the bed, closed his eyes, a slight smile on his lips. Setting off tomorrow, the journey won't be lonely. In his mind, the Snow Empress's cool voice, with a hint of a peculiar tone, resonated. Though the methods are slightly despicable, they are just right. Dai Yuang raised an eyebrow slightly, responding in his mind, "Oh. Sister Snow Empress, don't you think my tactic of using a borrowed knife to kill is a bit beneath me?" "Beneath you?" The Snow Empress's voice carried a hint of disdain, as if she had heard something ridiculous. "What is beneath you? The law of the jungle is the most fundamental law of heaven and earth. In the extreme north land, to survive and become stronger is the only beneath you." Her tone became distant, as if recalling a very distant past. Do you think this empress was born a 700,000-year-old ruler of the extreme north? This empress was once weak, struggling to survive under the claws of countless spirit beasts stronger than this empress. If I had no schemes, if I didn't know how to utilize the environment, exploit the weaknesses of my opponents, and even leverage their internal conflicts, this empress would have long ago become nourishment for other spirit beasts to advance. It would have been impossible to grow step by step and eventually become the king who governs the extreme north. To survive and reach the peak, the process has never been important. The Snow Empress's voice was resolute, carrying the coldness and pragmatism of a ruler of ice and snow. Your method is efficient, effortless, and can conceal yourself to the greatest extent, avoiding risks. This is very good. The world of spirit beasts is like this, and the world of humans, it seems, is also like this. Even more hypocritical and complex. She paused, then concluded, therefore, this empress does not find anything wrong with your approach. On the contrary, you are very clever, knowing how to utilize all available resources, including your opponent's anger. This is the mindset a strong person should have. And that worthless bootlicker, who only knows how to wag his tail and beg, doesn't even qualify as a stepping stone. Upon hearing this, Dai Yuang's smile deepened. It seemed that this ice and snow emperor of the extreme north was quite compatible with him in terms of survival philosophy. In that case, let's get some good rest. Dai Yuang relaxed his mind. Tomorrow, the show begins. Silence fell in the hotel room, with only the cool moonlight filtering through the window, casting light on the young man's calm yet sharp face. A hunt targeting another version of himself had silently begun. And his ally was an ice and snow queen who also believed in the law of the jungle. The next morning, in the relatively secluded courtyard of the White Tiger Duke's mansion, Simp Yuang finally finished packing his bags with much dawdling. His mother, a beautiful woman with an indelible sadness and humility in her brows, was carefully straightening his collar, constantly giving him instructions. Hanger, once you're at the academy, you must focus your mind and cultivate diligently. The woman's voice was gentle, yet carried a hint of an almost imperceptible sob. Shrek Academy is the continent's top academy, and opportunities are rare. Although your father is usually strict with you brothers, sending you there also shows his hope for you to achieve something. She sighed softly, her gaze turning to Dai Luoli, who stood quietly beside her, her eyes filled with dependence and envy for her older brother. Mother is just a concubine, and Luoli's talent is. Alas, the future hope of our lineage rests entirely on you. Only when you become strong can the three of us, mother and children, have an easier life in the mansion, do you understand? Dai Luoli's talent was the worst among the Dai family brothers, so she could only place her hopes on Dai Yuang. Dai Yuang looked at his mother's earnest and worried eyes, a rare pang of guilt rising in his heart. Although he was a bootlicker, he still respected his mother. Chapter 12. The plan becomes a surprise attack. Dai Yuang looked at his mother's eager and worried eyes, and a rare trace of guilt rose in his heart. He nodded, his tone relatively sincere as he replied, "Mother, rest assured. Your son understands. When I get to the academy, I will cultivate diligently and will never disappoint you and Luoli." However, only he knew how much of these words came from the heart and how much was merely habitual perfunctory. In his heart, the thought of cultivating diligently was far less important and practical than clinging to Huo Yuhao's thigh. In his opinion, as long as he maintained a good relationship with Huo Yuhao, the future god Huo Yuhao casually giving him a hand would be much easier and more effective than him cultivating painstakingly for decades. Dai Luoli, standing beside him, though still young, also obediently said, "Brother, you must work hard at the academy. I will take good care of mother." Dai Yuang patted his younger brother's shoulder, forcing a smile. "All right, I'll leave the family to you." It was getting late. A middle-aged man in tight clothing with a steady aura quietly appeared outside the courtyard gate, respectfully saluting, "Young Master Yuang, the carriage is ready. We can depart now." This man was the guard assigned to Dai Yuang by the Duke's mansion, a level 58 Spirit King. Compared to the Spirit Emperor level guards accompanying Dai Yuang and Dai Waban when they traveled, this Spirit King guard's configuration was clearly a step down. However, in the Duke's mansion's view, for a concubine's son, being accompanied by a high-level spirit king as a bodyguard was already quite good treatment, sufficient to deal with most dangers on the road. Dai Yuang didn't have too much dissatisfaction with this, as he had long been accustomed to the differential treatment between legitimate and illegitimate children. He bid farewell to his mother and younger brother one last time, then turned and, with a relaxed, or perhaps blind, mindset of returning to Shrek to continue his, clinging to power, endeavor, boarded the carriage. "Let's go," he instructed the coachman and the Spirit King guard. The carriage slowly started, drove out of the side gate of the Duke's mansion, merged into the morning streets of Douluo City, and headed out of the city, aiming directly for the distant Shrek Academy. Inside the carriage, Simp Yuang might still be plotting how to further improve his relationship with Yuhao, Wang Dong, and others upon returning to the academy, and how to find a way to join the Tang sect, completely unaware that a web of death targeting him had already quietly unfolded. Meanwhile, in the elegant room window of a tea house in the distance, another Dai Yuang coldly watched the gradually receding carriage, a chilling arc forming at the corner of his lips. The prey has left its cage. He gently put down his teacup, his figure vanishing from the window like Gui Mei, silently merging into the bustling crowd below, following from a distance. The hunt has begun. Today is the bootlicker's death day. Over 50 li outside Douluo City, in the desolate wilderness, the wind rustled. The carriage Dai Yuang was riding in was traveling unhurriedly on the main road. Inside, he was still somewhat distracted, looking at the constantly receding scenery outside the window, but his thoughts had long flown back to the magnificent imperial palace in Douluo City, to the dazzling princess. "Juju, just wait a little longer," he murmured to himself, his eyes gleaming with a mix of infatuation and anticipation. Yuhao will definitely shine brightly in this competition. Once he starts to rise, I will beg him to use his power to help the Douluo Empire, to help you. By then, you will definitely look at me in a new light. He was immersed in the beautiful fantasy he had woven, completely unaware of the approaching danger. Suddenly, boom, a terrifying, irresistible force struck without warning from the side, like an invisible giant hammer, smashing fiercely into the carriage compartment. The sturdy compartment instantly twisted and deformed like paper, then violently rolled off the ground. Enemy attack. Young master, be careful. In the nick of time, the Spirit King guard reacted extremely quickly, shouting loudly. His spirit instantly possessed him, the agility attack system Wind Wolf Spirit, and the 5 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 1 black, suddenly lit up on his body. He grabbed the terrified Dai Yuang, his body like lightning, breaking through the rolling carriage wall, and landed precariously on the ground not far away. Amidst the flying dust, Dai Yuang, still shaken, looked up and finally saw the attackers. The leader was a burly man whose face was distorted with anger, and dark aura permeated his body. It was Huang Heian. Beside him stood a middle-aged man holding a cold, gleaming, savagely shaped beheading saber. 6 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 3 purple, 1 black, slowly rotated around him. That thunderous strike just now had clearly come from this spirit emperor. Huang Heian, what are you doing? Dai Yuang was both shocked and angry, completely confused about the situation. Are you crazy? How dare you attack my White Tiger Duke's mansion's carriage? It would have been better if he hadn't asked. This question completely ignited Huang Heian's fury. Am I crazy? Huang Heian's eyes were bloodshot, his teeth grinding. He pointed at his face, and although the dirt had been cleaned, the sense of humiliation was deeply ingrained. Dai Yuang. What the hell did you do last night? Weren't you very arrogant when you stomped my face in the mud? What? Now you're scared. You dare to do it but not admit it. Last night. Stomped your face. Dai Yuang looked bewildered and wronged. What nonsense are you talking about? I rested early yesterday to prepare for today's journey. I never left the mansion, didn't even go to see Juju. Huang Heian, did you mistake me for someone else? Mistake you for someone else? Huang Heian was so angry he almost laughed, his voice full of savagery. I would never mistake anyone, especially not your disgusting bootlicker face. I'd recognize you even if you turned to ash. Stop pretending to be stupid. He could no longer suppress his killing intent and roared at the great saber soul emperor beside him, "Uncle Huang Yan, take down that guard for me. This bootlicker is mine. Today, I'll make him understand." The great saber soul emperor, Huang Yan, heard this, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes, and his beheading saber was raised, carrying an unparalleled fierce aura, directly locking onto the Wind Wolf Soul King. The Wind Wolf Soul King's expression was incredibly solemn. Although the opponent was a spirit emperor, his spirit rings were not optimally configured, with only one 10,000-year spirit ring. His spirit power fluctuations were not much stronger than his own, roughly around level 62. A high-level spirit king facing an initial level spirit emperor was not entirely unmatchable. He let out a low growl, "Young master, run. I'll draw him away and hold him back." He knew that the aftermath of a spirit emperor level battle was something Dai Yuang could not withstand, so the battlefield had to be moved away. At the same time, he also knew very well that Huang Heian might severely punish Dai Yuang, but he would never actually kill him. Killing the duke's son and merely beating him up were completely different in nature. After all, a concubine's son was still a son, and rashly killing a young master of the White Tiger Duke's mansion could very likely trigger a large-scale conflict between the two great families. Chapter 13. Dai Yuang kills Dai Yuang's alien isotope that cannot coexist. The Wind Wolf Soul King moved like a green lightning bolt, sweeping towards the dense forest to the side, attempting to lure away the Great Saber Soul Emperor. The Great Saber Soul Emperor, Huang Yan, snorted coldly and pursued him with large strides. The two instantly engaged in battle, and the roaring sounds of clashing spirit abilities echoed from afar. On the scene, only the furious and anxious Dai Yuang remained, along with the relentlessly pressing, murderous Huang Heian. "Huang Heian, you must have misunderstood. I don't know what happened last night at all." Dai Yuang was still trying to explain, while simultaneously releasing his evil shadow demonic tiger spirit, with 3 spirit rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, rising around him as he adopted a defensive stance. Misunderstanding. Still stubborn even now, Huang Heian completely lost his patience. His dark demonic tiger spirit possessed him, and a violent dark aura surged forth. "Since you've forgotten, I'll help you remember. A spirit king against a spirit elder, the outcome was an undisputed crushing defeat. Although the quality of their spirits was similar, the dark demonic tiger and the evil shadow demonic tiger, both top-tier beast spirits of the dark type. The huge gap in spirit power levels was simply insurmountable. Huang Heian didn't even use spirit abilities, he simply relied on the immense power and speed gained from his spirit possession. Like toying with a mouse, he shattered Dai Yuang's defense with a few punches and violently knocked him to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Huang Heian kicked Dai Yuang's chest and abdomen repeatedly, and finally, he ground his shoe sole hard against his side face, pressing his head into the mud, just like he had done to him last night. Ah! Dai Yuang let out a painful scream. He didn't know how many ribs were broken, his nose bridge was caved in, and his face was covered in blood and mud, looking utterly disheveled. "Trash! Bootlicker! How dare you threaten me? Do you even deserve to covet Princess Juju?" Huang Heian cursed angrily as he stomped, venting the humiliation and rage in his heart. Finally, he stomped down hard, and with a sound of bone cracking, he directly broke Dai Yuang's right arm. The intense pain nearly made Dai Yuang faint. After venting, Huang Heian looked at Dai Yuang, who was curled up and groaning like a dead dog on the ground. Most of the anger in his heart finally dissipated. He snorted coldly and left him with a warning, "This is just interest. If I see you bothering Princess Juju in Douluo City again, next time it won't be your hand that breaks." With that, he disappeared into the wilderness in a few leaps. He must have gone to find Huang Yan, the great Saber Soul Emperor. After all, he didn't really intend to kill Dai Yuang, having his guard come to save him would ensure his survival. In fact, this situation, whether it was the Spirit King and Spirit Emperor's battle taking place elsewhere, or Huang Heian beating Simp Yuang without killing him, was all within the other Dai Yuang's expectations. He was now waiting for the right moment to make his appearance. For instance, at this moment, only Simp Yuang, severely injured and unable to move, lay on the cold ground in the wilderness, groaning in pain. Bastard, bastard. Simp Yuang spat out bloody foam, his eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness. Huang Heian, you just wait. When Yuhao grows up, he will definitely avenge me. Even at this point, his only hope was still his younger brother, who would become a god in the future. Just then, a cold and mocking voice suddenly sounded not far away. At this point, you're still fantasizing about relying on others to avenge you. Truly, a hopeless piece of trash. Simp Yuang stiffened abruptly and twisted his head with difficulty to look. What he saw instantly made his pupils constrict, and his face showed an expression even more horrified than when he was beaten by Huang Heian just now. What did he see? Another him. A him dressed in black, with a cold and sinister aura, and eyes as sharp as blades, was slowly walking out from behind a rock wall and approaching him. You, who are you? Simp Yuang's voice trembled violently from extreme shock and fear, seemingly forgetting the intense pain in his body for a moment. Dai Yuang walked up to him and looked down at him from above, his eyes indifferent, as if looking at an ant. I am Dai Yuang. He spoke faintly, in other words, I am another you. As fellow transmigrators, you must have heard of allomorphic counterparts, right? Allomorphic, counterpart. Simp Yuang was struck by lightning. Of course, he knew what that term meant. Different individuals, yet sharing the same existence, status, such as luck, identity, and even presence. These were absolute mortal enemies who could not coexist. Ever since I came to this world, I have clearly perceived your existence, Dai Yuang continued in a cold tone. And I have constantly thought about how to devour you to complete myself. Logically, you should have vaguely sensed me too. It's just a pity. A hint of extreme mockery curved his lips. Your heart, your soul, everything about you, has long been filled by that woman named Shujuju. How could there be room for anything else? You're even so oblivious to threats to your own existence, to such a ridiculous extent. Simp Yuang opened his mouth. He wanted to beg for mercy, to explain, but immense fear and the cold reality choked his throat. He understood that when allomorphic counterparts met, it was a matter of life or death. For the sake of this face, I'll give you one last chance. Dai Yuang's voice showed no emotion. Do you have any unfulfilled wishes? A final flicker of light burst forth in Simp Yuang's eyes. He almost used all his strength to hoarsely shout, help me win Juju's heart. Tell her I truly love her. Even at the last moment of his life, what he yearned for was still his unrequited love. Upon hearing this, the last possible subtle connection Dai Yuang might have felt, as a fellow transmigrator, completely vanished from his eyes, leaving only pure coldness and disgust. You are indeed beyond saving. He slowly raised his palm. Within his palm, an extreme chill began to condense, as if the surrounding air was about to freeze. It's just a pity, I only asked if you had any wishes, and I didn't promise to fulfill them. Carry your unwillingness and foolishness, and completely disappear. As his words fell, that palm, imbued with the Snow Empress's unique skill and the great cold without snow artistic conception, and further enveloped by the extreme icy power of the fate reversal heavenly demon pill, mercilessly struck the bootlicker's chest. PFF'd. There was no violent collision sound, only a faint muffled thud, like the shattering of ice crystals. The bootlicker Yuang's eyes instantly widened to the extreme, filled with disbelief, fear, and finally, a solidified obsession with Shujuju. Suddenly remembering something, as if in a final burst of life, he uttered his last words, in my stead, take care of my mother and younger brother Luolai, I beg you. He finally showed a bit of conscience at the end, remembering his family. I can agree to that. Dai Yuang said. He had originally intended to use the bootlicker's identity. With that, his heart was instantly shattered and frozen by the extreme ice, and his life force was severed in an instant. The moment he drew his last breath. Chapter 14 Twin Martial Spirits, Evil Shadow Demon Tiger. Roar. A bizarre, abyssal, inky black light, accompanied by a roar, suddenly burst forth from his corpse. Within the light, the furious, evil, yet infinitely excited and relieved roar of a tiger reverberated throughout the 4 fields. A phantom of an evil shadow demonic tiger, completely black with crimson eyes and surrounded by tangible shadows and an ominous aura, suddenly broke free from the gradually cooling corpse. It roared to the sky, its voice surging, as if celebrating its freedom from a weak, foolish host who could not unleash its power. Immediately after, the phantom of the evil shadow demonic tiger suddenly turned its head, its crimson eyes fixed on Daluo, who stood beside it, filled with desire, submission, and recognition. It let out a low, urging roar, then transformed into a black lightning bolt, charging towards Daluo and instantly merging into his glabella. Ah! Daluo's body shook violently, feeling an immense, pure dark energy surge into him like a bursting river, wildly fusing with his original spirit power. His spirit power level began to skyrocket at a terrifying speed. At the same time, all the mysteries, applications, and insights into the evil shadow demonic tiger martial soul were imprinted deep within his soul-like instinct. In his sea of consciousness, next to the fate reversal heavenly demon pill, another colossal phantom slowly condensed and solidified. It was precisely the unruly, evil, and domineering evil shadow demonic tiger martial soul. In his mind, Snow Empress's voice, tinged with a hint of awe and understanding, softly echoed, "Heh, an elegenic identical twin, one personally eliminated the other, and as expected, naturally inherited everything from him. His spirit power, and even his very existence. Twin spirits, the evil shadow demonic tiger and the fate reversal heavenly demon pill, Daluo, you have truly become a monstrous existence now." Daluo felt the surging new power within him, and the distinctly different second spirit, slowly clenched his fists, a cold and satisfied smile appearing on his face. A monster, perhaps. But in this world, only monsters can survive better. He glanced at the bootlicker's corpse on the ground. Instead of destroying it, he used extreme ice to freeze it, preventing decay, and then stored it in a spirit tool. This bootlicker's corpse might have a purpose in the future. From this moment on, there was only one Daluo in the world. After killing his useless self and absorbing all of its power essence, Daluo did not leave immediately. He knew that leaving now would be suspicious. The best disguise was to completely replace everything about the other person, including identity and social relationships. He sat down cross-legged on the spot, closed his eyes, and immersed his mind within his body, beginning to carefully comprehend the spirit he had just acquired, the true power of this body, the evil shadow demonic tiger. In his sea of consciousness, the phantom of the fierce tiger, completely black with blood-red eyes and surrounded by ominous shadows, let out a low, satisfied roar. Unlike the restrained and mysterious power of the fate reversal heavenly demon pill, the evil shadow demonic tiger martial soul exuded a pure and domineering aura of darkness and destruction, full of bestial power. A mutated form of the evil eyes white tiger, Daluo mused, its physical strength is no less than that of a genuine white tiger. Its energy attacks are more corrosive and destructive, and its attack methods are more bizarre and unpredictable. It truly lives up to its name as a top-tier mutated beast spirit. He felt a touch of regret that such a powerful spirit had been wasted for so many years by that bootlicker. Such immense power, yet used for groveling and fawning, was truly a pearl cast before swine. As his perception deepened, the three spirit rings suspended around the evil shadow demonic tiger martial soul clearly appeared in his consciousness, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Although that bootlicker had been lax in cultivation, at least in terms of spirit ring configuration, the White Tiger Duke's mansion had not mistreated him, a concubine's son, still providing the optimal conventional allocation. The 3 spirit rings, ages were approximately 400, 700, and 1,500 years, respectively. He quickly processed the information from the spirit and spirit rings, understanding the effects of these 3 spirit abilities. First spirit ability, Demonic Tiger Body. Initially activates the Demonic Tiger bloodline, comprehensively enhancing one's strength, speed, defense, and neural reaction speed by 50%. Faint dark shadow patterns appear around the body, slightly increasing resistance to physical and energy attacks. Second spirit ability, Evil Shadow Soul Splitting Claw. Condenses shadow and destruction attribute energy into both claws, launching a swift and fierce tearing attack. The attack trajectory is bizarre, able to some extent ignore the opponent's physical defense, and cause a slight impact and stinging sensation to the mental force of the target hit. Third spirit ability, Shadow Boiling. causes the evil shadow energy within the body to become active like boiling water, entering a frenzied state. In this state, strength, speed, defense, and mental force are doubled, negative statuses can be resisted to some extent, physical flexibility and explosive power are enhanced, and short distance, small-scale shadow displacement can be performed to evade attacks. These three spirit abilities could be considered mutated and upgraded versions of the White Tiger Spirit's common White Tiger Body Barrier, White Tiger Light Wave, and White Tiger Vajra transformation. Three quite practical spirit abilities, especially the third spirit ability's shadow displacement. Dai Yuang evaluated in his mind, indeed, the effect is many times stronger than when that good-for-nothing used it. At the same time, he also clearly felt his spirit power level surge. The bootlicker's level 31 spirit power merged into his original level 17 spirit power like rivers flowing into the sea. Ultimately, his spirit power stabilized at level 38. From level 17, he leapt to level 38, breaking through 21 levels. It seemed a bit small, but it was actually reasonable. For a spirit master's cultivation, the later stages require an exponentially increasing total amount of spirit power for each level. The tens of levels of spirit power at the spirit scholar and spirit master ranks were not too vast for a spirit elder. If it were a titled Douluo, even if all the spirit power of a spirit emperor were infused into him, an increase of half a level would be considered a significant gain. A level 38 spirit elder, although still far from a spirit king like Shujuju, has already caught up with most peers. More importantly, Dai Yuang clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him. Because the two are of the same origin, the absorbed spirit power foundation is still incredibly solid, and its twin spirits. Just as he was initially familiarizing himself with his new power, a green figure sped from a distance, landing lightly before him. It was the Wind Wolf Soul King guard. The guard's breathing was slightly hurried, but there were no obvious injuries on his body. Clearly, as an agility attack system Spirit King, it was not difficult to contend with a low-level attack system Spirit Emperor without optimal spirit ring configuration and retreat unscathed. Chapter 15 Shrek. Young Master, your subordinate has returned. The guard bowed respectfully, then raised his head, and a hint of confusion flashed in his eyes when his gaze fell upon Dai Yuang. Strange, the young master actually looks completely unharmed. He just changed his clothes. Did Huang Heian make such a big fuss bringing a spirit emperor over just to chat with the young master and get him dirty? That doesn't make sense. Moreover, the young master's demeanor seems a bit different. He couldn't quite pinpoint what was different, it was just a feeling, a bit less of his usual timidity and impulsiveness, and a bit more calmness and composure. When Dai Yuang saw the guard naturally report to him upon arrival, he understood. After devouring that bootlicker, he not only gained his strength and spirit, but also the sense of presence that had been divided away. Now, in everyone's eyes, he was Dai Yuang, and would no longer be easily ignored. He slowly stood up, brushed off non-existent dust from his clothes, and said in a calm tone, Since you've returned, let's depart as soon as possible. We've been delayed for so long, if we don't hurry, I'm afraid we'll truly miss the Academy's opening day. His voice was calm and unwavering, carrying an undeniable authority, completely unlike the timid, panicky bootlicker he had been before. The guard's doubts deepened upon hearing this. But he carefully examined Dai Yuang's face and confirmed without a doubt that it was indeed his young master. He could only attribute that strange feeling to his young master having just experienced an attack and being shaken, or perhaps having been woken up. After all, it was possible for one's personality to change after such an ordeal. He suppressed his doubts and respectfully replied, Yes, young master. The carriage is destroyed, your subordinate will go to the nearest town to find another means of transport. No need for the trouble. Dai Yuang waved his hand, this place is still far from the next town, and going back and forth would waste too much time. You're fast enough, just take me directly. Arriving at Shrek as early as possible is the priority. The guard was stunned for a moment, then nodded, the young master is right, it was my oversight. However, he was even more surprised in his heart. In the past, this young master was very particular about comfort and pomp, yet he actually took the initiative to suggest rushing on the road, enduring the elements. Dai Yuang said no more, signaling the guard to lead the way. The guard composed himself, his spirit once again possessing his body. He carefully supported Dai Yuang's arm, as a spirit elder's speed was far incomparable to a spirit king's. Then his figure moved, transforming into a green blur, and he sped along the main road towards Shrek Academy. Carried by the Wind Wolf Soul King Guard, Dai Yuang traveled at lightning speed, finally arriving at his destination, Shrek City. The majestic city walls seemed to have stood there since ancient times, their height and thickness far surpassing those of Star Luo Imperial City. The walls were covered with mottled traces left by time and spirit abilities, silently recounting the long years it had endured and the possible baptism of war. At the city gate, carriages flowed like water and people like weaving threads. Spirit masters, merchants, and scholars from all over the Douluo continent came and went in an endless stream. This was Shrek City, the undisputed #1 city on the Douluo continent. Its fame and status did not stem from the might of an empire, but rather entirely from the academy located in the city center, an academy with a 10,000-year legend, Shrek Academy. Dai Yuang slowed his pace, his gaze sweeping over this magnificent city, and information about the city and the academy naturally surfaced in his mind. 10,000 years ago, a spirit saint named Flender founded Shrek Academy. The initial motto was strict and peculiar. Only monsters are accepted, not ordinary people. Who would have thought that this initially obscure small academy would produce that generation of Shrek 7 devils, led by Tang San, who all eventually became gods, creating a myth on the Douluo continent that was unprecedented and difficult to replicate. Shrek Academy thus leapt to become a sacred place in the hearts of spirit masters on the Douluo continent. After 10,000 years of inheritance, it had long been firmly seated on the throne of the #1 academy on the Douluo continent, aloof and detached, belonging to no country, yet its influence was enough to make any emperor wary and compel them to treat it with courtesy. The dean of the academy held a status equal to that of an emperor. Over 4,000 years ago, during the epic war caused by the collision of two continents, the Douluo continent side suffered repeated defeats in the early stages of the war. At a critical juncture, it was the then dean of Shrek Academy who, with his unparalleled prestige, rallied nearly 60 titled Douluo from across the Douluo continent, took command of the three armies in a time of crisis, and ultimately turned the tide, defeating the Sun Moon Empire and bringing about the unification of the two continents. After this battle, Shrek Academy's transcendent status could no longer be shaken by anyone. However, 10,000 years of time and exalted status also brought new problems. All the royal families, nobles, and major powers on the Douluo continent racked their brains to send their children to this sacred place for gilding. No matter how transcendent Shrek Academy was, it could not completely ignore the wishes of the entire Douluo continent's upper society. But how could the Academy's founding principle of only accepting monsters be easily changed? Thus, a compromise and ingenious solution came into being, the establishment of an inner court and an outer court. The admission threshold for the outer court was relatively relaxed. As long as one's talent was not too terrible, and they could obtain a letter of recommendation from a noble, a renowned spirit master, or an official of imperial city lord level or above, they could generally gain admission. This was considered giving face to all forces across the Douluo continent, fulfilling their desire to send their children to Shrek. But the true core, the essence of Shrek Academy, always lay in the inner court. The inner court was located on the island in the center of the mysterious sea god lake, in the core area of Shrek City, and was a true gathering place for monsters. Most of the Academy's top resources, secret techniques, and teaching staff were tilted towards the inner court. Only the most outstanding geniuses in the outer court, through extremely rigorous assessments, or by demonstrating astonishing talent that made people overlook the rules, could be exceptionally promoted into the inner court. We've given you face, whether you can enter the true core and gain actual benefits depends on the abilities of your own children. This was Shrek Academy's silent declaration to the outside world. This system was quite in line with the reality of this world. It maintained its transcendent status and the principle of selecting elites, while subtly balancing its relationship with various powers. Young master, shall we go directly to the academy to report? The Wind Wolf Soul King guard beside him asked in a low voice, interrupting his thoughts. Dai Yuang withdrew his gaze and nodded, go directly to the outer court registration office. The identity he was currently assuming was still that of an outer court student. As for the inner court, he actually didn't anticipate entering it like others. The outer court seemed to allow graduation at level 40, and he was not far from level 40 now. He would find an opportunity to leave Shrek. He didn't like it here. Dai Yuang straightened his robes and strode towards the magnificent complex of buildings that symbolized one of the highest spirit master academies on the Douluo continent. A new stage was already before his eyes. Chapter 16, First Encounter with Wang Dong at College. After completing the registration procedures with Dai Yuang, the Windwolf guard swiftly took his leave, returning to Douluo City to report. Dai Yuang stood inside the magnificent gate of Shrek Academy, his brows slightly furrowed as he observed the bustling students around him, brimming with youth and vitality. He realized he had made a not-so-small mistake. Although he had devoured Simp Yuang's spirit power, spirit, and even spirit ring, he had neglected to absorb his memories. A miscalculation, he thought to himself. Which class was this guy in? What's his dorm number? And who were his roommates? Just as he stood there, attempting to glean this everyday information from the few remaining soul fragments of the bootlicker, an anxious yet clear voice called out from behind him, Dai Yuang. Dai Yuang turned around to see a young man hurrying towards him. The newcomer was dressed in a Shrek Academy uniform, yet it could not hide his peerless beauty. He had short, powder blue hair, skin as fair as snow, and features as exquisite as the most perfect masterpiece from heaven. His large eyes were currently wide and glistening with anxiety. His beauty was such that it made many women feel ashamed of their own appearance. Dai Yuang's looks were also considered top tier, but compared to this person, he was indeed a notch inferior. He was wondering who this was when the other person rushed up to him, urgently asking, Dai Yuang, have you seen Yuhao? Today is the last day for new semester registration, but he still hasn't returned. Where on earth did he go? He had been somewhat puzzled as to who the newcomer was. But upon hearing the other party's urgent search for Yuhao, coupled with his looks that were even more beautiful than a woman's, Dai Yuang immediately understood the newcomer's identity. Besides that good brother, who shared a dorm with Yuhao and was extremely close to him, the owner of the goddess of light butterfly spirit, Wang Dong, who else could it be? He remembered the original plot. After the first school year, Yuhao went to the extreme north land to obtain his second spirit, the Ice Jade Empress Scorpion, and with the help of the Tianmeng Iceworm and Ice Empress, he acquired his second spirit ring for his spiritual eye. This process took a considerable amount of time, causing him to ultimately be late. It seemed now was the time when Wang Dong was frantic because he couldn't find Yuhao. Don't worry, Yuhao is fine, Dai Yuang replied calmly. He will be back very soon. By the way, Wang Dong, let me ask you something. For the new semester, does our academy have a rule about changing dorms? Wang Dong was startled by his words, keenly sensing something unusual. The old Dai Yuang always spoke of Yuhao with exceptional warmth and intimacy, calling him Yuhao, or brother Yuhao. When had he ever addressed him by his full name in such a flat tone? Moreover, he actually asked a basic common-sense question like, does the academy have a rule about changing dorms? Change dorms. Although Wang Dong was puzzled, he was more worried about Yuhao at the moment, so he replied irritably, of course not. Once dorms are assigned, they remain unchanged until graduation. Don't you even know that? Oh, so my dorm is still in. Dai Yuang deliberately slowed his speech, pretending to recall with effort. Wang Dong was burning with anxiety at the moment, eager to find Yuhao, and had no patience to wait for him to finish speaking. She immediately interrupted, of course it's still room 107. It's next to my and Yuhao's room 108. How could you forget that? Her tone carried clear impatience. Thanks. Dai Yuang got the information he wanted, a subtle curve appearing at the corner of his mouth, though his tone of gratitude seemed somewhat perfunctory. What's wrong with this guy today? Wang Dong looked at Dai Yuang's. Retreating back, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. Although the other party was thanking her, there was none of the usual fawning and enthusiasm in his tone, but rather a sense of distance and indifference. Forget it, what he does has nothing to do with me. Wang Dong shook her head, casting aside that bit of doubt. The most urgent task is to find Yuhao first. She immediately turned around and continued to inquire with Huo Yuhao's acquaintances like Bei Bei, Tang Ya, and Xiao Xiao for news. Meanwhile, Dai Yuang followed the signs and successfully found the new student dormitory building, heading straight to the door of room 107. He pushed open the door. It was a standard double room, simply furnished but tidy. By the window, a young man sat at a desk, intently reading a thick book that emanated faint spirit power fluctuations. The book was quite peculiar, its cover was ancient, and only the first 2 pages meticulously depicted a certain spirit beast with accompanying text, while the subsequent pages were blank. Upon hearing the door open, the young man looked up. Seeing it was Dai Yuang, a friendly smile appeared on his face. "Yuang, you're here. How was your vacation?" Dai Yuang's gaze swept over the peculiar book, quickly analyzing, this is no ordinary book, but a spirit. This person's spirit power level is in the 20s, possessing 2 spirit rings, which is why his book only has content on the first 2 pages. In Huo Yuhao's generation, there is only one person with a book-type spirit and these characteristics. A suitable smile also appeared on his face. As he put down his luggage, he said naturally, "Zhou Sichen, long time no see. You're truly diligent, still quietly researching your spirit at this hour." The young man named Zhou Sichen smiled somewhat sheepishly upon hearing this, closing the treasure codex spirit in his hand. "Sigh, don't even mention it. Although my spirit is hailed by the teachers as a top-tier tool spirit, its development paths are simply too numerous. Its strong plasticity makes it difficult to decide. The teachers keep telling me to carefully consider which direction to take." His treasure codex spirit was extremely special. It could absorb the soul power of various spirit beasts and transform it into spirit abilities within its pages. In other words, whatever spirit beast he hunted, he could summon that spirit beast to battle. His current 2 spirit abilities summoned the attack system Earth Demon Bear and Fire Demon Tiger, which is why he was troubled by the choice for his 3rd spirit ring. Some suggested that since his first 2 spirit abilities were both attack system, he should stick to that path, gathering 9 attack-type summoned beasts to maximize offense. Others felt that the treasure codex spirit was so rare and interesting that it should be developed comprehensively, subsequently adding defensive, control, or even support-type summoned beasts to make his combat style more varied and flexible. Zhou Sichen was deeply conflicted about this. Seeing his roommate return, he subconsciously wanted to hear others' opinions. "Yuang, you've come at a good time. Considering my first 2 spirit abilities are both attack system, what do you think I should do with my future path? Should I continue to stack attack, or start to transition?" Dai Yuang was tidying his bed, not even looking up, and simply replied with 2 words, "Whatever." Chapter 17 The Legacy of Dog Licking. Zhou Sichen was startled, thinking he had misheard. Whatever. Yuang, you, even if I'm not the usual object of your bootlicking, we're still roommates. There's no need to be so perfunctory." Dai Yuang finally stopped what he was doing, turned to look at Zhou Sichen, and retorted, "Are your first 2 spirit abilities still important when you reach the Spirit Saint, Spirit Douluo, or even titled Douluo level?" Zhou Sichen was stunned by the question. Spirit beast summoned by mere 100-year spirit rings, Dai Yuang's tone was calm, yet carried a penetrating coolness. "If one day you can break through to the titled Douluo realm and fight against powerhouses of the same level, do you think your demonic bear and demonic tiger summoned by 100-year spirit rings can have much effect on such a battlefield? Can they intervene in that level of battle?" Zhou Sichen opened his mouth but couldn't retort. The limit of 100-year spirit rings was indeed very low. In the later stages, unless the spirit itself was extremely special or there were other opportunities, 100-year spirit abilities would basically be eliminated or only used for auxiliary purposes. "So," Dai Yuang continued, as if stating an obvious fact, "you don't have to be fixated on the attack system for your 3rd and 4th spirit rings. Instead, you can consider looking for spirit beasts with special auxiliary abilities. For example, spirit beasts that can increase the power of your other summoned beasts by a percentage, or provide group buffs, or inflict negative statuses. First, build up your auxiliary framework. Then, starting from the 5th spirit ring, when absorbing 10,000-year spirit rings, you can then choose truly powerful combat-type spirit beasts that can serve as core combat power, based on your team's positioning or personal preference, to include in your tome. This way, your auxiliary spirit abilities can always be active, strengthening your main summoned beasts. He paused, then added a final sentence, his tone carrying a hint of subtle sarcasm. Of course, if your expectation for yourself is to remain at a low level, only wanting to bully weaker opponents at the spirit ancestor or spirit elder level, then just pretend I didn't say anything, and continuing to focus on your attack system is also fine. After speaking, he no longer paid attention to Zhou Sichen, who was lost in thought, and continued to sort his luggage. Zhou Sichen was completely dumbfounded, sitting on the chair, staring blankly at the empty desk in front of him, Dai Yuang's words echoing repeatedly in his mind. Yes, the future potential of 100-year spirit abilities was limited. Why should he let his first 2 spirit abilities restrict his future development path? First, build an auxiliary system, and then choose core main summoned beasts when the quality of the spirit rings improves. This was truly a far-sighted plan. He suddenly looked up at his roommate, whose temperament seemed completely different from before the holidays, and whose words were full of calmness and insight, his eyes filled with shock and enlightenment. Yuang, what you said makes so much sense. Zhou Sichen was so excited he almost jumped up. How could I not have thought of it? Thank you. You've helped me solve a big problem. Dai Yuang merely gave a faint, as if he had just said something insignificant. However, his seemingly casual guidance made Zhou Sichen look at him with new eyes, secretly surprised. After not seeing him for a holiday, Dai Yuang seems to have become completely different. After the opening ceremony the next day, classes would officially begin. Although Dai Yuang didn't want to attend classes at Shrek, his current identity was that of the previous bootlicker. Bear with it for now, he admonished himself. My current identity is that of the bootlicker, so I can't be too unconventional and arouse unnecessary suspicion. Even if I want to leave, I need to find a legitimate reason that won't cause the Academy's displeasure. There's no need to actively challenge the rules of the continent's strongest academy, Shrek, and add unnecessary trouble to myself. Fortunately, he had Zhou Sichen, a warm-hearted roommate and deskmate. Dai Yuang only needed to silently follow him, whether it was going to which classroom or where to sit, he didn't need to bother finding it himself. Zhou Sichen seemed to have completely regarded him as a good friend with whom he could exchange cultivation insights, and along the way, he was still excitedly discussing the future development of the tome spirit, completely unconcerned by Dai Yuang's occasional concise responses. However, on the first day of school, during the first class, trouble still found him. As soon as the two sat down in their respective seats, Dai Yuang felt 2 gazes, clearly filled with doubt, fall upon him. He looked up and saw Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao. In Wang Dong's beautiful pink-blue eyes, besides doubt, there was more displeasure and impatience from waiting. Xiao Xiao, on the other hand, was more curious and puzzled. Zhou Sichen, sitting next to him, gently nudged Dai Yuang with his elbow and whispered, "Yuang, did you forget something important?" Dai Yuang paused slightly, quickly scanning the items on his desk. Textbooks, notebooks, pens, nothing was missing. He looked at Zhou Sichen and retorted, "Something important. Did I bring the wrong book?" Zhou Sichen's expression became a bit awkward. He leaned in closer, his voice even lower, "Not books, it's breakfast. Did you forget? Since the beginning of last semester, haven't you always proactively brought breakfast for Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao? You didn't bring it today. Dai Yuang was instantly speechless, black lines seemingly appearing on his forehead. That dead bootlicker, he really carried out service to the extreme. He even covered all 3 meals for them. Absolutely no bottom line. Now, he's left him with such a mess. Just as he was frantically complaining internally about the vanished old Yuang, Wang Dong could no longer hold back. She was already extremely irritable because Huo Yuhao hadn't returned, and she had waited hungry for half the morning. Seeing Dai Yuang show no reaction, and even whispering with Zhou Sichen, her temper immediately flared up. She stood up directly, across several rows of seats, and asked with obvious displeasure in her voice, "Dai Yuang, where's my breakfast?" Her tone was very natural, as if this wasn't a request but a rightful inquiry. Clearly, the bootlicker Yuang's attentive service over the past year had made her accustomed to it. In short, she was spoiled rotten. The previously noisy chatter in the classroom quieted down considerably due to Wang Dong's abrupt question. Many classmates looked over curiously, their gazes sweeping back and forth between Dai Yuang and Wang Dong. Dai Yuang looked up, his gaze calmly meeting Wang Dong's slightly angry eyes, and spoke indifferently, "I forgot today." Wang Dong frowned, about to speak, when she heard Dai Yuang continue in that unperturbed tone, "And, starting tomorrow, I will also forget." He paused, as if stating an established fact, "So, starting tomorrow, student Wang Dong, remember to wake up early and go to the cafeteria for breakfast." After speaking, he no longer looked at Wang Dong's instantly darkened face, and calmly opened the textbook on his desk, as if he had just said, "The weather is nice today." Chapter 18 Future Planning Adventures and Guardians. Zhou Sichen watched from the side, dumbfounded, his mouth slightly agape, almost unable to believe his ears. Was this still Dai Yuang, who was almost always responsive to Wang Dong and Huo Yuhao, and even proactively offered to help them? Wang Dong was completely enraged by his cold and even somewhat indifferent attitude. Since she was a child, when had she ever been treated so perfunctorily by anyone? Especially by someone who had previously always tried to please her. Wang Dong's pretty face flushed with anger, and she slammed the table, about to stand up and argue. Xiao Xiao, seeing this, quickly reached out and pulled her sleeve, whispering, "Forget it, Wang Dong. It's just breakfast. It's a kindness if he brings it, and it's his right not to. This isn't a big deal anyway. Tomorrow, we can just go to the cafeteria ourselves." Xiao Xiao's personality was relatively gentle and rational. Although she also found Dai Yuang a bit strange today, she didn't believe he was obligated to bring them breakfast. She also didn't want to get into a conflict with a classmate in the classroom on the first day of the new semester. Wang Dong's chest heaved a few times. She looked at the gazes from the surrounding classmates, then at Xiao Xiao, who was trying to comfort her. In the end, she suppressed her anger and sat down resentfully. But she still glared fiercely at Dai Yuang's back, muttering in a voice only those nearby could hear, "Who cares if he brings it?" Humph. A small commotion was temporarily quelled. However, the atmosphere in the classroom became somewhat subtle. Almost all the classmates who knew Dai Yuang felt his immense change at this moment. The fawning, enthusiastic demeanor, as if he couldn't wait to revolve around the trio of Wang Dong, had vanished, replaced by a cold aloofness and indifference. Zhou Sichen secretly glanced at Dai Yuang, who was flipping through a book as if nothing had happened, swallowed, and thought to himself, what exactly did Yuang experience this holiday? Why does he seem like a completely different person? Meanwhile, Dai Yuang's thoughts had long since drifted elsewhere. He was only thinking about how to more efficiently use his time at the academy and how to find a reasonable excuse to leave the academy as soon as possible. Wang Dong's anger, the classmates' discussions. He didn't care at all. At this moment, an old woman with a serious face, sharp, eagle-like eyes, and wearing a blue teacher's robe walked in with firm steps. Just by standing there, her gaze sweeping across the room, an invisible pressure instantly silenced the previously chattering classroom. It was the homeroom teacher, Zhou Yi, famous for her strict and perverted teaching methods. The first day of school, and it's already as noisy as a market. What kind of decorum is this? Zhou Yi's voice was hoarse but extremely penetrating, carrying an undeniable authority. "I see you've had too comfortable a holiday, and your bones have all loosened up. If you have too much energy and can't stand each other, go to the Douluo arena and have a fight right now. If you lose, you'll have a good reason to lie in the infirmary and slack off, won't you?" Her cold gaze like knives scraped across a few students who had been whispering most fiercely when Wang Dong was angry, scaring them into immediately shrinking their necks. However, this scolding, which would have made most new students tremble with fear, was like wind in Dai Yuang's ears. He maintained a seemingly attentive sitting posture, but his eyes were somewhat unfocused. His mind was already completely immersed in his own affairs, and he hadn't heard a single word of Zhou Yi's blabbering. Now that my identity is replacing that guy, the spirit I usually use can naturally only be the evil shadow demonic tiger. The fate reversal heavenly demon pill and Snow Empress's spirit ring must be hidden as trump cards. He calmly analyzed his future plans. That's good. The evil shadow demonic tiger's spirit ring configuration is a standard 2 yellow, 1 purple, completely unremarkable. The first spirit ring of the heavenly demon pill is 700,000 years, which is too shocking, and unlike the Tianmeng iceworm, it cannot be disguised as a 10-year spirit ring. Once exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Currently, I urgently need 2 things. He clarified his thoughts. First, is an opportunity, or cheat, that can greatly boost my strength, like Tang San and Huo Yuhao had. This kind of thing cannot be obtained through systematic study at the academy, I must search for it outside. Second, is a reliable backer, or protector. On the surface, I am the White Tiger Duke's illegitimate son, but the protection this identity brings is limited and not fully under my control. I need power that truly belongs to me. He also threw these 2 core problems to Snow Empress to consider. Now that they were one body with 2 souls, sharing honor and disgrace, they naturally had to plan together. There was no harm in having more minds think together. Snow Empress's clear, cold voice responded in his mind, with a hint of teasing, I can't conjure up a fortuitous encounter for you, little brother. That kind of thing, as the name suggests, depends on your luck and destiny. However, regarding a protector, I do have an idea. My family, I still have a very powerful, very obedient little fellow. Dai Yuang's heart stirred, and he immediately thought of the existence in the original work. Sister Snow Empress must be talking about your godson, the Ice Bear King, Xiao Bai, right? It is indeed powerful, and given your face, it would definitely be willing to help. But, he changed his tone, pointing out the key issue, it is, after all, a spirit beast. Even if it can temporarily transform into human form after reaching the fierce beast level, a titled Douluo level, expert can easily see through its true nature. It is not suitable for long-term life in the human world and cannot be my overt protector. Oh, Snow Empress let out a slightly surprised chuckle. Little brother Yuang is truly knowledgeable, knowing so much about my precious son, Xiao Bai. She paused, her tone turning mysterious. However, the method I'm talking about isn't for Xiao Bai to directly be your bodyguard. Instead, we need to use Xiao Bai's power to help us deal with another spirit beast. Your fate reversal heavenly demon pill spirit has an extremely special rule. As long as it absorbs a spirit ring of 100,000 years or more, the first spirit ability produced is always a certain type of strengthening pill, while the second spirit ability will give birth to a completely different special spirit ability based on the characteristics of the absorbed spirit beast. Based on this, I know of an extremely special 100,000-year-old spirit beast that might be perfect for you right now. Snow Empress's voice carried a hint of temptation. You need to cultivate to level 40 as soon as possible, then find a way to ask the academy for leave to go out. We'll go find Xiao Bai, let it help suppress or even severely injure that spirit beast, and then you'll deliver the final blow. I have a way for you to absorb its spirit ring even if you're not at the required level. I suspect that the second spirit ability that spirit beast grants you will perfectly solve your most troublesome, protector, problem. Chapter 19, Shui Di's plan and Huo Yuhao's return. Dai Yuang's heart stirred upon hearing this. 100,000-year spirit ring. Another 100,000-year spirit ring. And from what Snow Empress said, the skill brought by this spirit ring would be very special. But he immediately calmed down and asked the most crucial question, 100,000-year spirit ring. With my current body strength and spirit power level, how can I withstand the energy impact of a 100,000-year spirit ring? Even with Xiao Bai's help to suppress it, I'm afraid it would be. Under normal circumstances, unless it's like my sister and I, who willingly perform a soul sacrifice and seal most of our power, it would indeed be impossible for a spirit ancestor like you to absorb a 100,000-year spirit ring. Snow Empress affirmed his concerns, but then her tone shifted. However, with me by your side now, I can help you seal a portion of that spirit ring's power, increasing your chances of successfully absorbing it. Its characteristics are simply a perfect match for you right now." Snow Empress's tone was full of confidence. Dai Yuang's curiosity was completely piqued. "Oh. What kind of spirit beast is so special?" "Don't rush," Snow Empress, for once, played coy, her voice carrying a hint of a smile. "When the time is right, you'll naturally know. Telling you now would just spoil the surprise. The most pressing matter is to reach level 40 as soon as possible." Dai Yuang was calm by nature, and seeing that Snow Empress was unwilling to say more, he didn't press further. After all, there was still some distance to level 40, and he had plenty of time. Moreover, he had considerable trust in Snow Empress's judgment. "Good," he responded concisely, his mind already listing, reach level 40 as soon as possible, and find a reasonable excuse to go out, as top priorities. Just as his sole conversation with Snow Empress came to an end, he felt Zhou Sichen next to him gently nudge his shoulder with an elbow. Yuang, what are you spacing out about? You didn't even notice class was over. How dare you zone out during old lady Zhou's class?" "Luckily she didn't come down to patrol today," Zhou Sichen whispered, reminding him. Dai Yuang suddenly woke up, only then realizing that his classmates were already packing up, preparing to leave the classroom in 2s and 3s. Zhou Yi's figure was long gone from the podium. It turned out that, without realizing it, he and Snow Empress had discussed for an entire class. As for what spirit master theories, combat techniques, or academy rules Zhou Yi had taught in this class, he had no idea. He stood up with a calm expression, beginning to pack up his textbooks, which he hadn't even opened many pages of, as if he had only taken a short nap. Zhou Sichen looked at him like this and couldn't help but mutter, "You're really strange today, but what you told me earlier about the development of my spirit was so insightful." "Thanks, brother." Dai Yuang noncommittally, Ed, his gaze already directed out the window, as if looking out at the extreme northland, or perhaps planning a path to leave the academy and journey towards greater power. Classroom knowledge, trivial matters among classmates, these were no longer important to him. A few days later, on a certain morning, a minor commotion arose at the entrance of Shrek Academy. A dust-covered young man finally appeared in everyone's sight. It was Yuhao, who had been missing for a long time. Wang Dong, who had been waiting anxiously near the entrance, was the first to spot him. She excitedly rushed over, both complaining and delighted, pulling him towards the academy, afraid he would miss anything else. Dai Yuang stood by the corridor window of the teaching building, watching this scene from afar. His gaze was calm, but his sole perception was like the most precise instrument, carefully scanning Yuhao. Indeed, he thought to himself, although the spirit power fluctuation is only around level 20, the spirit power is deep and icy cold. His spiritual sea is even more vast. It seems the Ice Jade Empress Scorpion is already in place. This guy currently had a 1,000,000-year spirit ring, a 400,000-year spirit ring, plus a 400,000-year torso spirit bone. Just the age of his spirit rings alone was nearly double his own. Yuang sighed a little. Since that guy in the Mark of the Sky wanted to throw him over, why couldn't he have thrown him earlier? The Tianmeng Iceworm was one thing, but now even gathering the Snow Empress and Ice Empress had become a luxury. As for Yuhao himself, Dai Yuang honestly felt nothing. He had neither the natural goodwill or sympathy arising from the original plot, nor any excessive feelings of disgust. In his opinion, the early Yuhao was a hard-working, tenacious, somewhat clever, and principled normal person. Although he had a habit of cheating a bit, in a world where the strong prey on the weak, this wasn't a major flaw. Unfortunately, after the Valley of Affection, this guy gradually fell into the meticulously woven net of Tang San. The so-called tempering, the so-called opportunities, and even love and destiny, were all clearly calculated by that high and mighty God King. The dignified son of fortune of his generation, who should have had infinite possibilities, ultimately devolved into Tang San's most loyal dog for maintaining family rule and extending the authority of the God realm. Truly lamentable and pitiable. Just as his thoughts were swirling, the news of Yuhao's return had already alarmed the academy's higher-ups. As the original plot unfolded, Zhou Yi and Vice Dean Fan Yu of the Soul Tool Department immediately stepped forward, using Huo Yuhao's status as a core disciple of the Soul Tool Department as a reason to protect him from being expelled for tardiness. And this naturally drew strong questioning and difficulties from Zhou Yi's old rival, Class 2 homeroom teacher Mu Jin. The two argued endlessly in the academic affairs office, one insisting that rules must be enforced, the other emphasizing the special status of a Soul Tool Department core disciple and Huo Yuhao's value. Although Dai Yuang was not present, he could imagine the tense atmosphere. The feud between Mu Jin and Zhou Yi was no secret in the academy. There were both emotional entanglements and the old grudge of Zhou Yi expelling Mu Jin's younger brother years ago. The two were almost irreconcilable. Core disciple. Dai Yuang stroked his chin. He remembered that he seemed to be one of the core disciples as well. This was not surprising. Although Simp Yuang, with his level 30+ spirit power at 14, couldn't compare to monsters who reached Spirit King at 14, 15, or 16, he was still quite good within the scope of ordinary geniuses. What's more, his spirit was the evil shadow demonic tiger, which had undergone a beneficial mutation, a top-tier attack system beast spirit with immense potential. In last year's freshman assessment competition, although the bootlicker's individual strength wasn't the absolute top, he had good luck, was assigned decent teammates, and he himself fought with all his might to perform in front of Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong, and others, eventually stumbling his way to the top 4 and earning the qualification of a core disciple. This identity can be put to good use, a glint flashed in Dai Yuang's eyes. Core disciples not only had the privilege of immunity from expulsion but also enjoyed many conveniences in terms of resource exchange, library access, consulting teachers, and even requesting leave. This provided a good layer of camouflage for his subsequent plans. He watched Huo Yuhao, who was finally surrounded by Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao as he left the academic affairs office and headed to the classroom, his gaze profound. Huo Yuhao's cheat is already in place. I must also speed up. Level 40. I must reach it as soon as possible. That special 100,000-year spirit beast Snow Empress spoke of, I am determined to obtain it. He no longer lingered, turning and walking towards the classroom. The peaceful life at Shrek Academy, for him, was merely a dormant period for accumulating strength and waiting for the opportune moment. The true stage lay in the vast and dangerous world outside the academy. Chapter 20. The Bet Between the Land Sisters, Dai Waban, and Huo Yuhao. The next time I saw Huo Yuhao was at the dining hall. Shrek Academy's dining hall was as lively and boisterous as ever. Dai Yuang sat alone at a table by the wall, eating unhurriedly. However, he soon realized that eating a quiet meal seemed to be a luxury. The deceased Simp Yuang, though his actions were despicable to him, had indeed put effort into managing his interpersonal relationships and was quite popular. He was handsome, remarkably talented, and a son of the White Tiger Duke's mansion. Even as a concubine's son, he was several social classes above the daughters of ordinary minor nobles. Moreover, unlike Dai Waban, he did not have a clear betrothal to Zhu Lu. These combined factors made him a suitable dating prospect in the eyes of many female students and even some noblewomen from ordinary families. Furthermore, while being a bootlicker was looked down upon, such a personality was often associated with labels like enthusiastic, gentle, and helpful. Although Simp Yuang primarily focused his energy on bootlicking the main characters like Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao, and his beloved Shu Juju, he was also polite and considerate to other classmates, occasionally offering small favors. As a result, his popularity was surprisingly good. Sure enough, shortly after he sat down, two figures carrying their meal trays cheerfully sat opposite him. Big Brother Yuang, you've been back at the academy for so long, why haven't you come to play with us? A clear and lively voice asked. Exactly, my sister and I have missed you so much, another voice, slightly more reserved, but also clearly affectionate, added. Dai Yuang looked up. Before him were two almost identical, delicate and lovely faces. Both girls had striking waist-length blue hair. One's hair was a deep, ocean-like blue, while the other's was a lighter, lake-like shade. Although Dai Yuang recognized the identity of this pair of sisters, he originally didn't know what his relationship with them was. Fortunately, during this time, he had received a lot of information about the former simp Yuang from Zhou Sichen. These sisters were actually his teammates from last year's freshman assessment, the Lan sisters, Lan Luoluo and Lan Susu. Their sisters possessed a rather good control system spirit fusion skill, Heaven and Earth Net, which provided considerable assistance in last year's freshman competition. The spirits of these twin sisters were quite unique, their hair, which could be considered a type of body spirit. It was a pity, though, that hair was not considered a particularly important part of the body, so the quality of their spirits could only be considered good, far from reaching the level of top-tier body spirits. The strength of a body spirit largely depends on the importance of the body part it represents. However, if they could undergo a secondary awakening, the quality of their spirits should improve further. At that time, both teachers and students believed that the future achievements of these sisters would be limited. Only that Simp Yuang, upon first meeting the sisters that year, sincerely declared, "Silky black hair, like a waterfall, is a symbol of a woman's glory and beauty." He even recited 2 lines of poetic verse he had plagiarized from his previous life on the spot: "Hair like dark clouds falling to the ground, hands like slender bamboo shoots with skin like congealed fat, and black hair ties my heart to you, every inch filled with longing." He praised their hair profusely, saying that a strand of black hair could convey deep affection and was an incredibly important token. This awkward flattery surprisingly made the sisters' favorability towards him greatly increase. How troublesome, Dai Yuang muttered to himself. He had no interest in these sisters, nor did he want to get involved in his predecessor's romantic entanglements. He just wanted to quickly brush them off to avoid them noticing any discrepancies. He was about to find an excuse to deflect when his gaze shifted, and he happened to see 2 more groups of people entering the dining hall. One group was led by Dai Waban, accompanied by Zhu Lu and Kui Yaji. The 3 of them looked arrogant, carrying the inherent superiority of the White Tiger Duke's direct lineage. The other group consisted of Huo Yuhao, who had just completed his procedures, along with the inseparable Wang Dong and the quiet Xiao Xiao. These 2 groups were truly enemies on a narrow road. The atmosphere turned sour the moment they met. When Dai Waban saw Huo Yuhao, old and new grudges surged, and he immediately began to mock him. Huo Yuhao, whose strength had greatly increased, and with Wang Dong assisting him, naturally refused to show weakness. The conflict between the 2 sides quickly escalated, soon turning into the bet from the original novel. Dai Waban wanted to compete against Huo Yuhao in the upcoming promotion assessment, and the stake was the prize Huo Yuhao had won in the freshman competition. The problem was that the prize was a spirit bone, which Huo Yuhao had long since given to Xiao Xiao, and it had already been absorbed by Xiao Xiao, becoming part of her left leg bone. They couldn't really make the young girl cut off her leg, could they? Just as Huo Yuhao was about to say, the spirit bone has already been absorbed by Xiao Xiao. Wait, a calm voice interjected, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Dai Yuang slowly stood up, walked to Huo Yuhao's side, and facing Dai Waban, spoke in a calm yet clear tone. Yuhao's prize from the freshman competition was a spirit bone. However, to thank me for taking care of him, as well as Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao, over the past year, he has already given that spirit bone to me. Now, the spirit bone is in my hands. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Dai Waban's slightly changed expression, and continued, "Since it's to be used as a stake, then I will be the one to put it forward." As he spoke, to everyone's astonished gazes, a light flashed in Dai Yuang's hand, and from his storage spirit tool, he took out a spirit bone that was entirely dark blue, emitting icy energy fluctuations, and shaped like some kind of tusk. This was the spirit bone he had obtained from the unfortunate 9th-rank spirit toolmaster's inheritance. He had already appraised it during this time. It was a left-arm bone, approximately 30,000 years old, from an ice attribute ice arrow pig. Huo Yuhao was stunned, and then his eyes welled up with deep emotion. He, of course, knew that the spirit bone from the freshman competition had long been given to Xiao Xiao. What his brother was showing now was clearly his own private collection. To help him out of a difficult situation, to support him against Dai Waban, his brother was willing to bring out such a precious spirit bone. "Brother," Huo Yuhao's voice was somewhat choked, and he was about to say something. Dai Yuang, however, raised a hand to interrupt him, his gaze fixed on Dai Waban, a seemingly calm but actually sharp smile playing on his lips. Dai Waban, since we're betting, your stake must be of the same level as ours, right? So, if you win against Yuhao, this spirit bone in my hand is yours. If Yuhao wins against you, he deliberately drew out his tone, then you'll compensate me with another spirit bone. After all, this stake was genuinely put forward by me first. For fairness, your stake also has to be a spirit bone, doesn't it? Dai Yuang, familiar with the original plot, knew very well that Huo Yuhao would definitely win this promotion assessment with his powerful second spirit and ultimate ice. This was simply a golden opportunity to gain a spirit bone for free, like an empty-handed swindle. There was no reason not to do it. It seemed that the good big brother to Huo Yuhao identity of that bootlicker was sometimes useful after all. Chapter 21, A Side Bet on Soul Bones. Dai Waban's expression instantly turned extremely ugly. He stared at Dai Yuang, his tone filled with anger and confusion. Dai Yuang. What kind of bewitching potion did this Huo Yuhao give you? It's one thing for you to bootlick Shu Juju at home, but here you are bootlicking Huo Yuhao again. Do you feel uncomfortable if you don't bootlick someone for a day? We are the ones from the Dai family. He truly couldn't understand why this illegitimate fellow always sided with outsiders. Starting last year, he had been exceptionally considerate and protective of Huo Yuhao. Facing his questioning, Dai Yuang merely smiled faintly and repeated, "Why do you ask so many questions? Just tell me, are you betting or not?" Bet. Why wouldn't I bet? Dai Waban was completely enraged by his attitude. He gritted his teeth and said, "You all just wait for me. It's just a spirit bone, I, Dai Waban, can afford to bet." After speaking, he snorted coldly and left the cafeteria in a huff, accompanied by a worried Zulu and a Kui Yaji with a complex gaze. A commotion temporarily subsided. Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao immediately gathered around. "Brother, thank you so much just now." Huo Yuhao sincerely thanked him, his face filled with gratitude. Although he could sense that his brother's kindness towards him might have ulterior motives, ever since he was little, Dai Yuang was indeed one of the few people in the Duke's mansion who had given him warmth. In his heart, among the Dai family, only this brother, Dai Yuang, and his younger brother, Dai Luoli, could give him some sense of belonging. Moreover, with Dai Yuang's interference, this bet of his became incredibly worthwhile. He had achieved 2 words, no loss. If he lost, it wasn't his spirit bone anyway. If he won, although he wouldn't get a spirit bone, he could at least make Dai Waban lose a spirit bone. Dai Waban's misfortune was his happiness. No matter what, it was a guaranteed profit with no loss. Dai Yuang smiled slightly, trying his best to imitate the bootlicker's habit, and patted Huo Yuhao's shoulder, "Then compete well, don't disappoint me." His tone carried a hint of encouragement, but deep in his eyes was a calm calculation. "Don't worry, brother. I will definitely win a new spirit bone for you," Huo Yuhao confidently promised. HMPH. Wang Dong, who was nearby, snorted unhappily and began to complain, "Yuhao, don't be too happy too soon. Your brother has changed. He hasn't brought breakfast for Xiao Xiao and me these past few days, and he even said he won't bring it anymore. What a stingy person." She was clearly still bothered by the breakfast incident. "It's okay, Wang Dong, it's just breakfast. Now that we're in the 2nd year, our studies are even busier, so it's normal for brother not to have time. If you want to eat, I'll be responsible for it from now on," Huo Yuhao said. At this time, he had not yet been tutored by Tang San, and his character was not bad. At most, he had a slight habit of cheating on exams, but there were no other issues with his personality. He also wouldn't overthink such a small matter as breakfast. At this moment, Xiao Xiao also stepped forward and bowed deeply to Dai Yuang. "Classmate Yuang, thank you very much for helping us out just now." The thought of how, if Dai Yuang hadn't produced a spirit bone, the bet might have fallen on her leg bone, filled her with lingering fear. Dai Yuang merely nodded faintly in response. He was completely uninterested in the gratitude or complaints of these 3. His fundamental purpose in acting was simply to get something for nothing, to earn a free spirit bone. If the person destined to win this competition was Dai Waban, he would have unhesitatingly chosen to stand with Dai Waban. In a sense, the current Dai Yuang was still a bootlicker. However, he was no longer bootlicking a particular person, but rather the stark words. Self-interest. All his actions were guided by the principle of maximizing his own benefits. The ice arrow pig spirit bone in his hand was of good quality, around 30,000 years old, but its attributes were completely incompatible with him, and he had no desire to absorb it. However, spirit bones have always been hard currency. If he couldn't use it himself, he could exchange it for a suitable one, or directly sell it for a huge sum of money, and then use that money to buy the resources he needed. For example, the top-grade spirit bones are rare metals that might appear at future auctions and would be more suitable for him. Anyway, no one would ever complain about having too many spirit bones. In the shadows, Zhou smiled faintly and quietly departed. Actually, in the original work, she came out to stop this bet because at that time, it was Xiao Xiao's leg that was being bet. But this time, she merely watched the show. Her thoughts were exactly the same as Huo Yuhao's. In this bet, whether they won or lost, Huo Yuhao's side wouldn't lose out. As for Dai Yuang, although he was also a student in her class, she wasn't very concerned about him. In her opinion, a person whose spirit was incompatible with him was destined to have little future. The assessment day arrived as scheduled, and the atmosphere in the Shrek Academy's beast fighting area was solemn. Students lined up according to their class sequence, and the air was filled with tension and anticipation. Before entering the examination hall, Huo Yuhao and Dai Waban, these sworn enemies, met again. Huo Yuhao had learned a surefire method from the Tianmeng iceworm, and he actually took the initiative to propose increasing the stakes. In addition to the spirit bone Dai Yuang had put up, they would add 3 kowtows. Whoever lost would kowtow 3 times to the other in front of everyone. How could someone as arrogant as Dai Waban be provoked like this? Without even thinking, he sneered and agreed, as if he could already see Huo Yuhao kneeling before him. Dai Yuang was completely indifferent to such matters. It didn't concern him at all who kowtowed to whom, as long as his spirit bone was delivered when the time came, that was all that mattered. Upon arriving at the assessment grounds, Dai Yuang's gaze swept across the viewing platform, and a subtle hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Seated in the main position was not Du Weilan, the director of instruction mentioned in the original work, but 2 even more significant figures. One was dressed in a white robe, with a refined appearance. He was none other than Yan Xiaozhi, the dean of the spirit department of Shrek Academy, a 95th level super Douluo, whose spirit was the bright phoenix. The other was tall and burly, with a ruddy complexion and eyes full of shrewd calculation. He was Qian Duoduo, the dean of the Soul Tool department of Shrek Academy, a 94th level titled Douluo, whose spirit was the black dragon shield. It's actually the 2 deans of Shrek Academy personally presiding. It seems the direction of this world leans more towards the anime setting. Dai Yuang understood in his heart but didn't pay too much attention to it. For him, whether it was the original work or the anime, the general plot direction and character relationships were similar, with just a few fewer characters. Some minor differences in detail were harmless. Responsible for the specific assessment was a robust, dark-skinned old man who exuded a fierce aura. His voice was like a booming bell as he announced the assessment rules. He was Gongchang Long, the 92nd level titled Douluo and the person in charge of the Shrek Academy's beast fighting arena, the Beast King. Chapter 22, Snow Queen's Words and Dai Yuang's Response. The first person to appear for the assessment today was none other than Huo Yuhao. Dai Yuang's lips curled into a faint smile. He, of course, knew what the sure win method Huo Yuhao had learned from the Tianmeng iceworm was, using the terrifying aura of the Ice Empress's ultimate ice to indiscriminately suppress the bloodline of the spirit beasts, instantly paralyzing all spirit beasts in the beast cage. This way, all the spirit beasts in the entire beast arena today would temporarily lose their combat ability, and subsequent students would be unable to complete the assessment. Without results, Dai Waban would naturally lose without fighting. This method was a complete removal of the foundation, simple, crude, yet extremely effective. When Gongchang Long asked Huo Yuhao what year-level spirit beast he intended to challenge, Huo Yuhao directly chose the lowest, 100-year level. The spirit beasts for this assessment ranged from 100 to 1000 years. The higher the year level of the spirit beast chosen, the higher the base score upon success. This immediately drew an undisguised sneer from Dai Waban, challenging 100-year. Huo Yuhao, is that all you're capable of? It seems you know you're bound to lose, so you're just giving up. Huo Yuhao ignored him, simply concentrating. When the 100-year wind wolf was released from its cage and pounced, roaring, Huo Yuhao's eyes suddenly lit up, and an indescribable, ultimate chill and terrifying pressure, originating from the pinnacle of life, erupted from him like a storm. Wu Aoh. The 100-year wind wolf, being the first to be affected, let out a mournful wail, its limbs went limp, and it directly frothed at the mouth and fainted. But this was just the beginning. That cold and domineering spirit beast aura swept through all the beast cages in the entire beast fighting area like a tide. In an instant, the entire beast fighting area fell into a deathly silence, which was then replaced by the terrified and desperate cries, wails, and trembling of various spirit beasts prostrating themselves on the ground. Whether they were 100-year spirit beasts or 1000-year spirit beasts, all of them were now sprawled on the ground, their bowels loose, their eyes filled with the most primitive fear, as if they had encountered the most terrifying natural enemy from their bloodline memory. What's going on? All the spirit beasts, they. In the stands, Yan Shaoj and Qian Duo suddenly stood up, their faces filled with shock and confusion. Gongchang Long's expression changed drastically. As a beast king, his understanding of spirit beasts far surpassed that of ordinary people, and he could clearly feel that supreme ice attribute pressure that made all beasts submit. However, the one who reacted the most was not these three titled Douluo, but Snow Empress in Dai Yuang's spiritual sea. This aura, it's Binger's aura. Snow Empress's spiritual phantom fluctuated violently, her voice filled with unbelievable shock and excitement. Binger, how could she be inside this human boy? And this feeling is the aura of her soul origin. Could she have? Dai Yuang calmly replied in his mind, that's right, Sister Snow Empress. The Ice Empress is currently inside Huo Yuhao, and the situation is similar to yours and mine. However, it's not just the Ice Empress, there's another fellow there too, the Tianmeng Iceworm. He briefly told Snow Empress about the Tianmeng Iceworm's God creation plan. The million-year spirit beast, Tianmeng Iceworm, in order to escape the limitations of its lifespan, chose to become Huo Yuhao's wisdom spirit ring, pouring all its resources into cultivating Huo Yuhao to become a god, hoping to become a companion divine beast and achieve eternal life. And the Ice Empress, knowing she would struggle to survive the 400,000-year tribulation, was persuaded by the Tianmeng Iceworm and tempted by the prospect of God creation, also chose to join this plan, becoming Huo Yuhao's second spirit. So that's how it is. Snow Empress listened, then fell silent for a long time, her voice incredibly complex, with a mix of realization and emotion. She hadn't expected that her longtime best friend and neighbor from the extreme Northland would also embark on a path similar yet distinctly different from her own. A moment later, Snow Empress's voice rang out again, with a hint of seriousness, Yuang, you also want to become a god in the future, don't you? Becoming a god was almost the ultimate dream of all top spirit masters and spirit beasts. Of course. Dai Yuang answered without hesitation. Then, you and this Huo Yuhao will ultimately be competitors on the path to godhood. Snow Empress's tone became somewhat heavy. Will you make a move against him in the future? Dai Yuang was silent for a moment, then gave a cold and realistic answer, I don't know. He could feel Snow Empress's concern and continued, Sister Snow Empress, I know what you mean. You and the Ice Empress are close friends of many years, and you're worried that if I were to kill Huo Yuhao to clear obstacles, the Ice Empress would also perish, right? Snow Empress did not deny it, only falling silent, which was a silent affirmation. But I cannot promise you anything. Dai Yuang's voice was calm yet firm. Out of respect for you, I can promise that if there's no enmity between us, he goes his way, and I go mine, I won't bother to proactively move against him. But, His tone suddenly turned cold, carrying an unyielding resolve. If one day, the existence of this Huo Yuhao, his growth, his choices, or the will of those beings behind him, poses a threat to me, then, I will not hesitate to kill him. In this world, nothing is more important than my own survival and becoming stronger. I hope you can understand. In the spiritual sea, Snow Empress's spiritual phantom trembled slightly, finally turning into a soft sigh. She looked at Dai Yuang's cold and firm core of will, knowing that this was his true nature. I understand. Snow Empress's voice returned to its clear and cold tone, that you would make such a concession out of respect for me. I am already very grateful. This is enough. She paused, and her tone also carried a hint of the ruthlessness belonging to the ruler of the extreme north. If, in the future, that Huo Yuhao or the beings behind him truly don't know what's good for them and insist on being your enemy, then it can only be blamed on Binger for choosing the wrong person. As expected of the king of the extreme north land, Snow Empress, though a female, was by no means a woman of soft-hearted compassion. It was true that the Ice Empress and Huo Yuhao were now linked by fate, but how was she and Dai Yuang any different? If something happened to Dai Yuang, she would not fare well either. Therefore, she was actually very glad that Dai Yuang held the belief that his own life was more important than anything else. Dai Yuang cherishing his own life was, in essence, cherishing her life. The ultimate ice storm from the Ice Empress, triggered by Huo Yuhao, had catastrophic consequences. In the entire beast fighting area, all spirit beasts, regardless of their year level, were sprawled on the ground, their spirits listless, making it impossible for them to recover their combat ability in a short time. Today's assessment clearly could not continue. After a brief moment of shock, Yan Shaoj, the dean of the spirit department, had no choice but to announce the suspension of today's assessment, postponing it until a few days later, with the specific time to be announced once the spirit beast's condition had recovered. Chapter 23, A New Bet, Another Soul Bone and 3 million gold soul coins. When announcing the decision, Yan Shaoju's gaze never left Huo Yuhao, who was in the center of the arena. His refined face was filled with probing and an incredulous interest. During last year's freshman assessment, his spirit was clearly the mental-type spirit eye, but the pure and terrifying aura of ultimate ice just now could never belong to the spirit eye. Could he be a twin spirits user? The moment this thought emerged, even a powerful individual like Yan Shaoj felt a shock in his heart. A twin spirits user was a peerless genius, rarely seen in a century. Not to mention that his second spirit might possess an ultimate attribute. If that were truly the case, Huo Yuhao's value would be immeasurable. The assessment was paused, and the students discussed as they retreated. Huo Yuhao, accompanied by Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao, proudly walked directly in front of Dai Waban, whose face was ashen. Dai Waban, Huo Yuhao's voice, though not loud, was exceptionally clear. According to our bet, only I completed the assessment and achieved a score today. You, on the other hand, have no score. Therefore, I won. Fulfill your promise. The students who had not yet dispersed immediately cast curious and spectating glances. Dai Waban's face instantly turned a liver-like purple, his fists clenched, his nails almost digging into his palms. A bet made in front of everyone, especially one involving a valuable item like a spirit bone. If he were to renege, he would not only lose his own face but also the reputation of the entire White Tiger Duke's mansion. This responsibility was too much for him to bear. He stared intently at Huo Yuhao, his eyes filled with venom and humiliation. Finally, he squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. Fine. I'll honor the bet. He first waved his hand abruptly, and a streak of light flew out from his storage spirit tool, shooting towards Dai Yuang, who was standing nearby. Dai Yuang casually caught it. It felt slightly heavy in his hand. It was a bone radiating a faint purple glow, shaped somewhat like an ulna, and its energy fluctuations were far less than the 30,000-year spirit bone he held. 1,000-year spirit bone. And it's also a left-arm bone. Dai Yuang immediately frowned. This Dai Waban was indeed petty and calculating. The spirit bone he gave was not only far inferior in quality to the 30,000-year spirit bone he had produced, but he also deliberately chose the same left arm part. clearly indicating that he did not want him to have the opportunity to absorb 2 spirit bones simultaneously and maximize his benefits. At this moment, an even more breathtaking scene unfolded. Dai Waban took a deep breath, as if using all his strength, and suddenly bent his knees. With a thud, he heavily knelt before Huo Yuhao. Bang, bang, bang. 3 solid kowtows landed on the hard stone ground, emitting dull thuds. Each kowtow was like a heavy hammer, striking Dai Waban's self-esteem and also the hearts of all the witnesses present. The entire venue was silent, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. The direct descendant of the White Tiger Duke actually knelt and kowtowed to an ordinary student. After kowtowing, Dai Waban suddenly stood up, his forehead already crimson. He stared intently at Huo Yuhao, the venom in his eyes almost materializing. Huo Yuhao, don't get cocky. You used despicable means today, an unfair victory. He gasped for breath, his voice trembling with extreme rage. In a few days, the assessment will restart. Do you dare to bet with me again? A fair competition, no more of these dirty tricks like today. The stakes. Dai Waban almost roared, are these 2 spirit bones, and those 3 kowtows. If I win, both spirit bones will be returned to me, and you, Huo Yuhao, not only will you have to kowtow those 3 times back to me. You'll also have to shout, I was wrong, in front of everyone. Conversely, if you win. He pointed at Dai Yuang, I'll give him another spirit bone. Plus 3 million gold coins. 3 million gold coins, this price was roughly equivalent to the market price of a conventional 10,000-year spirit bone. It seemed that even Dai Waban could not produce 2 spirit bones at present and could only substitute with money. Then, he turned to Huo Yuhao, gritting his teeth, I will also kowtow 3 times to you. And also shout, I was wrong. Huo Yuhao's expression remained calm upon hearing this. He was full of confidence in the power he had gained. However, regarding the spirit bone bet, he shook his head, I can agree to the kowtow and apology bet for myself. But the ownership of the 2 spirit bones now belongs to Yuang, and I cannot make decisions for him. Instantly, everyone's gaze focused on Dai Yuang. Dai Yuang chuckled inwardly. He naturally knew that according to the original plot, Huo Yuhao would still win the upcoming assessment, and he would win even more spectacularly. This was simply delivering another spirit bone and a huge sum of money into his hands. How could he refuse such a good deal, getting something for nothing? A seemingly gentle smile, full of support for his younger brother, appeared on his face. He stepped forward, patted Huo Yuhao's shoulder, then looked at Dai Waban, his tone relaxed yet firm, I naturally support Yuhao unconditionally. If Yuhao is willing to bet with you, I will agree to add these 2 spirit bones as stakes. Yuang, thank you. Huo Yuhao was instantly moved, looking at Dai Yuang with eyes full of trust and gratitude. In his heart, this older brother had stood by him again and again, even going so far as to use his precious property to support him. This bond was too profound. Even Wang Dong, who had previously had some reservations about Dai Yuang, now softened her expression considerably. She pouted and said, HMPH, seeing as you've supported Yuhao repeatedly, I, the Great One, will reluctantly forgive you for not bringing breakfast earlier. However, Dai Waban looked at Dai Yuang's hypocritical smile and listened to his disloyal words, and the anger in his chest almost exploded. He stared intently at Dai Yuang, his eyes icy cold, filled with undisguised warning and disgust. Dai Yuang, you traitor. Good, good, good. You just keep fawning over this Huo Yuhao. You will definitely regret it. We, the Dai family, have no place for someone like you who can't distinguish between legitimate and illegitimate, or right and wrong. Facing Dai Waban's insults and threats, the smile on Dai Yuang's face did not change in the slightest, as if he hadn't heard anything at all. Ultimately, he was not a member of the Dai family. The original individual was the one born from a concubine of the Dai family. As for him, he was thrown over by some unknown unscrupulous entity, directly tearing through space, and had no blood relation to the White Tiger Dai family whatsoever. This farce finally ended when Yan Shaoj sent someone over. Yan Shaoj asked Huo Yuhao to meet him in the dean's office. Previously, he had thought Huo Yuhao had little potential, so he hadn't given him a core disciple position in the spirit department, even letting him become a core disciple of the soul tool department. Now, discovering that he might be a twin spirits user and possess ultimate attributes, he would definitely have to find a way to get him back into the spirit department. Chapter 24, Brothers Fight. The Academy's decision was quickly relayed. The advancement assessment was postponed for 3 days due to an unforeseen reason, and would resume once the spirit beasts in the Colosseum had recovered. During these 3 days, most students' minds were not entirely focused on the upcoming assessment. After all, the assessment was only a matter of time. What truly ignited the Academy's public opinion were 2 major events. The first, naturally, was the sensation caused by Huo Yuhao. It was said that Yan Shaoji, the head of the Spirit Department, and Qian Duo, the head of the Soul Tool Department, argued fiercely in their office over Huo Yuhao, even taking their dispute to the Sea Gods Pavilion, which directly triggered a Sea Gods Pavilion meeting. For a mere second-year student to alarm the Sea Gods Pavilion was an extremely rare occurrence in Shrek Academy's history. Huo Yuhao's potential and importance were instantly elevated to an unimaginable degree. And with that came a subtle shift in everyone's perception of Dai Yuang. Previously, many people secretly mocked Dai Yuang as Huo Yuhao's bootlicker, acting subserviently and without dignity. But now, public opinion had actually begun to reverse. Many started to exclaim in wonder, saying that Dai Yuang had a discerning eye and far-reaching foresight, having long recognized Huo Yuhao's extraordinariness, and thus invested early, clinging to this future golden thigh. Hearing these discussions, Dai Yuang was utterly dumbfounded. What kind of situation was this? One plants the tree, and others enjoy the shade. The messy things that Bootlicker had done had, by some strange twist of fate, earned him a reputation for foresight. It was utterly absurd. The second major event that everyone talked about with relish was the constantly escalating, astonishing wager between Huo Yuhao and Dai Waban. Some even set up private betting pools on top of their wager, betting on who would ultimately win. Due to Huo Yuhao's astonishing recent performance, which led to 2 department heads vying for him, and Dai Waban being the highest-ranked attack system spirit elder in the second year, whose strength could not be underestimated, the odds in the betting pools were surprisingly close, showing a state of evenly matched strength. When Dai Yuang learned about this betting pool, his eyes immediately lit up. How could he not get involved in such a sure-win opportunity? He immediately found the bookmaker and unhesitatingly bet 1 million gold coins on Huo Yuhao to win. This huge sum immediately caused a sensation. Everyone was once again astonished by Dai Yuang's level of support for Huo Yuhao, which had reached a point of almost going all in. The moniker, bootlicker, seemed to be confirmed again, but combined with the previous, discerning eye, theory, it became perplexing. Dai Yuang paid no attention to others' discussions. Why not bet on a game he knew he would win? If he could return to his original world, travel back to the 2014 World Cup semifinal, that Germany-Brazil match, he would definitely bet his entire fortune on 7-1, Germany winning over Brazil. Even if he didn't like Germany, why refuse free money? When he finished his cultivation for the evening and returned to his dorm room door, he found Zhou Sichen standing outside alone, somewhat ill at ease, not having gone inside. "Sichen, why aren't you going in?" Dai Yuang asked. Zhou Sichen saw him as if he had seen a savior, and quickly lowered his voice. "Yuang, you're finally back." An older student came inside. His aura is too strong, and he seems to be in a very bad mood. "I couldn't handle it, so I came out for some fresh air." Dai Yuang raised an eyebrow and pushed the door open. Inside the dorm, a tall, handsome young man, whose face was currently clouded with gloom, was sitting on his bed, exuding a suppressed anger. It was his big brother, the White Tiger Duke's eldest legitimate son, Dai Yuang. As soon as Dai Yuang saw Dai Yuang enter, he immediately stood up, his gaze sharp as a knife, and spoke in a cold tone. "Yuang, you're finally back. Shouldn't you give me an explanation regarding your wager with Waban and your actions this afternoon?" He walked closer step by step, the oppressive feeling he brought far exceeding what Zhou Sichen had felt. "I heard you bet another 1 million gold coins on that Huo Yuhao. Who exactly is he?" Is he worth you repeatedly favoring him, even at the cost of damaging our Dai family's interests and reputation? Dai Yuang instantly understood that this was a confrontation. Clearly, the matter of Dai Waban losing his spirit bone and kowtowing to Huo Yuhao, as well as his own act of placing another huge bet on Huo Yuhao, had reached Dai Yuang's ears. In Dai Yuang's view, Dai Waban was the legitimate heir, his own family, while Dai Yuang had always sided with outsiders, helping them to slap his own family's face. 1,000-year spirit bone and some gold coins might not be much to the Dai family. But if this matter spread, what would other nobles think? They would think that the White Tiger Duke's mansion had discord between its legitimate and illegitimate lines, and that the brothers were fighting among themselves. This would disgrace the entire Duke's mansion. One must know, the current Dai family was no longer the family from 10,000 years ago that held the Star Luo throne and practiced cruel, raising GU-style internal competition. As the eldest legitimate son, Dai Yuang valued the family's stability and external image more. He hoped Dai Yuang would understand the bigger picture, voluntarily return the spirit bone to Dai Waban, apologize to him, and suppress this storm to maintain the Dai family's superficial harmony of brotherly love and respect. Facing Dai Yuang's questioning and implied command, Dai Yuang merely chuckled lightly, his smile containing undisguised mockery. Explanation. What explanation do you want? Discord between legitimate and illegitimate lines. Does it need others to think so? When have the legitimate and illegitimate lines of the Dai family ever truly been harmonious? He looked calmly into Dai Yuang's somewhat startled eyes. You, Dai Yuang, barely managed to have some older brotherly demeanor, at least you put on a good show. But Dai Waban, you're not unaware of how he has always viewed me and Luoli, are you? That undisguised contempt and bullying, isn't that disgracing the Duke's mansion? What? Dai Yuang's tone turned cold, the filth hidden in the dark before, now it's brought into the open, and you feel disgraced. But Dai Yuang, what is the fundamental difference between a disgrace that comes from speaking the truth and one that never existed? It's just self-deception. As for asking me to return the spirit bone, he scoffed, you don't have the right. I advise you, instead of wasting your time managing me, you should prepare a few more spirit bones for your good brother Dai Waban. With his explosive temper, he can't stand the slightest provocation, and he'll bet on anything when his head gets hot. Even if you give him 100 spirit bones today, do you believe he won't lose them all tomorrow because of another wager? You. Dai Yuang's face turned ashen with anger at these merciless, even rebellious words, his chest heaving violently. He had never expected that this illegitimate younger brother, who had always been somewhat submissive at home, even fearful of him, would dare to defy him so boldly today. Chapter 25. The Second Assessment. Dai Yuang. Dai Yuang's voice rose with anger, carrying a threat, aren't you afraid I'll tell father exactly what you said today? He knew very well that his father, White Tiger Duke Dai Hao, was the person this illegitimate younger brother had revered most since childhood. Using his father to pressure him had always been the most effective method. However, Dai Yuang's reaction once again exceeded his expectations. Dai Yuang showed no fear or panic on his face, instead, there was a nearly indifferent calm. He calmly uttered 2 words, do as you please. His tone was as if he were speaking of a trivial matter unrelated to him. Dai Yuang wasn't afraid of Dai Hao. That was the bootlicker's father, not his father. He didn't care at all what Dai Hao thought of him. At worst, he would simply never return to the White Tiger Duke's mansion. In this world, strength reigns supreme. Why rely on the name of a family that had long since become estranged? Dai Yuang looked at his unyielding, even slightly contemptuous expression, and laughed in extreme anger. Good. 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 Dai Yuang, you've really grown some guts. I hope you remember every word you said today. Don't regret it then. Facing Dai Yuang's fury and threats, Dai Yuang merely turned slightly, opened the dorm door, and made a, please, gesture, his tone still calm, take care, no need to see you out. From beginning to end, he showed not the slightest fear towards this distinguished eldest brother, nor any expected respect, only a cold, boundary-drawing aloofness. Dai Yuang glared at him fiercely, snorted, and left with a flick of his sleeve. The dorm door slammed shut, leaving only Dai Yuang alone, and the trembling Zhou Sichin outside the door. Zhou Sichen carefully snuck back into the dorm, looking at Dai Yuang, who was calm as if nothing had happened, and couldn't help but exclaim in wonder, "Wow, Yuang. I'm really impressed by you." That was Senior Dai Yuang. "Not only is he one of our academy's current Shrek 7 devils, but he's also your biological elder brother. How dare you speak to him like that?" The conversation between the two in the room just now was not intentionally quiet, and Zhou Sichen outside the door heard everything clearly. At this moment, his heart was filled with admiration and a hint of lingering fear. Dai Yuang just smiled faintly and didn't answer. In his heart, strictly speaking, in this world, he was an orphan. If he had to name any family, perhaps the Snow Empress, who shared a body and soul with him, and was intimately connected, could be considered one. Besides her, whether it was his nominal father Dai Hao, or the mother and younger brother Dai Luoli of the original bootlicker Yuang, he had no emotional ties to any of them. Since he didn't intend to gain any familial affection from the White Tiger Duke's mansion, didn't plan to stay in Shrek for long, and had even planned the timing of his departure, why should he be subservient to those people and compromise himself? 3 days later, the promotion assessment restarted. To ensure the fairness of the bet and prevent Huo Yuhao from pulling any more tricks, Dai Waban strongly requested a change in the betting method. It was no longer a personal duel, but a comparison of total team scores. The team of Dai Waban, Zhu Lu, and Kui Yaji would compete against the team of Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao. The team with the higher total score of its 3 members would win. However, an additional condition was that if any one of the 6 participants failed the assessment, the bet would automatically be void. Dai Waban's move was to prevent Huo Yuhao from using special methods to influence the entire arena again, forcing him into a direct confrontation. Huo Yuhao agreed after a brief thought, as he had confidence in the strength of Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao. Spirit Beast King Gongchang Long once again served as the chief examiner. He was clearly still wary of Huo Yuhao and specifically arranged his assessment order for last. Gongcheng Long stood in the center of the arena and announced the detailed new assessment rules. The promotion assessment had a maximum score of 150 points, consisting of a base score and a skill score. The skill score was a fixed 50 points, awarded by the examiner based on combat performance. The base score was determined by the age of the spirit beast chosen. Successfully defeating a 1,000-year spirit beast yielded a base score of 100 points, a 700 to 999-year spirit beast, 90 points, a 400 to 699-year spirit beast, 85 points, and a spirit beast under 400 years, 80 points. This meant that only by choosing a 1,000-year spirit beast and performing perfectly could one potentially achieve the full score of 150 points. A total score of 90 points was considered passing. Those who failed would need to retake the assessment, and a second failure would lead to dismissal. The assessment began. Wang Dong was the first to enter the arena. She confidently chose a 1,000-year spirit beast and successfully defeated her opponent. Unfortunately, she became a bit careless after gaining the upper hand, revealing a flaw, which led to Din Yan Xiaozhi, with his keen eye, deducting 40 points from her skill score, resulting in a final score of 110. Next was Xiao Xiao. She challenged an 800-year spirit beast, but had bad luck, encountering an iron-armored rhinoceros with extremely abnormal defense. She was only a 28th level spirit grandmaster, and her spirit was not of the strong attack type. After a bitter struggle, she still couldn't break through the iron-armored rhinoceros's defense, only managing to maintain an undefeated stance. Ultimately, her base score was lower, and with her skill score, she barely managed 96 points, just passing the qualification line. In contrast, in Dai Waban's group, Zhu Lu successfully challenged a 700-year spirit beast, gaining skill bonus points for her flexible movements as an agility attack system spirit master, resulting in a final score of 100. Kui Yaji, furthermore, achieved a score of 110 due to her excellent use of skills. At this point, Dai Waban's group had already surpassed Huo Yuhao's group by 4 points. The pressure now fell on Dai Waban. Filled with suppressed anger, he personally entered the arena and chose a 1,000-year spirit beast. His combat style was extremely tough and fierce, ultimately even using a head-on approach to forcefully kill his opponent, a 1,000-year wind tiger. Killing a spirit beast in the beast fighting arena was originally against the rules, and Gongchanglong immediately flew into a rage. But Dai Waban argued eloquently, claiming it was merely to avoid repeating Wang Dong's mistake of underestimating the opponent and getting points deducted, and emphasized that the examination hall is a battlefield, and one must never show mercy to the enemy. This explanation actually won Yan Xiaoju's praise, who believed he possessed the resolute demeanor of a soldier, and he immediately gave him an exceptionally high score of 145 points. As a result, Dai Waban's group reached an astonishing total of 355 points. Huo Yuhao's group currently had only 206 points, which meant that unless Huo Yuhao, who was the final contestant, could get a perfect score of 150 points, he would undoubtedly lose. Dai Yuang, watching from below, remained completely calm. Because he knew very well that Huo Yuhao would get a perfect score in this match. The result was also without suspense. Huo Yuhao once again used the power of ultimate ice, but this time it was not to simulate an aura, but to directly use his Ice Jade Empress Scorpion Spirit, perfectly suppressing and crushing his opponent, a thousand-year flame lion. Yan Xiaoju unhesitatingly gave him a perfect score of 150 points. Huo Yuhao's group's total score thus reached 356 points, narrowly reversing the situation by 1 point and winning the bet. Hee, I hit the jackpot, Dai Yuang secretly rejoiced. Another spirit bone and 3 million gold coins were about to be his. He remembered that the annual Shrek City Treasure Appreciation Fair was coming soon, and his funds would be sufficient for a large shopping spree there. Chapter 26, Another perfect score for strength penetration. Next up, Dai Yuang, please come to the stage. Just as he was contemplating his future plans, the voice of the examiner, Gongchanglong, rang out, calling his name. Although the focus of this promotion assessment was on Huo Yuhao and Dai Waban's bet, other students' assessments were also proceeding simultaneously. Dai Yuang was one of the students who needed to be assessed. He actually had a fleeting thought for a moment: what if I intentionally fail the assessment, let the academy expel me, and thus gain the freedom to leave? But then he reconsidered. Currently, he still bore the identity of the Dai family. His usual minor frictions with Dai Waban and Dai Yuang could be explained as common disputes between legitimate and illegitimate children within aristocratic families. However, intentionally failing the assessment to slap the Dai family in the face would be openly challenging the family's authority, and the consequences could be very troublesome. At present, he did not have enough power to directly contend with the entire White Tiger Duke's mansion. To be safe, it was better to pass the assessment smoothly first, cultivate to the 40th level, obtain the item the Snow Empress mentioned, and only after having enough trump cards, consider leaving. He made his decision in an instant. Dai Yuang calmly walked to the center of the spirit arena. Dai Yuang, what year spirit beast do you choose? Gongchanglong asked as usual. 1,000-year spirit beast, Dai Yuang replied in a calm tone. Since he had decided to fight, he would not be perfunctory. He also lacked practical experience fighting spirit beasts of this world. This kind of assessment, with a titled Douluo ensuring safety at the sidelines, was perfect for practicing with a 1,000-year spirit beast. No one was surprised by his choice of a 1,000-year spirit beast. Even Simp Yuang's strength was not weak, his spirit power level was only a few levels lower than Dai Waban's, and his spirit was the top-tier evil shadow demonic tiger. His previous defeat by Shu Juju in 3 Emperor's Palms was purely because the opponent was a spirit king, and the gap was too large. Soon, a massive, thick-skinned rhinoceros-type spirit beast with a thick horn on its nose was released into the arena. Its skin displayed a metallic gray-black luster, exuding a heavy sense of oppression. Another iron-armored rhinoceros, Xiao Xiao, below the stage, couldn't help but exclaim, "This thing's defense is too high. I couldn't even break the defense of the 800-year one earlier. This one is a 1,000-year beast. Can Yuang do it?" Huo Yuhao, hearing this, nodded, his tone carrying a hint of uncertainty. "It should be fine, right? My brother's combat power is actually not weak." Although he was grateful for Dai Yuang's support, he didn't know much about his brother's actual combat abilities. In the arena, facing the slowly approaching 1,000-year iron-armored rhinoceros, which was emitting a low, threatening growl, Dai Yuang's mind stirred. Spirit possession. A low, sinister tiger roar seemed to emanate from the void. Dai Yuang's muscles slightly bulged, his nails became sharp, a bloodthirsty crimson flashed in his eyes, and a faint black shadowy mist enveloped him, vaguely forming the outline of a fierce tiger. 2 yellow and 1 purple spirit rings rose from beneath his feet, and his spirit power fluctuation stabilized at level 32. The cultivation method injected into his mind by the person who sent him here had the ability to conceal his spirit power, which was a very practical ability. What he displayed at this moment was completely the level that the original simp Yuang should possess. As for the second spirit, the fate reversal heavenly demon pill, and the terrifying 700,000-year spirit ring, there was absolutely no way he would expose them in such a setting. Dai Yuang stood in the center of the arena, a faint black shadowy mist swirling around him. The sense of power brought by the evil shadow demonic tiger martial soul possession filled his entire body. He looked at the 1,000-year iron-armored rhinoceros opposite him, thick-skinned and resembling a moving fortress, his eyes calm and unperturbed. Roar. The iron-armored rhinoceros let out a dull roar, its thick hooves pawing the ground. Then, it lowered its head, aimed its black horn, capable of piercing metal and stone, at Dai Yuang, and charged fiercely. Its massive body running caused the ground to tremble slightly, and its momentum was astonishing. Facing this unstoppable charge, Dai Yuang neither dodged nor retreated. First spirit ability, demonic tiger body. He let out a low cry in his heart, and the yellow 100-year spirit ring on him lit up. In an instant, the shadowy patterns around him became a few shades clearer, his muscles slightly bulged, and a powerful sense of strength instantly surged through his limbs and bones. His strength, speed, defense, and nerve reactions all increased by 50%. He slightly crouched, adopting a stance that seemed to be preparing for a head-on collision. Just a split second before the iron-armored rhinoceros was about to crash into him, Dai Yuang moved. Under the amplification of demonic tiger body, his speed was so fast that he only left an afterimage. His body, with an extremely strange and flexible posture, slid past the iron-armored rhinoceros's thick neck like Gui Mei, narrowly avoiding the fatal rhinoceros horn. At the same time, his right palm silently pressed against the thick hide at the junction of the iron-armored rhinoceros's neck and shoulder blade. That spot was not its hardest back armor, but it was still thick-skinned and tough. The moment his palm was about to make contact, a faint light flashed in his eyes. Evil shadow soul-splitting claw. The second spirit ring flickered, and a dense dark attribute energy along with a tearing, destructive aura instantly condensed in his right palm. His 5 fingers slightly curled, as if transforming into an invisible tiger claw, but this time, he did not use it to tear, but rather contained this power within his palm and slapped it fiercely. Hiss. A muffled sound, so faint it was almost inaudible. The palm force did not leave much of a mark on the iron-armored rhinoceros's thick hide, nor did it even fully break through its outermost defense. Yuang did not use his full strength, because his goal was not the claw, but the palm. The moment he made his move, he subtly incorporated a trace of the force exertion technique from the Emperor's Palm, Great Cold Without Snow, that the Snow Empress had taught him in the past few days, condensing the power to an extreme, penetrating the surface, and directly striking the internal organs. However, the Snow Empress's Emperor's Palm involved freezing and internal destruction with ultimate ice, while his evil shadow demonic tiger martial soul was of the evil attribute. The condensed palm strike, carrying the corrosive characteristic unique to evil shadow soul-splitting claw, like an invisible poison, instantly penetrated the iron-armored rhinoceros's solid muscle and fat layers, directly smashing into its fragile internal organs. Woo! The iron-armored rhinoceros, still in its charging posture, suddenly let out an incredibly painful wail. Its massive body stiffened abruptly, then its limbs went limp, and it crashed to the ground. Its exterior appeared completely unharmed, but internally, evil attribute spirit power was frantically corroding and rotting its internal organs. The intense pain made its whole body convulse, and black blood with a foul odor even began to seep from its mouth and nose. From start to finish, it was all in a flash of lightning. There seemed to be only 2 contacts, 1 dodge and 1 slap, but in reality, it contained 3 transitions of force exertion. Within 3 moves, the victor was decided. What a ruthless method. On the high platform, the Beast King Gongchang Long's face changed. As a titled Douluo, he naturally saw at a glance that the iron-armored rhinoceros's true injury was internal. Feeling distressed for the spirit beast, he flashed and appeared beside the fallen and twitching iron-armored rhinoceros. He placed a palm on its back, and thick, vast spirit power surged in, quickly dispersing and expelling the palm force that was corroding its internal organs. Good kid, such exquisite penetrating power. You almost crippled another one of my 1,000-year spirit beasts. Gongchang Long checked the iron-armored rhinoceros, and after confirming its life was not in danger, he breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but glare at Dai Yuang, but his eyes held a hint of surprise and admiration. In the Sea of Spirit, the Snow Empress's cold voice carried a rare hint of praise. I didn't expect that in just a few days, you would actually integrate some of the essence of the Emperor's poems, force exertion into your own attacks. Though without the cold, it is even more corrosive and destructive. Very good. At the main seats of the viewing stands, Dinyan Xiaojia's eyes sparkled, and he nodded slightly. With his discerning eye, he could naturally see the extraordinary nature of Dai Yuang's final palm strike. That was by no means a simple spirit ability application, but rather contained an extremely sophisticated force exertion technique capable of penetrating defenses and striking directly at the interior, which counted as a very good self-created spirit ability. Clear combat ideas, decisive response, clever use of spirit abilities, and even more rare is his ability to master such exquisite penetrating power techniques. Yan Xiaoj slowly spoke, his voice echoing throughout the arena. Dai Yuang, assessment passed. Outstanding skill application, astonishing self-created combat method. Score, 150. Points, full marks. Full marks. The entire arena was silent for a moment, then a low murmur erupted. No one had expected that after Huo Yuhao, another student would achieve full marks. And it was achieved in such a clean, decisive, and even somewhat eerie and ruthless manner. Dai Waban's face grew even uglier. Zhu Lu and Kui Yaji also showed looks of shock. Even Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao, and the others were utterly astonished. Dai Yuang calmly withdrew his spirit, bowed slightly in the direction of Yan Xiaoj and Gongchang Long, and turned to walk off the stage. At this moment, no one dared to underestimate him because of his previous, simp, behavior. With a clean and decisive victory, he truly earned the admiration of everyone present. Chapter 27, Making Another Fortune, Angry Dai Waban. Walking out of the bustling soul dueling arena, Dai Yuang immediately spotted a striking scene not far away. Dai Waban's face was ashen, as if he had swallowed a fly, yet he still knelt ramrod straight before Huo Yuhao. Under the complex gazes of numerous students around them, he gritted his teeth and once again heavily kowtowed 3 times, each bow solid and producing a dull thud. Then, he practically roared, his voice filled with humiliation and indignation, I was wrong. A bet is a bet. Dai Waban was quite thorough in upholding these words. Or rather, a bet made under such public scrutiny involved not just his personal reputation, but also the honor of the White Tiger Duke's mansion. If he reneged, and it spread that a Dai family descendant couldn't afford to lose, the disgrace would be far greater than him kowtowing and admitting his mistake. Dai Yuang stood to the side, arms crossed and at ease, quietly waiting for Dai Waban to complete this ritual. It wasn't until Dai Waban stood up, brushing dust from his knees, attempting to maintain a final shred of pride, that Dai Yuang leisurely walked over. Hey, Dai Waban. His tone was flat, as if greeting an ordinary classmate, my spirit bone, and the 3 million gold coins. Time to pay up, isn't it? These words were like lighting the fuse of a powder keg. Before Dai Waban could even speak, Zhu Lu, standing beside him, couldn't hold back. Her pretty face was frosted with anger as she snapped, Dai Yuang, don't go too far. Do you even remember which family you belong to? Must you help outsiders humiliate Waban like this? She was both anxious and furious. Dai Waban had been humiliated enough recently, and he had successively lost his bets, especially the spirit bones. Such precious resources, even the Dai family couldn't squander them casually. The first 1,000-year spirit bone Dai Waban lost was one thing, but this second 10,000-year. Spirit bone was almost pre-allocated from his family's share of resources for a considerable period in the future. If this spirit bone was lost again, it meant that Dai Waban would be unable to obtain any decent resource support from the family for a long time to come. Although the Dai family currently had no imperial throne to contend for, competition for the duke's position still existed, and resource allocation was crucial. As Dai Waban's fiancé, Zulu naturally thought of him at all times. Seeing her fiancé's interests harmed and his future potentially affected, how could she not be anxious? Anyway, Dai Waban and I aren't really from the same main branch. Dai Yuang glanced at Zulu, his tone still indifferent. Let alone him, even the original bootlicker Yuang never felt that he and Dai Waban were family. In that cold duke's mansion, Dai Waban equally looked down on any illegitimate or adopted children other than his father Dai Hao, his mother the Duchess, and his elder brother Dai Yuang. He often bullied Dai Yuang and Dai Luoli, so who would have a sense of family identity with such a person? Zulu was so angered by his casual yet incredibly distant words that her eyebrows shot up, and her spirit power became somewhat unstable. Enough. Dai Waban suddenly spoke, interrupting Zulu. His face was so dark it looked like it could drip water, and he stared coldly at Dai Yuang, his tone filled with undisguised disdain and condescension. He's right. He and I are not from the main branch. A mere illegitimate son, what right does he have to be compared to me? He's not even fit to carry my shoes. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the surging anger and humiliation, maintaining that twisted pride. But I, Dai Waban, as the legitimate son of the Duke, always keep my word and honor my bets. With that, he flicked his wrist, and an object shimmering with a deep purple glow along with a purple gold card were fiercely thrown towards Dai Yuang. Take it. Dai Yuang easily raised a hand, accurately catching both items. What he held was a spirit bone, entirely dark purple, shaped like a fragment of some skull, emitting strong spiritual fluctuations and an energetic aura. The other was a gold coin card, stamped with the mark of Shrek City's largest bank, indicating a denomination of 3 million. Is this a 10,000-year head spirit bone? Dai Yuang sensed the spirit bone's energy, his heart stirring. The wager Dai Waban offered this time was of much higher quality than the previous 1,000-year left arm bone. Even if it had just reached the 10,000-year level, its value was incomparable to a 1,000-year spirit bone, not to mention it was an extremely rare and precious head spirit bone. If Dai Yuang didn't have an ultimate pursuit for spirit bones, for an ordinary spirit master, this 10,000-year head spirit bone would already be enough to tempt most people. But he knew of future opportunities and the existence of many spirit beasts over 100,000 years old. Crucial parts like head and torso bones must be reserved for the best choices and absolutely not settled for. A seemingly satisfied yet somewhat playful smile appeared on his face. He put away the spirit bone and gold card, then thanked the ashen-faced Dai Waban. Thanks a lot. If you have any more good deeds like this to warm me up, remember to let me know in advance. These words were undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire. Dai Waban's fists instantly clenched, knuckles white, wishing he could pounce and attack immediately. But he ultimately forced himself to endure it, only letting out a heavy snort from his nose before pulling Zulu and Qiyaji away, striding quickly without looking back, as if another second there would be torture. Dai Yuang couldn't be bothered with his anger. He tallied his current wealth, nearly 1 million saved from his previous, robbing the rich to help the poor, 9 million. Obtained from looting the 9th-rank Soul Engineer, plus the 3 million he just received, and what he won from the casino, his current liquid cash had reached an astonishing 13 million gold coins. This was a colossal sum that even Spirit Douluo-level powerhouses would covet. This didn't even include the 3 spirit bones on him. If all were sold, it would be an incredibly substantial income. Soon, it will be the treasure-gathering pavilion auction in Shrek City, Dai Yuang mused. I remember in the original novel, the most expensive item at that auction was the 9.5 million gold coin Golden Earth Dragon King's right arm bone. This over 10 million fortune is enough for me to sweep up all the resources I want at the auction. Dai Waban, with Zulu and Qiyaji, practically fled the area that had subjected him to such humiliation. The surrounding gazes, some sympathetic, some mocking, some gloating, pricked his back like needles, making every step he took feel like a burning pain. It wasn't until they turned into a secluded alley, confirming no one else was around, that Dai Waban slammed his fist into the nearby wall. The hard stone bricks instantly cracked into a spiderweb pattern. His chest heaved violently, heavy breaths suppressing towering rage and murderous intent. Huo Yuhao. Dai Yuang. He squeezed out these two names syllable by syllable through gritted teeth, his eyes terrifyingly sinister. Twice. Within a few short days, he had been forced to kneel and kowtow to Huo Yuhao twice, a monstrous disgrace. This had completely crossed his bottom line, trampling all his pride and dignity as the legitimate son of the White Tiger Duke. And that Dai Yuang, just a lowly illegitimate son, yet he dared to repeatedly help outsiders against him. Now he had even won 2 precious spirit bones and a huge sum of money from him. That smug, gloating expression was simply nauseating. Waban, Zulu looked at him worriedly, speaking cautiously, "Are you okay?" "Okay." Dai Waban suddenly turned his head, his bloodshot eyes glaring at Zulu, scaring her back half a step. "How could I be okay? Since childhood, I, Dai Waban, have never suffered such humiliation. Huo Yuhao. I will make sure he dies. And Dai Yuang, those 3 spirit bones on him, he must spit them out to me." Kui Yaji frowned slightly at the side, wanting to speak but holding back. She felt that Dai Waban was currently blinded by rage, but under his wrath, she dared not advise him too much. Dai Waban took several deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down, but the murderous intent in his eyes remained undiminished. He looked at Zulu, lowered his voice, and ordered coldly, "Zulu, go help me ask for a leave from the academy. Just say I'm unwell and need a few days of rest." "Waban, where are you going?" Zulu's heart tightened, a bad premonition rising. "Don't ask." Dai Waban's tone was unquestionable. "I have my arrangements. Huo Yuhao must die, I can't let him continue to grow. As for Dai Yuang, I'll let him know the consequences of offending me." He didn't intend to kill Dai Yuang. After all, killing kin was a major taboo. He just wanted to reclaim the spirit bones and give Dai Yuang a lesson he would never forget. Zulu saw the crazy and resolute look in Dai Waban's eyes, knowing she couldn't dissuade him, and could only nod worriedly, "All right, I'll go now." Dai Waban said no more, turned, and quickly walked out of the academy, his figure soon disappearing at the end of the road. He was going to contact some people, some hidden in the shadows, who specialized in handling dirty work. To eliminate Huo Yuhao and retaliate against Dai Yuang, he would not hesitate to use some unconventional methods, even if it meant paying a greater price. In fact, when Dai Yuang saw Dai Waban leave, he knew what he was thinking. But he wasn't worried at all, because he had a simple way to draw all the hatred towards Huo Yuhao. Anyway, it wouldn't affect him then. Chapter 28, Jubao Pavilion Conflict with Shu Sanshi. Several days later, Dai Yuang finished his day's classes and, upon returning to his dorm, immersed himself in cultivation. The threshold from level 38 to level 40 was not so easy to cross. Even with his cultivation speed and the efficiency of that unique cultivation method, time was far from enough. Normal cultivation would require at least several more months of accumulation. However, if external aids were available, the situation would naturally be different. Just as he was concentrating on circulating his spirit power, 2 clear, pleasant, almost synchronous female voices rang out from outside his dorm room. "Yuang Gerger, are you there?" It was the Lan sisters, Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo. Shrek Academy's male and female dorms were in the same building, with the female dorms on the upper floors and the male dorms on the lower floors. Normally, males were not allowed to go to the female dorm floors at will, and violating this rule would result in expulsion. However, females had no such restriction, they could come whenever they wished. Dai Yuang reined in his aura and got up to open the door. Seeing him, the Lan sisters outside the door immediately broke into joyful smiles. The elder sister, Lan Susu, held a beautifully crafted, gold-edged invitation card in her hand and, as if seeking praise, handed it to him. "Yuang Gerger, look. The thing you asked us to get for you before, we got it." This was precisely the invitation to the treasure-gathering pavilion's treasure appreciation fair. Such an item was not difficult for noble youths with certain connections to obtain. Dai Yuang was simply too lazy to bother himself and casually entrusted it to this pair of sisters who seemed very eager to do things for him. "Thank you." Dai Yuang took the invitation and briefly expressed his gratitude. "No need to thank us." The younger sister, Lan Luoluo, laughed lively, and with perfect tacit agreement with her sister, she naturally linked arms with Dai Yuang, one on each side. "Yuang Gerger, let's go quickly. The treasure appreciation fair is about to start. If we're late, all the good things might be snatched up by others." With that, the two pulled Dai Yuang, who was still somewhat dazed, out the door without further ado. Zhou Sichen, in the dorm, watched this scene with a strange look in his eyes. How did he feel that the Lan sisters were much more enthusiastic and intimate with Dai Yuang than before the holidays? In fact, the Lan sisters previously had a good relationship with Dai Yuang, but that was more based on team camaraderie and a hint of gratitude. They had a good impression, but it was certainly not intimate, and they would never have made such a proactive gesture of linking arms. After all, the former Dai Yuang always carried an indelible, simp, aura, which subtly created a sense of distance. However, the Dai Yuang who returned to school this time had undergone a drastic change in temperament. Although he still seemed outwardly good to Huo Yuhao, he was now indifferent to Wang Dong and never proactively sought out his former targets of flattery like Tang Ya, Bei Bei, Shu Sanqi, and Zhang Nanan. He became taciturn, always exuding an aloof and distant aura, rarely communicating with anyone except his dorm mate, Zhou Sichen. This lone wolf aura, carrying a sense of mystery and strong self-confidence, was, for some young girls, even more attractive than the previous, warm guy simp, persona. Moreover, in his recent few times helping Huo Yuhao, the biggest beneficiaries were always himself, earning a fortune. He had, in turn, made Huo Yuhao his tool, and this calmness and calculation, in the eyes of the Lan sisters, was a sign of maturity. After removing the negative filter of simp, the two sisters, who already had a good impression of Dai Yuang, naturally became more proactive and enthusiastic. Following the map, the three walked to the central area of Shrek City. Treasure Gathering Pavilion, as a famous establishment in the city, was not hard to find. A magnificent, brightly lit building soon appeared before them. Before they even reached the entrance, a warmly dressed greeter girl smiled and approached them, respectfully saying, "Welcome, three Spirit Master adults, to Treasure Gathering Pavilion." Their Shrek Academy uniforms were the best proof of their identity. Dai Yuang presented the gold-embossed invitation, and after verifying it, the girls' attitude became even more respectful, leading them inside the pavilion. Today was the Treasure Appreciation Fair, with many guests, and the staff were exceptionally busy, so there was no dedicated person to attend to them. Guests could only browse on their own, and if they found a treasure they liked and could afford, they would go to the counter to complete the transaction. Inside the pavilion, a dazzling array of resources needed by spirit masters was available: rare metals, finished elixirs, highly aged medicinal herbs, various spirit tools, and even a few spirit bones emitting an alluring glow. This attracted many students and spirit masters, who stopped to marvel. Such a grand event naturally attracted the prominent figures of the academy. Bei Bei and Shu Sanqi were also present. "Sigh, Bei Bei, what do you think I should buy that Nanan would like?" Shu Sanqi frowned, fanning himself. He was here purely for Zhang Nanan. He knew Zhang Nanan came to every treasure appreciation fair, but she only appreciated, and could not afford anything. Shu Sanqi wished he could buy the entire treasure gathering pavilion and give it to her, but unfortunately, Zhang Nanan never accepted any of his gifts. Bei Bei said helplessly, "How would I know what Zhang Nanan likes? I only know that my Xiaoya likes to study all sorts of hidden weapons. If you really want to know, why don't you ask him?" With that, he gestured with his eyes towards the three who had just entered. Shu Sanqi looked in the direction Bei Bei pointed, and his gaze landed precisely on Dai Yuang and his companions. Among the people the former Dai Yuang flattered, Zhang Nanan was naturally included. As long as they were part of the protagonist group, he never failed to flatter them. And Zhang Nanan, who never accepted gifts from anyone, had only accepted a gift from Dai Yuang once. Because at that time, Dai Yuang had given Zhang Nanan a tonic that could help her mother regulate her body. To flatter someone, one must prescribe the right medicine. Zhang Nanan wasn't that concerned about her own affairs, so she wasn't very interested in those who tried to please her, but in her heart, the most important person was her mother. Nothing was more important than her mother. This made Xu Sanqi extremely jealous of Dai Yuang. Even though Dai Yuang also flattered him greatly, he still disliked him. It's that dead simp. Xu Sanqi snapped his fan shut and strode over, blocking Dai Yuang's path, his tone carrying a condescending accusation. Dai Yuang, long time no see, huh? Since school started, why haven't you come to pay your respects to this young master? Dai Yuang looked up at him, knowing it was another historical issue left over from the previous guy. He couldn't be bothered with pleasantries and merely uttered one word, busy. Being rebuffed so concisely, Xu Sanqi felt his pride wounded. He snorted coldly, HMPH, it's good to be busy, saves you from circling around me and Nanan all day, being annoying. However, since we've met today, this young master wants to ask you, what exactly did you give Nanan that she accepted? Dai Yuang glanced at him, speechless in his heart. How would he know what that simp had given? He deliberately showed a playful expression and said, want to know? Simple. 100 profound water pills, plus 100 profound tortoise pills, and I'll tell you. Profound water pills and profound tortoise pills were both secret medicines passed down in Xu Sanqi's profound nether sect, and both were extremely precious. What? Sure enough, the next moment Xu Sanqi's face instantly turned ashen. Do you think profound water pills and profound tortoise pills are cabbages? Profound water pills could cleanse impurities and enhance innate spirit power, making them incredibly precious. Last year, Bei went to great lengths just to get 2 from him. Profound tortoise pills were even more a secret medicine of the profound nether sect's direct lineage, with even stronger effects. Back then, Zhang Nanan also. Just thinking about that incident made Xu Sanqi's heart bleed. If you can't afford it, move aside, don't block the way. Dai Yuang couldn't be bothered to entangle with him further. He simply reached out, seemingly casually pushing, and actually made the spirit ancestor level Xu Sanqi stumble, clearing the path, then walked straight inside. Xu Sanqi was stunned, utterly disbelieving. This guy, who used to be so submissive and always went to great lengths to flatter him, actually dared to push him away today. And humiliate him like this. A strong surge of anger instantly clouded his mind, and his spirit power instinctively began to stir. Just then, 2 voices rang out almost simultaneously. Xu Sanqi, don't bully classmates. A cold voice tinged with anxiety came. It was Zhang Nanan, who had just arrived. Seeing Xu Sanqi blocking Dai Yuang, she subconsciously assumed Xu Sanqi was causing trouble again. Sanqi, calm down. This is treasure gathering pavilion. Bei also stepped forward in time, pressing Xu Sanqi's shoulder and reminding him in a low voice. Zhang Nanan's defense actually only added fuel to the fire. Her speaking up for Dai Yuang further angered Xu Sanqi. But Bei's reminder instantly sobered Xu Sanqi a bit. Treasure Gathering Pavilion's background was unfathomably deep, reportedly closely related to Sea God's Pavilion, causing trouble here would have unimaginable consequences. However, the core disciple selection should be soon, and he would show this Dai Yuang a thing or two there. Chapter 29, 10,000-Year Whale Glue and Soul Ascension Pill. The Lan sisters quickly caught up with Dai Yuang. The younger sister, Lan Luoluo, leaned close to her sister and whispered, "Sister, big brother Yuang is completely different now. He has become so overbearing and full of aura." That was senior Xu Sanqi, the #1 defense of the outer courtyard, yet he wasn't afraid of him at all. The older sister, Lan Susu, looked at Dai Yuang's tall and cold back, her eyes shining with brilliance as she nodded gently, and when he pushed senior Xu Sanqi away, it seemed so effortless. He's much cooler than before. The 2 sisters exchanged a glance, both seeing the same appreciation and increasingly intense curiosity in each other's eyes. This reborn Dai Yuang held great attraction for these 2 girls, who already had a favorable impression of him. Dai Yuang did not linger too long before the dazzling array of spirit tools or the eye-catching spirit bones. His goal was clear and direct. He walked straight to the area displaying various rare medicinal herbs and supplements, his gaze scanning the counters sharply. Soon, his gaze locked onto a black, unremarkable, and even somewhat ugly lump. It was placed casually in a corner, out of place among the other crystal-clear or fragrant treasures. "Big brother Yuang, what is that? It's all black. Do you want to buy that?" Lan Luoluo followed his gaze, her small face full of confusion. No matter how she looked at it, this thing didn't seem like a valuable treasure. Lan Susu also looked over. She was slightly more knowledgeable than her sister and identified the brief label next to it, saying hesitantly, "The label says this is whale glue." "I have heard of whale glue before. It is said to be a special substance produced in the brains of powerful whale-type spirit beasts. It has a very good nourishing effect on spirit masters and can strengthen the physique, enhancing the endurance of muscles, bones, and meridians." She paused and pointed to the label, continuing, "This piece is marked as coming from a 1,000-year demon whale. But I remember books saying that 1,000-year whale glue should be golden yellow and worth a fortune. A piece of 1,000-year whale glue this big would be enough to make a spirit master reborn. But this piece is pitch black. Big brother Yuang, in this situation, it is very likely that this whale glue has been stored for too long and has weathered and deteriorated. Although it might still be a little useful, its quality must have been greatly discounted." Dai Yuang secretly praised Lan Susu in his heart. She indeed had some knowledge, and what she said was reasonable. But he was even clearer about the true background of this whale glue. Golden yellow, that was indeed the description of true 1,000-year whale glue. But how could this piece be 1,000-year stock? This was clearly a 10,000-year level whale glue. It was just that 10,000-year whale glue was extremely rare, its characteristics completely different from the 1,000-year variety, with a deep, nearly black color. The appraisers at the treasure-gathering pavilion had clearly misjudged it, causing this pearl to be covered in dust and treated as a deteriorated product. He remembered that in the original work, it was under the guidance of the Tianmeng iceworm that yuhao picked up this massive bargain. After consuming this 10,000-year whale glue, yuhao's physique, which was originally weak due to malnutrition in his childhood, was greatly compensated and strengthened, laying a solid foundation for absorbing higher-year spirit rings later on. An inferior product. "Big brother Yuang, why do we want this deteriorated thing?" Lan Luoluo muttered. "It's better than nothing," Dai Yuang said in a flat tone, as if he were really just casually buying a trinket. "Anyway, it's not expensive, only 6,000 gold coins." As he spoke, he unhesitatingly beckoned for the person in charge of this area, pointed to the black whale glue, and directly stated that he wanted to buy it. The person in charge was a middle-aged woman. Seeing that Dai Yuang wanted to buy this deteriorated whale glue that no one asked about, her face immediately revealed a look of surprise. She swiftly and efficiently completed the transaction procedures, as if afraid he might change his mind. This 1,000-year whale glue had been sitting in the warehouse for a long time because its appearance was so poor that no one was interested in it. Being able to sell it was truly an unexpected joy. Successfully obtaining the 10,000-year whale glue, Dai Yuang felt at ease. Next, he walked over to the medicinal pill counter, his gaze sweeping over it, and quickly locked onto a pale golden medicinal pill. The Soul Ascension Pill. This was not a medicinal pill unique to the Xuanming sect, but a precious medicinal pill that all major top-tier forces could refine. Dai Waban and Dai Yuang had both consumed it, but because Dai Yuang was an illegitimate son, he had not yet received an allocation. The utility of this thing was that it could directly increase spirit power, and the amount of increase was roughly equivalent to going from level 30 to level 31. With Dai Yuang's current cultivation of level 38, consuming one would not allow him to directly break through to level 40, but it could definitely greatly shorten the process. Unfortunately, a person could only consume one in their lifetime. A second one would result in drug resistance and be ineffective. He felt a little regretful in his heart. This kind of medicinal pill that could directly increase spirit power always had various limitations. He directly purchased 3. "Big brother Yuang, why are you buying so many soul ascension pills? One person can only eat one, right?" Lan Luoluo asked curiously. Dai Yuang did not answer, but instead handed 2 of them. To Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo respectively, for you too. Thank you for helping me get the invitation and accompanying me here. The 2 sisters were stunned for a moment, looking at the precious medicinal pill in front of them that emitted an alluring medicinal fragrance, feeling a bit flustered for a moment. This is too valuable. Lan Susu waved her hands quickly. Although the price of a soul ascension pill was far from comparable to a spirit bone, it was by no means cheap. For spirit masters like them who came from minor nobility, it was already a significantly heavy gift. Take it, Dai Yuang said, it should be helpful for you now. He wouldn't give the 2 sisters spirit bones that cost millions, as they didn't have that level of relationship. 1 medicinal pill each was just right. He knew that both sisters were currently level 28 spirit grandmasters, and 1 soul ascension pill could very likely help them break through directly to level 29 or even touch the threshold of level 30. Seeing that Dai Yuang's attitude was firm, the 2 sisters exchanged a glance and finally accepted the medicinal pill with surprise and gratitude. They hadn't expected that just by helping run an errand and showing the way, they could receive such a generous reward. This caused their favorability toward Dai Yuang to instantly soar by another large margin. Having bought the most urgently needed 10,000-year whale glue and soul ascension pills, Dai Yuang's mood relaxed quite a bit. For the remaining time, he really did take the 2 sisters for a stroll around the treasure-gathering pavilion, looking at those expensive spirit tools and spirit bones, purely to broaden their horizons. He also saw the Golden Earth Dragon King spirit bone, which was one of the treasures of the pavilion. It was brilliant with golden light and surging with energy. It was indeed a good spirit bone, but its attributes were purely light and power, which had severe repulsion with the evil attributes of his evil shadow demonic tiger and the attributes of his fate reversal heavenly demon pill. Even if it were given to him for free, he would certainly take it, but he would never absorb it. He estimated that there was a high probability he would use it for exchange or sell it for money, and then obtain treasures more suitable for himself. Chapter 30 Ice Crystal Snow Lotus. Not long after, Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong also arrived at the Treasure Appreciation Fair. Huo Yuhao had recently been highly valued by the Academy, even granted a special privilege. He could freely choose 1 treasure from the treasure gathering pavilion each year. Huo Yuhao used this year's privilege without hesitation, buying Wang Dong the Golden Earth Dragon King's left arm bone, valued at 9,500,000 gold coins. Wang Dong's family background was extraordinary, and she could certainly afford this spirit bone herself, but receiving a gift from Huo Yuhao meant something entirely different. Her pretty face flushed with excitement, and her gaze towards Huo Yuhao was practically trailing threads of affection. Even when she saw Dai Yuang again, he seemed more agreeable, and because she was in such a good mood, she couldn't be bothered to fuss over the minor incident at breakfast earlier. Brother, Huo Yuhao exclaimed happily upon seeing Dai Yuang, pulling Wang Dong along. Wang Dong and I are going back to absorb the spirit bone. Do you want to come back with us? He had gained a benefit and wanted to share his joy with this brother who had always supported him. Dai Yuang showed a perfectly gentle smile on his face and shook his head. No, Luoluo, Susu, and I still want to look around here. You 2 go back first. Go, hurry up and go, Dai Yuang thought to himself. If you don't leave, how can the guests Dai Waban invited make their appearance? He clearly remembered that in the original story, Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong were ambushed by assassins hired by Dai Waban on their way back to the academy. Moreover, due to his own existence, some of the forces in this assassination might target him. Dai Waban wouldn't kill him. His goal should be to reclaim those 2 spirit bones and teach him a profound lesson. And Dai Yuang's method for breaking this situation was shockingly simple. He just wouldn't go with Huo Yuhao. The assassin's main target would undoubtedly be Huo Yuhao, the guy who made Dai Waban kneel. As long as Huo Yuhao left, the assassins would definitely prioritize following him. Would they really wait outside the treasure-gathering pavilion just because Dai Yuang didn't go with him, insisting on waiting until both were together to catch them all? What if he deliberately lingered in the treasure-gathering pavilion until very, very late, only leaving after Huo Yuhao had safely returned to the academy? Therefore, by separating from Huo Yuhao, he could use Huo Yuhao to draw away most of the firepower, and this crisis targeting him would naturally resolve itself. A dead fellow Taoist is better than a dead poor Taoist. Huo Yuhao, you have the protagonist halo, you can definitely handle this small scene. Your brother won't accompany you on this adventure. Dai Yuang watched Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong excitedly leave the treasure-gathering pavilion with a faint smile, his heart completely calm. He turned to the Lan sisters and said, "Let's go, let's look at something else. I heard the refreshments at the treasure-gathering pavilion are good, we can go try them." He decided he would stay in the treasure-gathering pavilion until closing time today. Dai Yuang had originally planned to spend the rest of his time drinking tea in the treasure-gathering pavilion's lounge area, leisurely waiting for the commotion involving Huo Yuhao to subside before leaving. However, plans often don't go as expected. Not long after Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong left with that resplendent golden earth dragon king spirit bone, the staff of the treasure-gathering pavilion quickly placed a new treasure in the most prominent spot where the earth dragon king spirit bone had previously been displayed. It was a lotus flower. Its entire body exhibited an extremely pure ice blue color, with layers of petals, as if meticulously carved from 10,000-year profound ice, crystal clear, emitting a faint white cold mist and a refreshing aura that calmed the mind. It was placed on a specially made cold jade stand, and the price on the tag was 9,500,000 gold coins. It was on par with the 9,500,000 golden earth dragon king spirit bone from earlier. As soon as this peculiar ice lotus appeared, it attracted the attention of many people in the hall, but its exorbitant price and unknown effects led most people to merely observe. However, the Snow Empress in Dai Yuang's spiritual sea suddenly became intensely agitated. "This is an ice crystal snow lotus." The Snow Empress's voice carried an unbelievable surprise. Ice crystal snow lotus. Dai Yuang's heart stirred. For the Snow Empress to lose her composure like this item must be extraordinary. "Sister Snow Empress, is this an immortal herb?" He thought of the immortal herbs from Tang San's era that had heaven-defying effects. "No, not yet." The Snow Empress quickly calmed down, but her tone still carried excitement. "This ice crystal snow lotus is not old enough yet, it hasn't reached the true immortal herb level. Its total energy and medicinal effect are probably similar to a 9th-grade purple Ganoderma. But, Yuang, it has an extremely special effect that makes its actual value, in some situations, even comparable to an immortal herb. I think it's precisely because of this effect that its price is as high as a true immortal herb." "What effect?" Dai Yuang pressed. "Yuang, do you remember how I successfully took human form?" The Snow Empress asked in return. "I remember. You used the power of 100,000-year snow lotus to seal most of your cultivation, and used it to protect your physical body and soul, thus completing your transformation." Dai Yuang replied. "Ordinary spirit beasts over 200,000 years old were almost unable to take human form. The Snow Empress's method was the only clever way." "Exactly," the Snow Empress affirmed. "And this ice crystal snow lotus possesses a similar ability, and it's even gentler and more controllable. After consuming it, for a short period, the consumer's body and soul will be protected by a layer of ice crystal shield, making it indestructible." Her tone became extremely solemn. "I told you before that I had a way to help you absorb 100,000-year spirit ring beyond your level. The original plan was to rely on my power to forcibly seal most of that spirit ring's energy, allowing you to absorb it gradually. But doing so is ultimately not perfect. It might waste some of the spirit ring's essence and carries a certain risk. But with this ice crystal snow lotus," the Snow Empress's voice was full of confidence, "I can guide its power to create the most perfect defensive state for your physical body and soul when you absorb the spirit ring, protecting your body and soul from any backlash from the spirit ring's energy. At that time, you won't need any seals, you'll be able to perfectly absorb all the power of that 100,000-year spirit ring in the optimal state, 100%. The process won't be much harder than absorbing an ordinary spirit ring." "Oh, such a miraculous effect." Dai Yuang's eyes gleamed. Perfectly absorbing a 100,000-year spirit ring, without risk, and maximizing the benefits. The effect of this ice crystal snow lotus was simply tailor-made for him. Without any hesitation, he immediately strode towards the central display stand. Seeing this, the Lan sisters quickly followed. Lan Luoluo urgently whispered, "Brother Yuang, what are you doing? That lotus costs 9,500,000. You didn't even buy that better golden earth dragon king spirit bone just now, and this one, whose use is unknown." Before they could finish their sentences, Dai Yuang had already directly told the staff member in charge of the display, "I'll take this ice crystal snow lotus." With that, he swiftly and decisively pulled out the corresponding gold coin card, ready to complete the transaction.